Okay. Welcome on in, everybody, to Safari Week. Safari Week Day 5. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Safari Week Day 5. How are we all doing? Good to see you all. I think that we have a very fun stream kind of lined up here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Right back to the Psyduck, but I think that today is the day where we're gonna pick up like more than just one or two. You know, we've had a couple of issues with actually getting multiple Psyducks in a single stream, but today I'm feeling good. Today is our day. It's our day. And no matter what they say, it's our day. I'm going to run off this repel. Oh, geez. And then we're going to get right back into it. That's okay. Okay. What's everybody else been up to? How's your Safari Weeks all been today? And if you're not Safari Weekend, I mean, how's just your Tuesday? Okay, there we go. I think we got everything in a position now where, yeah, we can run back and forth, get rid of our repels, and get right back into hunting. Good timing, Rex. Just get rid of all these repels. Get them out of here. Yeah, I don't know. Today, for some reason, I feel like we are sitting in a position where the level 25 Golduck isn't gonna, like, we're not gonna find it, but level 28. Level 28. That seems reasonable to me, right? Maybe not the absolute rarest, but pretty close. I think I would accept that. Yeah, and then let's see, what else did we get up to today? So, yesterday I tried my hand at tidying up and creating a slightly easier to digest little guide for using the Pokemon Rescue Station, because we do have a pretty big opportunity coming up with the Denirion OG Classic hosting the Professor Rex's Pokemon Rescue in Ottawa. I'm looking forward to it, and I just want to kind of have us in the absolute best possible position to have everybody rescue all their Pokemon super smoothly. Or maybe sit down and pick up a couple of Pokemon for themselves that they didn't have before. Whatever makes everybody happy. Yeah, so worked on that. I think I pushed it all into just one page, and I think that ended up making it a little bit too dense. So we're going to split it up between 2 pages. And then we'll have like the full guide of how to make the transfer of your Pokemon from Gen 3 all the way up to Pokemon Home. And I want to see, like, with the pre-made guide, if it's possible to kind of just give somebody the consoles and have them work their way through the rescue on their own. Like, obviously, I love helping people through their rescues. But I think that if you're able to manage doing the entire rescue on your own, like that would feel like a pretty big accomplishment, right? Shiny Swits, welcome on back. Good to see ya. How are you doing this fine Tuesday? Nice, okay. It's all lined up. Boom, boom, boom. Last step. Go put our Pokeblock in. A couple of them are just slightly out of sync. Okay. Nice. Everything got our Pokeblocks selected. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 more white Pokeblocks left. So I think that we got probably today's stream before I need to go and kind of start soft resetting things. We start our surf. And then we got to go put on our repel and our white flute. White flute increases our encounter rate. Repel. We get one encounter in here. Just got home from work, got your safari going. You also have helped. You've helped Pokemon or helped rescue Pokemon for people at your local TCG. Oh, that's so cool. And how did that process go for you? You know, I think one of the things that I want to do at this upcoming event is kind of gather feedback on how easy the entire process is, figure out where the biggest road bumps are for people, like what is the most complex part of the entire rescue process to understand. And then from there, you know, how do we alleviate all those issues, make it super easy? I think that having me do it for you is one thing, like that's super cool. But I think that stepping through the process on your own also gives you this like really interesting understanding of how the entire transfer process works. And no, like the accomplishment of doing it yourself. You moved that Pokemon up. Like that's pretty cool, right? No, I love the idea of people hosting it at like local TCGs and stuff. That's so nice because there's so many people, especially over the last few years, who have gone from, you know, I played Pokemon as a kid to not playing any Pokemon at all to being back into it again. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this man would say he wants me to catch many shinies and succeed in all of my ventures in life. Obscene. Obscenities being thrown at me in chat today. That's crazy. How's it going, Ronald? How's your Tuesday evening treating ya? It was smooth. The Pal Park cooldown was annoying, but you have 6 of every game now, which will help bypass that issue. Ah, yes, yes, yes. So Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. One of the biggest pains in regards to trying to get your Pokemon transferred up, because you have that 6 per day limit. There are ways around it, but it's still a pain in the ass. What's really cool, Heart Gold and Steel Silver, no restrictions. As many Pokemon as you want can be moved up to Heart Gold and Steel Silver every day. So if you're planning on doing it again in the future, just disregard using Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. Heart Gold, Steel Silver are the way to go. Things are good. That's good to hear. Uh-oh. One of these, the Starlight just walked into the grass. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. We're synced back up. We got this Starlight back on the beach. Nice. Okay. These are good. That's good to hear. It's good to hear. Do you got any plans for the rest of the summer? Like, summer is blowing past. I mean, we've had ups and downs in the weather. It's finally starting to get a break of heat where I am, but it's just been raining every day, which kind of sucks. And the bugs have been crazy. I know that the bugs are bad every year, but I don't know. I'm just flabbergasted by how bad the bugs have been when I'm out for runs. You need to speed one run after your HGSS starter gauntlet. Yeah. So one of the other limitations that you come across for Pal Park is that Pal Park is language locked as well, which is a pain. So if somebody happens to have like a Spanish or a French or a Japanese game, you need to have a game with the matching language. And for the longest time, we all kind of thought that that restriction didn't exist for Korean Heart Gold and Soul Silver. But the restriction for Korean Heart Gold and Soul Silver is that they can transfer Pokemon from English and Japanese. So like German, Italian, Spanish, French, they're all still kind of locked behind needing to transfer to the same language. So the one of the ways around that is somehow have every language of Generation 4, right? But the other way around it is you just have to trade those Pokemon individually to a Generation 3 cartridge that can make the transfer. There we go. Yeah. How many Pokemon rescues have you done? I think we're at 43, so I'm excited. If we manage to do 7 rescues at the Denirion TCG or OG Classic in 10 days, oh my goodness, it's really soon. In 10 days, then we hit 50. And 50 is going to be a pretty big milestone for me. I think that I'm really looking forward to handing something cool out for the 50th rescue. Psycho's taking a break from hunting today. It's been a long week. Dude, understandable. You might notice I didn't hunt at all yesterday. And today I'm just starting the hunt at like 6:30, right? Do not worry about like not immediately diving into a hunt, dude. There we go. Okay. Good. Quick little power reset. No shinies after 35k. We're at 3 shinies after 35k. I've just decided that it's kind of fun to keep track of like the total count. I know that most people don't do that, but I just thought I kind of like it that way. And at the end of the day, one of the most important things is that like I'm having fun. I like seeing big number. How many encounters have I done total? How's it going, Aqua? It's good to see ya. Have you been doing any safari weeking so far. I don't know if I've seen you post anything about it for Safari Week. Safari Weekend. Anyways. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. There we go. Oh. Okay, looks like JDQ taking it away as a pincer here. In your Ruby Dream Team quest, you do both phase count and total count. Yeah, I mean, that's like a super easy way to do it. Or like very reasonable way to do it. I just like one number, one little number. Keep everything nice and clean and concise. Everyone's taking vacations after dealing with FIFA here in Houston, and you're one of the only suckers in the office. No, Aquos is in Safari Weeking. Safari, how could you not? How could you skip Safari Week, Aquos? Do Korean games in Gen 4 have other language Pokédex entries? I don't know the answer to that. Korean Generation 4 games are very, very, very strange. They're extremely strange, and the reason is that the Korean character set doesn't exist in any of the other main series games. So if you're trying to like trade from an English Gen 4 game to a Korean one, you just can't. The only way that it was ever possible to get a English Pokemon into a Korean game, but like locally have one traded from Gen 4 into a Korean game, was through the GTS. So Gen 4 is like super strange on language restrictions. And I believe that like if you trade a Korean Pokemon out of the Korean games and into any other language, they just display an entirely blank nickname, which I guess is good. At least they display a blank nickname and don't entirely crash the games. But it was always interesting to me that they locked Gen 4 trading locally, but then still made it so that Korean players could access the GTS and trade with players around the world. Like that was a very interesting, I'm not sure if it's an oversight or like weird limitation that has strange rules. But yeah, the Korean games were released so much later than the other ones that all the other languages just don't have Korean character support. So the first games to have local character support for Korean trades and local support for Korean characters was Generation 5. You had a Korean Gold for the Game Boy Color. Not only backwards, it was super bizarre. You have a complete in-box Brazilian Gold. That's really cool. So Brazilian games are interesting because, as far as I know, they're just English games, but they have Brazilian logos and box arts, if I'm not mistaken, right, Shiny Swits? Also, having a Korean Gold is crazy. I have one on me right now that I picked up for a friend when I'm in Korea. I just need to go through the process of getting the battery replaced, and then I wanted to do one shiny hunt on Korean Gold before passing it off to them, because it is one of the rarest Pokemon games to ever exist. Like, yes, we're always looking for one of the rarest Pokemon to ever exist, but if we want to talk just rarest game to ever exist, Korean Gold is crazy. We went to the biggest tech mall in South Korea, and in the entire tech mall, we only found one copy of Korean Pokemon Gold, and it was being sold by somebody running a booth, and it was like her son's original childhood game. So even the booths that had stocks of hundreds and hundreds of video games did not have Pokemon Green, Gold, and Silver, and the only one that I found was somebody selling their son's childhood game, and the only reason we figured out that they had it was because I asked. Why is it so rare? Korea had a lot of restrictions on importing electronics and media from Japan, especially. Japan and Korea have a very, very long-standing history that has not been fully reconciled on either side. So South Korea was extremely strict, to the point that something like the Nintendo 64 doesn't exist in North Korea, or sorry, in South Korea, but the Hyundai games, what is it? I think it's the Hyundai Games Boy 64 or something. So it was an agreement that Nintendo and South Korea were able to come to, where South Korea would sell the Nintendo 64, but if it was manufactured in South Korea. So Hyundai, the car manufacturer, was the company that was outsourced to manufacture the Nintendo 64 in South Korea. But these restrictions are why you don't have Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow in South Korea. The first Pokemon games to be released in Korea were Gold and Silver, and then those restrictions took off again to the point that Crystal never even ended up being released. So we got Gold and Silver in South Korea, no Crystal, no Generation 3 games whatsoever. And then finally, way after all of the rest of the world had been given Generation 4, so late into development that none of the games have support for Korean characters, we got Korean Generation 4 Pokemon games. But one of the reasons that the game is so rare, Gold and Silver is so rare in Korea, is that because of the restrictions that blockaded Pokemon Red and Blue from being imported into South Korea, there wasn't the same Pokemon boom in like the early 90s. And people weren't jumping to go and buy Pokemon Gold and Silver because they didn't have the Pokemon Red and Blue experience already. So I think that it comes down to poor sales, very limited production quantities, and I mean just the games being really quite old. You've been a Game Boy collector for 15 years, so you used to get so many crazy random items. Your name is Switz. Your nickname Switz is because you own the Swiss SP. See, I've never even... I think I've probably seen it on console variations, but that doesn't even ring a bell to me. That sounds super cool. Shiny Hunt Kurata Duck? I don't know what I want to shiny hunt in Gold and Silver. I think there's some pretty unique like fishing encounters I could try doing in Pokemon Gold. Was the Duck Hunt been? Duck Hunt has been a little bit limited.
Silver02 followed and the lab has grown.
A little bit limited. We're at like 36,000 encounters with only 3 shiny ducks seen. And for reference, on day 1 when we were doing bicycle hops, we saw 8 shinies and 22,000 encounters. So we went from being extremely lucky to not extremely unlucky, but like over odds every phase. I wouldn't say that we're unlucky, but we're certainly at the moment not lucky. You're credited on console variations like 150 times. Wait, that's really cool. I'm gonna go and like try to track down a Game Boy with a credit to Switz after the stream. I am credited exactly 0 times on console variations. Hermal Pulse. Hermal Pulse. I don't know how to pronounce this username, but says they haven't had any luck with Tropius in Platinum. Carnivine is the daily encounter, so phasing on it would be welcome as well. You love both of them as grass types. Oh. Carnivine and Tropius are both super cool Safari Zone finds, but I think that if I was going to pick a favorite, I would have to say that it goes to the Banana Man Tropius. One of my favorite grass types of all time. Unfortunately, just such an underutilized Pokemon. He was good in Pokemon Go PvP for a while. I think he's in a position now where he is pretty well entirely useless. But I don't know if I can think of a single time where Tropius has ever been a meta-defining Pokemon in like any meta. Not even just VGC. But I can't think of a single meta-defining Tropius TCG card. He had that one era where he was good in Pokemon Go PvP, but that would have been like before the major World Championship circuit. So I don't know if Tropius has ever really had an opportunity to shine. You were tempted to hunt Tropius for your Ruby Dream Team quest, first ever event Pokemon. It's true. Tropius was not the first ever event Pokemon, but the first ever Pokemon distributed in a Cherish Ball. And I believe that in reference to that, in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, there's a trainer that uses a Tropius, and that Tropius is in a Cherish Ball. And the Cherish Ball is, I mean, as we all know, one of the coolest Pokeballs in existence, but not the coolest. I still think that as far as owning cool rare Pokemon goes, the Safari Ball takes the bait. The cake? No, it takes the bait because it's the Safari Zone. Maybe one day I should do a Pokeball tier list. I think that the Cherish Ball is way up there. Dive Ball is up there. Dream Ball is up there. Safari Ball is up there. If I'm being entirely honest, I don't have any deep connections really to any of the Apricorn Balls. I think that how limited the Apricorn Balls are kind of makes them like a lower bottom tier kind of ball in my books. Sport Ball. Sport Ball's a nice clean ball. It kind of is reminiscent of the GS Ball as well. Sport Ball's a clean ball. I'll give you that. One time where you found a dive ball at a GameStop, you walked out of the store without realizing you were still holding it. But then you were able to just walk back in and put it back and nobody noticed. What a good Samaritan. I think that sometimes if you manage to walk out and nobody notices, you own it. It's yours now. OP Breloom, OP Shroomer, what's cooking? How's it going? How was your Safari weekend going? I remember a certain time a friend managed to accidentally, quote unquote, get a new Pokemon hat at a EB Games pre-release. Or maybe at that point it would have been GameStop. I forget where in the timeline this would have been. I think it would have been EB Games, which is the Canadian version that we have here. Yeah, so at that time it would have been EB Games, where during the pre-release they like tried the hat on, and then they quote unquote forgot to pay for it at checkout. Now, how true and honorable that is, impossible to know. One second. We get an ad incoming warning now on Twitch. Interesting. I guess the ad incoming warning can be like your little note of, hey, maybe it's time to go and try to watch over on YouTube. Because if you have YouTube Premium, you get no ads. I don't know if you have YouTube Premium. You can confirm you didn't really notice, you just really like dive balls. Dive balls are great. I have an odd collection of legendary Pokemon in dive balls. Like my Reshiram is in a dive ball. My original Dialga is in a dive ball. Even Pokemon that have absolutely no good reason, like Reshiram. What good reason can you come up with for Reshiram being in a dive ball, or my Victini being in a dive ball? I don't think there is a good reason for it. I just think it's a good ball. Yo, is that Taserface? What's going on, dude? Welcome, welcome. Good to see ya. Your Gen 3 Shiny Articuno's in a dive ball? That is an amazing match ball. The light blue on the light blue, clean. I haven't even seen it and I know it's clean. OG Nest Ball in Gen 3 is fire. The animation is great. The little hearts. I think in later gens, one of the best ball animations, though, has to be the net ball. I feel like dive ball starts to lose favor a little bit in later gens because the animation is a little bit lackluster. But net ball has a fantastic animation in so many of the games. Nest Ball in Gen 4 is great. Yeah, like early Nest Ball is definitely up there. I'm not gonna deny that. Yo, Felipe!
And the lab has grown.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. How is it going? Whee! Wait a second, you're the person that made that Pokemon Rumble shiny hunting video, because you actually have a fun story about a shiny you found in Rumble one time. Yes! The person who has the 25 Wiis running Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire today also just so happens to be the person that has the 25 Wiis shiny hunting and Pokemon Rumble video. Let me hear it. Tell me about your Pokemon Rumble shiny story. While we're at it, I think there's so many new people joining the streams today and joining the streams this week. Everybody give me a fun story about a cool Pokemon they found at some point in their life. Make it as long or as short as you want. Creative writing exercise, but creative writing based off of truth a little bit. Yo, Gabe rocks you. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. Thank you for dropping the follow. If you didn't catch it, my name is Professor Rex. Super cool to have you here. Oh. Definitely different ways. You know what? If I had a nickel for every time somebody set up 25 Wiis in unison to shiny hunt, I would have 1 nickel. It would be crazy to have 2, though. You liked the capsules in Gen 4 because you could spell peen with the animation? Unfortunately, the TTD, time to dick, of Pokemon Pokeball capsules, extremely short. Collect all the unknowns, immediately you know you're spelling some dirty words with them. I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. Mrs. Swiss Roll Uzmaki Belivelt. I'm gonna go with Swiss Roll. Yo, Swiss Roll. Shiny demo Pokemon Rumble Charmander is sick. I've actually always wanted to do a shiny hunt in the demo, and I've never sat down to actually try it. This feels to me like an oversight. It would also be fun to like do a full demo living dex. That's actually, Rex, are you cooking right now? Are you actually cooking? Full Pokemon Rumble demo living decks. You have to get all of the shinies in just like a single playthrough. If you turn off the system, you lose them. I like it. I think that there's no limit. Doesn't it lock after a little bit? I don't feel like there's a limit on the demo. Once you get a level 100 mon, is that the case? Maybe this is my ignorance showing because I haven't really played the demo. This is proof that I need to play the demo so that I can understand it. Do you think people knew about unknown exclamation point and question mark before Fire and Leaf Green were released? Ooh, that's a good question. I think that it was probably data mined. I can't say for sure. I wasn't around to kind of follow up on news back then. But I think that even if it had been like data mined, I think that the documentation would have been extremely limited. You also got to remember that like 99% of players that back then did not have access to the internet. So most of your information would have come from game guides. It would be interesting to see when the first reference to question mark and exclamation point unknown are in like any official media. Because 99% of players didn't have access to the internet. I also would be willing to bet that probably 95% of Pokemon fans that you ask would say that question mark and exclamation point unknown were released in Generation 4. So why don't we see? I think I might have the Fire and Leaf Green game guide. Let me see. I'm not sure. Okay. I don't have the Fire Red and Leaf Green game guide, but we can take a look at them because it would be fun. This is kind of an interesting question. No, droid cam. There we go. There we go. Oops. Okay, I've totally cooked it here. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we have the 10th anniversary game guide. We can see unknown is somewhere right here. There we go. So we see the locations for unknown. It says Ruins of Seven Island. You have the default picture of unknown, but it doesn't look like there's really any highlight of anything other than just regular unknown F. And I don't think that there's any like notes about it in the appendix. So 10th anniversary game guide, no use. Pokemon How to Catch 'Em All. Maybe we get a little bit more unknown question or information. I've already forgotten what number it was. But it looks like unknown F is also randomly encountered inside all chambers of Tenobi Ruin. Keep visiting until you find this Pokemon. So it's just unknown F there. So, at least based off of the two game guides that I have, I cannot confirm or deny whether or not there was ever any official reference to unknown in any of the game guides. Yeah, it's like a super strange Pokemon, honestly. Not only is Unknown a strange Pokemon to start, but the fact that all of the Generation 3 games have Unknown question mark and exclamation point programmed into them, but Fire and Leaf Green are the only ones where it's available is weird. And then you take it one step further, and they made them a 1% encounter rates to the point that nobody knew that they existed, really. And if you went to go and finish your Pokedex and you wanted to catch all the letters, you'd be like, okay, I got all of the letters A to Z, right? On average, maybe, what would it be? Probably 2 or 3% of players who completed their Unknown decks might have stumbled across one of the new forms, but like a vast majority of them would have just had a 0% chance of knowing that they existed. And they weren't competitively viable Pokemon, so you never would have seen one in battle. The only thing I don't know for sure is whether or not any of the like pre-made random teams for Colosseum and XD use Unknown. Because Unknown appears randomly in Pokemon Battle Revolution. You can actually get it in the Trade Colosseum, making it like a very interesting shiny to shiny hunt, actually. But I don't know if it's a random Pokemon that can appear in Colosseum XD's random battles. It probably isn't, because you would just be getting shafted by it showing up. Can I send you a guide pic somewhere? Yeah, sure. Discord. There's a Discord link in the description of the YouTube video. So if you you click that, you smash that button, you should be able to join the Discord. You can throw it in like the general chat and we can all take a look at it together. Never able to hear the song past the 10-second mark. That's why I do not put on game music generally. Do you guys want to hear what it sounds like when I start to turn on the game audio? We can have up to 8 game audios running. And if I really felt like it, I think we can increase it even to 9. Who wants to hear 9 game audios at the same time? Let's get this one encounter here. For my own sanity, we do not listen to it this way. Saw that you also had a Wii running. What are you playing on the Wii? That's a great question. So the Wii, at least the ones with GameCube ports, are actually backwards compatible with GameCube games. So what I have running on the Wiis is the same thing I have running on the GameCubes. They're all running. Okay, yeah. That's enough, right? We can all agree. We don't need all of that game music running at the same time. We can all agree that we'll survive without it. Perfect. Good, glad. Okay. Okay, and we got a picture in the general chat, apparently, of the game guide for Fire and Leaf Green. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the original Prima game guide. This is Prima. Yeah, the original Prima game guide does have a reference 2 unknown question mark and exclamation point. It's just hidden to the point that, like, even though it's there, it might as well not be, because it almost looks like a typo. The Vieux-Poix chamber has Z and exclamation point. Like, it doesn't look like it's not explained, and it doesn't look like it should be there at all. Very interesting. That's probably the earliest official reference we have to the 2 unknown forms, I guess. Did we ever see Kahlo and XD's 3D model for exclamation point and question mark? They would be the same as the... Oh. Yeah, they definitely exist. But I've never seen them. They would exist. You would need to bring them in. We were actually just discussing, like, is it possible to see it in the base game as a randomly selected Pokemon? I'm not sure. RadioCaf, howdy. How's it going? Good to see ya. Yeah, like / question mark. It's like, what did that mean? If I saw that, I wouldn't think that it was a question mark unknown. I would think that it's like, oh yeah, we don't know what else is in there. Very strange. Only in the second print. The first print has none of the post-game stuff. So second print of the Prima Fire Red and Leaf Green guide would be the first official reference to question mark and exclamation point unknown, possibly. There might be more in Japan. That would be an interesting kind of like down the rabbit hole. But I don't think it's interesting enough to be worth the amount of research it would take, right? What is the earliest official documentation of question mark and exclamation point unknown? In English, potentially, it's the Fire Red Leaf Green game guide. But for question mark and exclamation point unknown, the first official print would be from the Shuffle set. When did Shuffle Unknown come out? 2004? I feel like, because I'm pretty sure Shuffle Unknown was Gen 3 era. But it was post Wizards of the Coast era. Unseen Forces? I actually don't know what set they're from. I'm like 60% done the set, and I just call them the Shuffle Unknowns because I don't know what set they're actually from because they don't have set numbers. Do I have something to auto-detect blue Psyduck? My eyes. We could probably, I mean, it would probably take me a day to program something to automatically look for shiny Pokemon when we're playing Pokemon. But at the end of the day, I just feel like as soon as a robot's doing it, we lose a lot of the fun of what makes doing this all kind of worth it, right? Like, if we replace my eyes with a robot, at that point, we could just go ahead and replace my hands with a robot. And at that point, if we're just automating shiny hunting, why even do it in the first place? We can just have a computer find where the next shiny frame would be and then jump to it, right? Like, I think it'll be a fun little project to program, but at the same time, I'm happier just looking with my eyes for shiny Pokemon. I think somebody did ask, why is a shiny Psyduck Golduck so rare besides just being a standard 1 in 8192? So what we're looking for specifically is an under-leveled Golduck. Golduck evolves at level 33. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, you can find it at level 32 in the Seafoam Islands, but only in the Safari Zone can you find it at levels lower than that. So we're looking for the level 25 to 30 Golduck. In the 1% encounter slot, I think that's one right there. I think we see one on game number like 28 or game number 11. There's like a level 25 or 26 Golduck there. So that Golduck only spawns in the 1% encounter slot. And it is a 1 in 16 chance to spawn in that encounter slot. The Golducks in the 1% encounter slot can be level 25 to level 40. So if we want to get an underleveled Golduck, we're dealing with a 1% encounter slot, and then on top of that, like another 1 in 3 chance for it to be one of the underleveled ones that we want. We are using Repel Trick to get rid of about 40% of the useless Psyducks that are like level 20 to 24. So that does save us some of the encounters. It gives us a little bit of an increased encounter rate. And then I am using the optimized white Pokeblock in the Pokeblock feeder, and that gives us shiny odds of 1 in 7,620. So we have some math that's working for us, some math that's working against us. Overall, I think it averages out to, like, on our specific setup that we're using, about a 1 in 8.7 million chance to find and catch the level 25 shiny Golduck. $50 GameCubes and Wii's at the same time kind of broke that goalpost. Yeah, I mean, I think that what's cool about having all these systems set up is that it's not just a feat of programming. You know, there is programming that goes in to everything that we're doing. Like, there's a program that I wrote that monitors the electricity usage. There's a program that I had to modify in order to count how many encounters we've done, or send the inputs directly. If I push this button, boom, pushing that button increases our counter. So there's like multiple feats of engineering, feats of creativity, feats of programming and problem solving. Realistically, would it be more efficient for me to set up one console with like an automated shiny hunting macro and have it run 24/7 than to do 58 systems at the same time and me hunt once a week or once a year? Probably. With one system, maybe we would get 9 million encounters done in a year, right? But I think that it's one of those things where, since we've already overdone it, we've just continued to push the boundaries. By the time you have 8, by the time we had 8, it wasn't that far to get 12. And then when we had 12, it was like, well, 16 would be a nice round number. And then with 16, I mean, why not double it? And then by the time we had doubled it, we might as well, you know, roll the Wii's in here too. We already have our Wii's for Rumble shiny hunting. Why not merge everything? Pretty soon we'll just be down to 1 pixel per screen. Pretty soon we'll be down to absolute nonsense, Aquas, you're right.
Who's that Pokemon?
58 consoles, super robot hunting all day. You see, here's where I take issue with that though. By the time we would be running 58 systems at once and then having a robot do everything, I think that the arguments of this being a waste of electricity become a lot more valid. Like, vastly more valid. If a computer and a robot are the only ones enjoying the setup, then the value proposition of at least having fun when all the systems are running loses a lot of ground.
It's Bellsprout.
Any Psyduck yet? Professor Polytoad. No Psyducks. George, do you wanna? Are you doing any shiny hunting? Are you still You're still up north, right? You come back on Friday? I believe that's right. How much per hour does this cost? So that's like a really cool question. If we want to dive into it, if we wait 1 second here. Interesting. The GameCubes are running That's really strange, actually. 1 second. This is extremely interesting. I haven't seen this before. The power consumption has gone down quite drastically. So generally, like the GameCubes draw somewhere around 800 watts. But because of the amount of time that it takes to turn all the systems on and off, I've actually had everything running since Friday. And as we can see, like we still have all 33 GameCubes running. But we've gone from on let me check my messages here with Tops. We've been Tops and I have been discussing opening an arcade, so I need to go scroll back a little bit because our discussion about the okay, yeah. So on Friday when I turned everything on, we were using 800 watt hours or 800 watts for the GameCubes. Oh, I was reading the wrong thing. I was totally reading the wrong thing. Never mind. It's still 800 watts for the GameCubes. I was reading the wrong part of my little power chart here. We have current active watts and then how many watt hours the lab is using. It is using the exact same amount of power as when I turned everything on, 1,750 watts. Very, very funny, Rex. Good reading comprehension of your own thing that you programmed. Okay, so the whole setup is drawing 1,750 watts of power. If we go to the Ontario Power Generation price grid, cost of electricity average Ontario. Okay, we're with Hydro 1. So, average works out to about 12 cents per kilowatt hour. So if we put that into a calculator, 12 cents, 0.12 times 1.5, about 18 Canadian cents per hour, times 24, about $4.32 per day, $30 a week. So if we have everything on, which we generally don't because the PCs turn off, and if we're not actively shiny hunting or planning an event, the consoles are all off as well. How much heat does the system generate? Well, in a lot of ways, like power consumption does average out to something where I think the PC has like a platinum rated PSU. A lot of the electricity that's going into the stream PC is probably not immediately being converted into 100% waste heat. But electricity in general, most usage ends up turning into heat. So if we're drawing 1700 watts, we're probably kicking 1400 watts of power as heat into the lab, and then a little bit more as like light. Professor Tops is starting the travels home from Indonesia today. Best of luck, man. Hopefully you pack enough underwear and you have enough food for the trip. That's going to be long because I am still, what am I, 36 hours away from picking you up? That's super inefficient. We ran out of steps already. So I need to be way more careful with my step usage, it seems. How do you set your Pokemon at the bottom of the screen? That's a great question. Exclamation point avatar, and then the Pokemon you want to switch yourself out to. Okay, run off our repels. Where we're streaming in Pokemon Go. Yeah, I guess we can change at this point. At first, it was just so that anybody who really wanted to get the Meltan icon could grab the Meltan icon. And then it was so that we could protest the fact that we still can't get Safari Balls in the from Pokemon Go transferred into Pokemon Home. But now it's just for no reason. So after some digging, you did find a Neo Seeker forum where people said you could get a new unknown question mark and exclamation mark with Game Shark and Ruby Sapphire. Okay. Yeah, so like some people did know about it, but the general public probably did not on average know that you could get unknown in Generation 3. It is also interesting to think that like the only way to get it was explicitly through the action replay. Upset, hello, how's it going? Welcome on in. For those of you who are just joining us, who might be new, my name is Professor Rex, a disgraced professor of Pokemon, and someone who is currently trying to track down the second rarest Pokemon in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, the ultra rare, underleveled, Safari Zone exclusive Shiny Golduck. Are all the consoles modded with HDMI, or do you have converters going to multi-connectors? Yeah, so each of these consoles have an HDMI adapter connected to them. A lot of these GameCubes cost me like, some of them were like 15 Canadian dollars because we got them in Japan as literal junk. Some of these GameCubes cost me like $30. Some of them cost me maybe 50 Canadian dollars. As far as HDMI modding all of them goes, that would be one, like super time consuming, and two, just extremely monetarily inefficient. So they're all running HDMI adapters, which to be clear, were also quite expensive once you scale everything up to like 33 HDMI adapters for the GameCubes. And the Wii ones are very, very inexpensive. The Wii to HDMI on AliExpress are $4. But yeah, modding every system and opening all of them up would just be a huge, huge, huge time sink. So everything is just paired to an adapter, and then all of the adapters are running into multi-viewers, and then those multi-viewers run into the stream PC. It's running 4 capture cards for a total of 10 HDMI inputs. Okay, we got 3 more white Pokeblocks. I don't know how we ran out of that white Pokeblock so fast. I definitely need to be far more efficient in our usage of Pokeblocks, though. Or definitely our usage of steps. I need to really try to be fast on the left. Like, it's the left input that needs to be super fast. What's the rarest in Ruby and Sapphire? That one goes to the level 5 Pseutopolis Gyarados. It's the lowest level Gyarados can be in Generation 3, and it's only available through fishing. And fishing in Ruby and Sapphire is one of those hunts that doesn't really scale all that much better with multiple systems. Did you add the electrical consumption for those adapters? Because you assume you also need them. So what's really cool is if you look at like the power consumption over here, when it's readable, I realized that I forgot to add a thicker stroke to them. But if you look at the watts, the middle number there, 1,760, that is actually a live number of the exact amount of power that the lab is using right this second. That's being pulled from the power delivery units that we have everything plugged into. So the adapters are factored in because they are right there. Pretty neat. Yeah. How did the Pokeblocks change the shiny odds again? Okay, so I walked everybody through this on Saturday, I think, but I can give you a rough idea. If you think about how many Pokemon IDs exist, so the total number of possible Pokemon IDs is equal to 2 to the power of 32. What can we say for certain about 2 to the power of 32? One of the things we can say for sure is it's a big number. Another thing we can say for sure is that it's an even number. It's a power of 2. So the total number of possible Pokemon IDs is an even number. But how many natures are there? 25. What can we say for sure about the number 25? Well, it's an odd number. So what can we say for sure about 2 to the power of 32 divided by 25? Since we know that one's even and one's odd, it's not going to be a whole number. So logically, there is, no matter what you do, not an even distribution of natures over the entire span of all Pokemon IDs that exist. If we take the total number of Pokemon IDs that exist and we divide them by 8,192, we get 65,536. That is the total number of shiny Pokemon IDs that can exist on any one save file. The Pokemon ID is like a fingerprint number that every Pokemon has. In Generation 3 and 4, it's used to determine the gender of the Pokemon, the nature of the Pokemon, and the ability of the Pokemon as well. And then I guess also what Wurmple evolves into and like what Spinda's spot pattern looks like and what form unknown is. I think that's all of them. If there's 65,536 possible shiny PIDs that exist, once again, we can look at that number. It's an even number. We know that the total number of natures are odd. So we know for sure that there's not an even number of natures available for every save file for every nature in the shiny form. The save file that I'm using is what's called a TSV, or trainer shiny value, of 8,191. And there are far more calm natures that go along with this trainer ID than some others. So by using a Pokeblock that is heavily favored by calm Pokemon, the white Pokeblock that we have in the Pokeblock feeder will generate calm Pokemon 80% of 80% of the time. What's 4/5 of 80%? And yes. Anyways, 80% of 80% of the time. I don't know why. I should be able to do that really easily. Why am I blanking? Okay, 0.8 times 0.8. 64. 64% of the time, easily. 64% of the time, we're guaranteed to get a calm nature. And the calm nature has the highest shiny odds for this save file. So when the Pokeblock triggers, we have a very good chance of getting a nature that has a far greater chance of being a shiny than all of the other natures generally would be, or like a randomly selected nature would be. So that's how we get our shiny odds down to 1 in 7,620. Has anybody ever trolled you into thinking you missed a shiny? All the time. People will say it all the time. I think the thing that hurts the most is when somebody says that I missed a shiny and then I don't believe them, and then it turns out being true. If we look it up, I think one of my least favorites was, we call it Ab Run, where I encountered a shiny Abra, did not see it whatsoever, and then somebody in chat, first time chat message, which Twitch kind of gives like a little highlight. It's like first time chatter, and they said, you missed a shiny Abra. And I was like, no. If you're messing with me right now, if you're messing with me right now, you're actually banned permanently. And what sucked was they were not messing with me. What the heck? Even divided by odd can still be an even number. Oh yeah, 30 divided by 5. Oh yeah. You're totally right. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I misremembered how I needed to explain everything. Okay. 2 to the power of 32 has 2 as a prime factor. That is what's important. Not that it's even, but that 2 is a prime factor. And 25 has prime factors of 5 and 5. That is the proof that I needed to explain. Sorry about that. What do we know for sure about 2 to the power of 32? One of its prime factors is 2. What do we know for sure about 25? One of its prime factors is, both of its prime factors are 5. Since neither of them share any common prime factors, we know that if you divide one by the other, then you won't get an even number. That should be how it lines up. Didn't realize it's all the same trainer ID. Yeah, so what I've actually done is I've only set up one save file. And then with Pokemon Box, I've booted up the exact same save file on every system. So you plug in your Game Boy Advance, load the save file through the adventure mode of Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box, take out the disc, unplug the Game Boy Advance, and then move to the next console. So turning everything on actually took me about 3.5 hours total, because I needed to, like, one by one, disc in, connect the Game Boy Advance, disc out, wait a minute total in between booting them up because I didn't want to get the same starting seed. Bit by bit, piece by piece, we got there though. That means all 2 to the power of n are not divisible 5 by 5 to the power of n for all positive integers. Hmm. 25, 125, 475? No, 5. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. 1 second. 5 to the 3 is 125. Times 625 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. Give me. I'm gonna load you up. Who's that Pokemon? I need to just think about this once again. It's been a while since I've thought about the easiest way to like explain the proof of why all the natures don't line up. But yeah. Sure. You're sure it's annoying to explain the same thing so many times across the stream and over multiple streams? Yeah, but the thing is, I like explaining this stuff. I love explaining that we have one Wavebird controller controlling 58 Nintendo Wavebird receivers at the same time because they're all set to the same radio frequency. Like, it would be annoying to explain stuff if it was stuff that I didn't think was interesting, but this sort of stuff, I love it. Also, I mean, it helps me like deepen my understanding of things. I got myself confused about what my proof was for immediately determining that like there's not an even distribution of natures. And now I remember that it's because 25 and 2 to the 32 don't share any prime factors. That's how you can know they're not evenly divisible by each other.
FootGod has joined the lab.
FootGod, welcome on into the Professor's Lab. My name is Professor Rex. Super cool to have you here. If you're just joining us, it is currently Safari Week, day number 5. We are trying to track down the rarest Pokemon in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, the ever-elusive level 25 Shiny Golduck. Did you get a White Flute and a Pokemon with Illuminate to get maximum encounters? Yes, but I'm actually just realizing that in all of my wisdom, I managed to get back here, use my white Pokeblock, and forget to turn on my White Flute. So let's do that. Let's pop our White Flute. Okay, Repel and White Flute. Oops-a-daisy. Thank you for the reminder. But yes, of course, we got to use the White Flute. We're using Staryu as our Illuminator. We're using a level 25 Staryu, because that allows us to also run the Repel Trick. The Repel Trick immediately coming in handy. There is a level 25 male Golduck. Nine more systems to hit 6-7. You know what, LJ? You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about what you just said? Is it's actually entirely possible. There is literally nothing stopping me from doing it. I have enough Wavebird receivers. And I have, behind me, How many Wii's do we have? Let's take a look, class. You guys want to take a little detour. Okay. We got an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-ish GameCubes. 15 GameCubes. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Wii's. Plus there's another Wii in the rescue kit. And we have a Wii upstairs. So I guess we have an additional 10 Wii's. 9 more systems would definitely be possible. Especially because I think I have all the video adapters out here. Not sure why that happened. The Wi-Fi signal into the storage room is extremely poor. So I tried to show you all of the extra Wi-Fi adapters, and it looks like the Wi-Fi did not want to cooperate. I might still actually need to get a new router. I thought that I fixed my router, but I might sincerely need to go and replace my router. The Wi-Fi is kind of garbo. What's up with the CRT? It has a weird shape. It's a widescreen CRT. We got it for $2 at a garage sale. My brother and I have been like pretty heavily talking about the theory of opening an arcade together. So I'm not going to get rid of a CRT. And I'm not going to say no to a cheap CRT either. Wi-Fi didn't adapt. 0% Wi-Fi adapted. That would be cool. Check the Wave Phoenix. You sure those cheaper than Wavebirds? Oh, trust me. I know about the Wave Phoenix. I've known about the Wave Phoenix for like years before the Wave Phoenix became a thing. LoopJ, the developer of the open source Wave Phoenix project, is in the Professor's Lab Discord and has an open invitation for me to go and meet with him someday to make some Wave Phoenixes for a video, which I think I really, really should do. 1,000 HDMI adapters on a single Wi-Fi repeater. There is a Wi-Fi repeater, it's just upstairs. I've never really worried about getting a Wi-Fi repeater because the Wi-Fi router's like right there. But the problem is there's like in between the storage room and the Wi-Fi router, there's a tile shower, a concrete wall, and then another concrete wall. And Wi-Fi signals don't really love concrete walls. Especially not the 5 gigahertz ones. You need, if you want to get through concrete, you need lower frequencies. That's why the Wavebird can actually go through the concrete wall and to outside. I can shiny hunt from outside if I feel like it. You missed a shiny like at some point. You're on mobile so for sure you couldn't tell me. I did miss a Psyduck at some point actually. Venti, Ariel, and I were having a very in-depth discussion about what constitutes assault. And we were like discussing the legality of assaulting people. and I entirely missed a Psyduck. It spawned right there. And I have had just absolutely terrible shiny luck, LJ. You gotta believe me. Absolutely terrible shiny luck. I got 8 shinies in 22,000 encounters on day 1. And I was like, oh my goodness. It's looking pretty good for Safari Week. 8 shinies and 22,000 encounters is basically unheard of. That's crazy, right? And in the time since, I've got 3 shinies and 39,000 encounters. So I'm at like almost 40,000 encounters, and all I've seen is 3 ducks. And my shiny odds are 1 in 7,620 because I'm using a cool Pokeblock. No way. We got the costume man, the Shuckle Shadow Hunter himself.
Costuming just raided with 2 viewers.
Well, come on in, Raiders. Steven, how's it going? How was the stream? Wireless magic. Let's trade Pokemon through air radio waves from one continent using the moon to bounce the signal. I mean, would you believe me if I said that Professor Tops bought a like industrial grade radio signal generator with the thought process of trying to send a wavebird signal across like a town? Would you believe me? Only problem is not very legal. We don't have a radio license. Even owning one is just like such a questionably gray legal area. We can like technically own one, but if we turn it on, we can get in trouble. You had the same idea, but actually trading Pokemon. That's like super complex. That's super complex. I think that just sending the wavebird signal like 10 kilometers would be plenty fun though. That's the sort of thing though where it's like that would require learning a whole brand new skill set. The odds of us doing it are extremely slim, but it would be really fun to do it. It would be really fun to figure it out, you know? Look into LoRa. You could use a few relays to send commands via your own network over long distances. Long range radio. Yeah, the problem is I would want to send like the actual wavebird frequency. And if you get a radio license, they give you like a bandwidth that you're allowed to use, or sorry, a frequency range that you're allowed to use. I do not think that the odds of us getting the wavebird frequency would be very high. But imagine getting like a wavebird repeater and like going to a Smash tournament. Nobody uses wavebirds there, but they could in theory. And like signal jacking the wavebird. How much did you spend? You're hand building one for 300. Did I spend on what? The Wave Phoenix or the industry radio frequency generator? I think the frequency generator was like $40. We got it off of a like an auction site. We don't even know if it works yet because we haven't turned it on. It just, for $40, it just seemed kind of too cool to pass up. It's like this big. Like it's huge. Also, LJ, do you want to pretend like you're hanging out in the lab? You can hop in a Discord call with me and you can pretend like you're shiny hunting in the lab. Or are you shiny hunting with the boys? I meant to join in last night. I was going to, but I was just so tired. But sometime before Safari Week, I'm going to find a day where everybody is hunting in the CC3 crew. I want to join in, do some bouncing or something. Why? I'm really actually struggling with like the sending my left signal fast enough to not walk. I think I got to do like this kind of thumb thing. Out and about. I'm gonna go donate plasma because you're broke. That's crazy. In Canada, you're not allowed to make money off of donating blood. But I actually went to go donate blood on Saturday. And I learned that the Canada Health Organization considers parts of South Korea as being like moderate risk. So I'm not allowed to donate blood until I've been out of Korea for more than 3 months. Very weird. If I had stayed only in Seoul, it would have been fine. But since I went to like the border of North Korea and since I went to Incheon, I'm considered moderate risk and I'm not allowed to donate blood. Shoot. Starlight is not... There's a community that's looking to have radio signal internet using data packets. Yeah. I've seen, I think it was in like Ben Jordan's video, he covered something like that for, I think the video was titled like Gifts for Anarchists. Yeah, I was just kind of surprised. I was just kind of surprised that South Korea, one of like the richest countries in the world, is considered moderate risk. I don't know what disease it is that Canada is worried about, but a lot of South Korea was like extremely poor until like the 80s. So big swaths of it are still kind of like underdeveloped. But yeah, I went to donate blood and they're like, no, you can't donate blood until August 4th. That is your like 3 months since you were in South Korea. So no blood donation for me. Luckily for me, that has nothing to do with like a monetary gain. I'm not relying on blood plasma donation to pay for my Pokemon card addiction. Yes, they do ask a lot of questions about sexual history. Kyle's not allowed in Canada to donate blood at all. One of the questions is like, do you have Crohn's disease? And if the answer is yes, you're just like, they're like, nah, no, sorry, no blood for you. Sell my blood for HDMI adapters. Sell my blood for Wavebirds. How much do you get for donating plasma though, LJ? Like, is it actually a viable business strategy? Yeah, in Canada, you're not allowed to get paid for donating blood. So it's just out of the goodness of your heart. I just go to donate blood because I have extra blood that I don't need. Do they discriminate against gay people who want to donate blood? I'm not 100%, since I have never had homosexual sex. I don't know what happens if your answer is yes. I actually am not 100% sure if your answer is yes, that you're just not allowed to. Do not know. You would need to probably do some research on your own side for that. 70 to $100 over the first month. How many times are you able to donate plasma? per month. So the one of the reasons that it's illegal in Canada to pay people for blood donations is because it like disproportionately affects poor people and like manipulates them into donating more blood than they have to like an unhealthy level. But I mean, I wouldn't mind getting paid to go donate my blood. I do it for free already. But everybody, if you can, should go donate blood, just because there's always a need for it, and you never know when somebody might need blood. Like, there's so many reasons somebody might need blood. Car accident, surgery complications, childbirth. If your blood can go out there and help somebody and you're not using it, you might as well just get rid of it. I also think, look, if you're trying to burn calories, if you're trying to have a caloric deficit, there's like almost nothing more efficient than just taking a liter of blood out of yourself. Think of the weight loss opportunity. Twice per week. How much are they taking out? Twice a week. That's just plasma, though. They literally yoink a liter of plasma from you. Yeah, so in Canada, it's plasma and red blood cells. And I don't know how they split the rest of it. I'm honestly not sure. They have some sort of mechanism that manages to do like splitting the red and the white and the plasma blood all from each other, and they all go into different bags. It's like, it's pretty cool to watch. But if it's just plasma, then I guess that's more or less just white blood cells and water. How much blood do they take? In Canada, it's just like a certain amount. They take like a bag of red and a bag of plasma. I don't know what they do in the US, but that's kind of how it goes in Canada. In Canada, you do like a questionnaire. They make sure that you're healthy. They check your hemoglobin levels. And then as long as kind of like everything is good to go, you're good to go. Hemoglobin levels are like a big limiting factor for a lot of women for donating blood. So if you're a man and you have the ability to donate blood, like it's almost even more imperative that you try to, because a lot of women want to donate blood. And because of the fact that women once a month just have a bunch of their proteins dumped out of their body, many of them have low hemoglobin levels or low iron levels and aren't able to donate. Some men have that too. Yeah, it disproportionately affects women to have low hemoglobin and low iron levels, but I'm not saying that it doesn't happen to men either. Do you feel lightheaded after? It's really not that much blood. Like, your body has a lot of blood. They do kind of recommend that you sit for a little bit. And if you're adverse to needles, it can be a little bit difficult. One of my favorite blood donation stories was when I was in university. There was this, probably like a first year student. And right, okay. I understand what you mean now in regards to some men having monthly cycles. I apologize. You're definitely right. Many people have monthly cycles that cause them to lose huge amounts of red or like hemoglobin and iron and stuff. So if you're able to donate blood, I think that you should at least try it. But as I was saying, first year student, first time ever donating blood, they like looked at the needle go into their arm and they just passed out for like 15 minutes. For me, it was kind of funny. I think for the nurse, it was extremely stressful and they were pretty disoriented when they woke up. But I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny to watch. So, okay, so if they're taking your plasma and then putting the red blood back in, how does America have red blood available? Can you still choose to donate red blood and you only get paid to donate plasma? What are they using all the plasma for? That's really interesting. You pass out 9 times out of 10 if something's going out of your body, but you're okay if it's going in. Interesting. Yeah, I used to be like super squeamish about needles, but since I donate blood so often, needles just don't bother me. I've seen them go in so many times. But yeah, for a long time it was like I just found that you just gotta look away. Just look away. The plasma has clotting factors that help with bleeding. Yeah, but if everybody who's like quote unquote donating blood is just donating plasma, where do they get the red blood cells from? That's fair. Like a mosquito from people who donate red blood. So you get paid to donate plasma, but you have to donate your red blood. But they don't do it at the same time. You can donate red blood, but it's a different facility. That's crazy. Why not just do it all at once? In America, so the plasma donation is a privately owned business with a specialty trade in plasma. It just seems like it, yeah. So that's why here it's just you donate both. You donate your blood, you donate your plasma, you don't get paid for any of it. I don't know enough about medical science to be able to like make an argument that that there's more of a need for plasma than red blood. I don't know. I just feel like if you're if you're doing it separate, people are just going to be like disincentivized from going and doing the free one. Strange. America's strange. You guys have a strange country going on down there with your healthcare stuff. I think that requiring a perverse incentive of getting paid to donate is like disappointing, but it probably does increase like overall donations. So I guess not even donations. You get more plasma if you pay for it, I guess. And I guess the other thing is we have free healthcare. So if the government was paying us for our blood, then that would be like additional money that needs to go into the healthcare system. Whereas for you guys, if you use blood at the hospital, you're probably paying a freaking eye and a nose for it. So it's a business because there's money to be made. Here, there wouldn't really be any money to be made in selling plasma because it would be the government that would have to regulate paying for it. So that's probably why it's illegal. Very interesting. Interesting. Works both ways because they have to pay for that. That's what I'm saying. You get paid to give up. You get paid to give up your blood. Pay when you buy it. Are prescriptions free in Canada? Depends on the prescription. A lot of times, no. Canada is still like, when we say that we have free healthcare, it should be noted that Canada's quote unquote free healthcare is ranked like near the bottom of all of the first world countries. We only get to feel good about having free healthcare because it's often compared to the States. Like if we compared our free healthcare to Sweden or France, we would be embarrassed. So our prescriptions are sometimes free, sometimes not, sometimes it's a copay. And sometimes it's like not covered at all. And sometimes the government covers the like non-branded name of a drug and not the branded names. So if you have like a prescription for a special prescription drug, if a non-branded version of that drug is available, or a generic version, I should say, if a generic version of that drug is available, then your prescription will automatically be changed to that. You need to pay for like the non-generic one. Which is why for a lot of us, like, we need to still have healthcare coverage through work, or pay for our own healthcare coverage. But we are covered for a lot of stuff that Americans aren't. Like, we don't pay for hospital or ambulance visits. We don't pay for x-rays, don't pay for ultrasounds, don't pay for childbirth. Sweden is terrible. You're Swedish. I mean, is it so... I don't think that it's terrible, terrible, terrible. I've been to Sweden. I have Swedish friends. I think that Europe as a whole has like very, very strong healthcare expectations compared to North America, where like North America, having anything more than just being shit out of luck, you're on your own for the costs of all of the healthcare stuff, is kind of considered a win. The real kicker is that you're donating plasma to pay off medical expenses. Nah, that's crazy. You see, that's where it becomes predatory. You end up with people who are in a position where like $70 to $100 matters, and if they can go and donate twice a week, like, that's actually a lot of money. You're getting paid $140 US a week just to go and donate plasma. Like, for a lot of people, that could be make or break, right? Difference between like not breaking even and just breaking even could super easily be whatever, $450 a month for sure. Yes, I consider myself lucky because I broke all of the bones in my lower leg. I almost said leg, but I didn't break my femur, but I broke my tibia, my fibia, cracked my heel, and broke the cartilage in my ankle in half. Or three? I think it's split like a pie. I think it's in 3 pieces. So my cartilage is in 3 pieces, my tibia and my fibia were broken, and my heel was cracked. And they had to fly a specialist surgeon in from Alberta to do the surgery. And you might think, well, Alberta's in Canada, that can't be that far. It's like a 4-hour or 5-hour flight. So they like overnighted this surgeon to do the surgery for my leg. And it cost us nothing. I paid like $80 because I wanted a waterproof cast instead of a regular cast. I don't even know what something like that would cost in the States. In the States, maybe I would just not be walking. For a lot of it still break, you pay $800 a month on your health. Yeah. Yeah, it's a messed up system. I don't know. I don't know what else I can contribute to the conversation other than it's a messed up system. And I hope that everybody who's here is able to navigate it in some way that doesn't leave them out on their ass. I just consider myself lucky living in a country where breaking all of the bones in my leg didn't end up with like generational debt. Could anybody even begin to like estimate what flying a specialist surgeon in from a 4-hour flight away and then like a 3.5-hour surgery would cost in America? I don't even know if I want to know, because I know that even starting by getting x-rays, it's like $1,000 or something. I broke my hand. Shiny Collector was there. I broke my hand when I was in Boston. And I'm like, I'm not paying $1,000 for x-rays. We can get x-rays for free at home. How did I break my hand? Well, have you ever seen those arcade games where you have to punch really hard to get a high score to show that you're, you got like big arm muscles and you're a tough guy? Well, I was at a barcade in Boston. I think, what was it called? Lucky Pin? I think that's where we were. We were at Lucky Pin or Lucky Strike. It was something like that in Boston. And they have a big red sticker on the side of the punching arcade machine that says, "Do not kick." And I was like, guys, check me out, check me out, check me out. And then I tried to kick it and I like tipped my foot on it, but then my lower foot, which is no longer on the ground. So one foot hit the machine, other foot not on the ground. Next part of the body to make contact with the floor was my hand, and I fractured my scaphoid, which is apparently what I learned, one of like the most common breaks, but also potentially one of the most dangerous, because the scaphoid bone is like the bone right here in your hand. It's kind of the break you get when you break a fall with your hand outstretched. And they're like extremely prone to healing in ways that make it extremely difficult. Like they like limit your range of motion in your hand and your wrist. I got super lucky. The break was clean. Bone stayed exactly where it was supposed to be. And I think it ended up being like a 3-month heal time or something. That is how I did it. Luckily for me, I didn't get my x-rays in America, walked it off, got an x-ray when we got home to Canada, and paid $80 for a waterproof cast and $20 for parking. You think it's misleading to say we have free healthcare in Scandinavia? We pay some of the highest taxes and still need to pay for medical bills, doctor visits, mental health care services. So, that's like exactly the problem that exists in Canada. And it's also why arguing that like, oh, we have free healthcare can be such a detrimental argument. It's like, what is the definition of free healthcare? Maybe I don't know, because it doesn't actually exist in Canada either. Mental health services are extremely expensive here. And I've tried going through the route of like seeing what the free mental health care services in Canada are like. And I believe that the wait time ended up being something like 8 months to speak to somebody for a consultation, not a doctor. Just speak to somebody whose job was pretty much to like gather the information. I waited another 5 months to speak with a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist's prescription for me was that he thinks that I'm too hard on myself. So that was a very useful endeavor. I learned that the free system for mental health services in Canada is almost entirely useless. Don't they just tell you to eventually die in Canada if you're broke? No. It's not like that in Canada. There are some things that can end up being extremely expensive, but not to the same extent as in America. And I don't think I know of anybody personally who's been put into a position where the option is just to die because they have no money. Does my arm feel different? No, it's all like healed now. It's fine. Like, as I said, I got super lucky with where the break was. The break and the heal were as clean as they could be. Oh, sorry. I'm just reading. Shiny Switz said it would be like 1 million or so. Got hit by a truck. Leg, arm, ribs, hip. Eventually his ear bones broken. Almost 1.3 million bill the truck driver had to pay. So it sounds like he had like a lot more broken bones than I did. Maybe I wouldn't be 1 million. But yeah, we would be looking at like, oh, 1 million Canadian maybe. You just stop shiny hunting Groudon due to your wrist. So that's one of the reasons that like I actually love the wave bridge setup and I very rarely piano shiny hunt. I think that like running 8 systems at once with your fingers all stretched to their maximum limit is just asking for repetitive strain injuries at this point. We're all too old to be piano hunting. Piano hunting's a young man's game. That's why we're all on the controller mods in 2027. What's the hunt? Golduck something? Yeah, we're trying to get Golduck in the Safari Zone. There's an under-leveled Golduck that exists in Ruby and Sapphire that can be as low as level 25. The only problem is it only spawns in the 1% encounter slot as a 1 in 16 chance. So it's an extremely, extremely rare Pokemon. If we look here, we just did 58 encounters and we see a grand total of 0 under-leveled Golducks, which means that the odds are if we find a shiny, it's just going to be a Psyduck. Elon Musk brain chip shiny hunting. Hey Grok, spawn shiny Golduck. How are you doing, Gabe? Got any cool cards recently? I picked these up yesterday, or when did they come in? They came in on Sunday night, I think. Ooh. You might appreciate these, and I think you'd probably be able to identify them pretty easily. I thought these were cool, so I ordered a few sets of them. This is like the Chinese 5th anniversary card set. So you got cards from the Sun and Moon era, the GX cards. We got Sword and Shield era, the VMAX and V-Star cards, and then some of the Scarlet Violet era cards. Some EX cards, including Charizard. Doing good, reconstructed your life a little bit, taking an official break from university and fully living on cards for a bit now. Are you fully living on like buying and selling cards, or is it mostly just selling cards to kind of keep up to date with paying everything? Saw your Instagram reel. How come that this shiny is so hard to get? So we're looking for not just a regular Psyduck, but an under-leveled Golduck. So Golduck evolves at level 33. And there is a level 25 Golduck that exists. But it only spawns in the 1% encounter slot. And there is a 1 in 16 chance that if you encounter the 1% encounter slot, it will be a level 25 Golduck, because the level range is level 25 to 32. So that's why this one is so difficult to get. It's basically a 1 in 16 of a 1%. We repel trick away 40% of the Psyducks, so I think it's like a 1 in 1200 or so encounter chance just to find the level 25. And then we're shiny hunting with 1 in 7,620 shiny odds because I have a white Pokeblock in the Pokeblock feeder. So overall, the odds work out to somewhere in the ballpark of about like 1 in 8.7 million. How many shiny Psyduck have we caught so far? Yo, Honest Beans?
Beans has joined
Hottest.
the lab.
Not honest. Hottest Beans. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. My name is Professor Rex. If you're just joining us, we're shiny hunting on 33 Game Cubes and 25 Wiis today. For Psyducks, so far this week, we've found 3, and I believe last Safari week, I would need to kind of like check my footage, but I think last Safari week we ended up with 5. So I think we're at like 8 Psyducks so far. How does the Pokeblock affect odds? Okay, LJ, since I don't think you were here when I explained it the last time, let me give you some like questions. Take your time, answer them, and then we'll figure it out. Okay, so how many Pokemon IDs exist? Do you know? The Pokemon ID is a randomly generated 32-bit number. So how many possible Pokemon IDs exist? You're going to have to catch it too. This is quite a nuts challenge. So luckily, the white Pokeblock we have in the feeder has a 99.16% chance of generating a nature that would end up being neutral to a spicy or bitter. I think it's a spicy Pokeblock. So 80% of the time, the Pokeblock will trigger, which means that 80% of the time we have a 99.16% chance of the Pokeblock, the spicy Pokeblock being neutral. The rest of the time, there is a 1 in 5 chance of the Pokeblock being liked and a 1 in 5 chance of it being disliked. So 3 in 5 chance of it being neutral as well. So there's a very good chance of there being a neutral thrown Pokeblock when we throw our spicy Pokeblock. If you throw a neutral Pokeblock at a wild Pokemon in the Hoenn Safari Zone, it brings its flee rate from 3, which is equivalent to 15%, down to 0, which is equivalent to 0% chance per turn to flee. So, if we get lucky enough to throw a neutral Pokeblock, we only need to deal with the 15% chance for the Pokemon to flee on the first turn. So the success rate of catching a Golduck is something like 82.1%. So there's still that like 18 or so % chance that we fail it. But if we do encounter it, the odds of catching it are quite high, which is nice. Definitely different than like Fire and Leaf Green, where catching it is a lot of the difficulty. Here, encountering it is a lot of the difficulty. PID has 65,536 chances. So there's actually 4.3 billion PIDs. It's like 4,294,000,000 something 100,000, blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of PIDs, but the number of PIDs is 2 to the power of 32. How many natures are there? And actually the 65536 will be a number that comes into play later anyways. So how many natures are there? Mainly selling, also buying a bit more of like smart buys. Not a fan of vendor stuff with buying at 80% quick flip. Not a fan. Doesn't help you, doesn't help the community. Yeah, I've sold a couple of cards on eBay recently, but like I've had a couple of people are like, "Yo, bro, do you vend?" And I'm like, "What? Is that like?" I've been getting that DM as a card seller on eBay. I'm like, no. What kind of cringe question is this? Do you vend? You're lying to me, and that's ugly. Okay, well, there's 25 different natures. 25. It's 25, I think, right? Pretty sure. It's not 26. Yeah, 25 natures. Yes, yes, yes. 25. Okay. So if there is 4.3 billion possible PIDs, the total number of shiny PIDs that exist per save file is actually exactly 65,536. Every save file, every combination of trainer ID and secret ID has exactly 65,536 PIDs that can be shiny. Now, what's the problem with 65,536 PIDs and 25 natures? Anybody from the class know? Also, not divisible. Exactly. You cannot evenly divide 65536 by 25, which means, as a bare bones proof, every trainer ID, secret ID has an uneven distribution of some form of natures. So every trainer ID, secret ID combination out there, or every TSV, has more of one nature than another. At the very least, there has to be at least one more of one nature than there is another. What's really interesting is some TSVs actually have like much bigger gaps than they should. And the reason for that is that natures are determined by the Pokemon ID. So the TSV that I'm running, 8191, has like way more calm natures than it realistically should if everything was like evenly distributed. And because of that, when I'm using a Pokeblock that gives me a higher chance of encountering a calm Pokemon, my shiny rates are dramatically affected. So this Pokeblock gives me shiny rates of 1 in 7,620.5. Unless you know yours and did the math on each game, how do you know which block boosts and worsens your odds? So, you do need to do the math on all of them. That is 100% true. Exclamation point synchronize. Exclamation point synchronize. Exclamation point Pokeblock. Exclamation point. Thing. 1 second, let me get the link for you. Professor X's main page. Unknown, shiny, multi-hunting. Wait a minute. Oh, probabilistic, TID versus natures. There we go. Here it is. Okay. Here you go. So if you know your trainer ID and your secret ID at LJ, if you put those two numbers into the tool that I just linked here, it will actually tell you which Pokeblocks are the absolute best Pokeblocks for shiny hunting, as well as what your shiny odds will be for using Synchronize or Everstone. It will also tell you what your shiny odds would be in Emerald if you were using Pokeblocks and Synchronize. And we'll also tell, so like you can use this to figure out what Pokeblock should I use for the best possible shiny rate, what synchronizer should I use for the best possible shiny rate. You did the math, didn't you? You sick bastard. That's so much math. Yeah. It is. And it's like, so it has the stats. I need to make it pretty. At some point, the goal is to make that pretty and make like a full proper video about it. But that is no matter what trainer ID, secret ID you have, you put those in, it'll give you your TSV and it'll tell you exactly what like the best synchronizer and what the best Pokeblocks are for you. Here, I might as well just demonstrate it. Let me go ahead and demonstrate this for everybody because I think it's cool. I'm biased, but I think it's cool. So, if we go to the Rex's Synchronize Shiny Odds Calculator, the trainer ID that we're using today is 73, and then I believe that our secret ID is 65546 or something like that. Let me check here. 655. Oh, sorry. No, it can't be. 65436. Is that right? 65446? 51. 49. I forget exactly what the number is. 58. There we go. So we're using a TID of 73 and a secret ID of 65,458. This gives us a trainer shiny value, or a TSV, of 8,191. And if we look here, if we are synchronizing for bold, timid, or modest, our effective shiny rate is 1 in 7,825. Because if we were only encountering bold, timid, or modest Pokemon, our shiny rate would be 1 in 7,489. But since Synchronize has a 50% chance to trigger, our shiny rates are actually 1 in 7,825. But if we scroll down, we can go to Pokeblocks, and this is where things get interesting. This is what we're using. We're using the 5, 10, 15, 25 Pokeblock. I made it using the 3-player recipe of a Wepair, Magos, and Palm Tree Berry. And then I guess I need to press this button again to load that back up. I need to make this prettier, as I said. Anyways, so here, if we use the 5, 10, 15, 20 white Pokeblock, the effective Pokeblock rate, as we can see, okay, is 1 in 7,620. And if we were to merge that white Pokeblock with Synchronize, we would be able to get shiny odds of 1 in 7,554, which I do believe is like the best shiny rates you can get in Gen 3. There are some like kind of other weird things. If we go to shiny rates for forced genders, you kind of get like very strange things. There's the forced male, 1-to-1 forced male here. It's like it gets really weird, but there's like a forced male hardy Caesar in Pokemon Colosseum. So I guess actually that one might be better. The forced male hardy Shadow Caesar might be the best. 1 in 7,481. But I need to like prettyify all of this research because it is pretty messed up. Let me look this up. Caesar Shadow Colosseum. I think it's forced male hardy. Oh, hasty. Forced male hasty. Forced male hasty. 1 in 7,755 is the best shiny rate you can get for Caesar. But then there's also the other two forced gender ones. It's like very strange. It is interesting that kind of like no matter what you do, if you're shiny hunting any of the shadow e-reader card Pokemon, your shiny rates are never exactly 1 in 8192. Like if we go here, your shiny rate can be 1 in 819 1.752 or a 1 in 8192.572, but it's never like exactly 1 in 8192. And if you get unlucky with your trainer ID, secret ID, you could end up with shiny rates as bad as 1 in 8,760. And like there would be no real way to know if you're shiny hunting at 1 in 8,760 or 1 in 7,755. It's like a very, very, very strange quirk of natures and PIDs both playing a factor in how the Pokemon are generated and how they're whether or not they're shiny. LJ says, like, I remember back in like 2017 trying to explain to people that synchronize would hypothetically affect odds since your games would be bound to have more or less shinies for certain natures. I mean, the proof for it is super easy. Beta Rat, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. Yeah, the proof for it is super easy. Every save file has 65,536 possible shiny PIDs. 65,536 is, no matter what you do, not divisible by 25. There are no save files that exist that have even distributions of all natures. How do you get into collecting Pokemon and making money while doing it? Well, I can definitely help with the how to get into collecting Pokemon. The making money while doing it part is something that I think is still questionable at best here in the lab. I think that we've gotten good at spending money. Making money while selling cards. I don't know. My girlfriend and I are currently running an experiment to see whether or not Rex could project what the market would end up doing. Your shiny senses were tingling. Your shiny senses were tingling. You knew. You knew that Synchronized and Everstone weren't quite full odds. Yeah, so my girlfriend and I are running an experiment to see whether or not Professor Rex is able to figure out what the market is going to end up doing. Space Emily, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Thank you for the good luck. Good luck on the good duck. I appreciate it. Let's get a Who's That Pokemon running just for funsies.
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay. Yes. My theory is that Rayquaza cards are going to go up when the Rayquaza set comes out. My second theory is that the Classic Collection cards are going to go up when the Classic Collection from the 30th anniversary comes out. So my prediction right now of a card that has the single highest opportunity for growth is Rayquaza number 85. It's both a Rayquaza, and I think that Rayquaza is going to go up in value over the next year and a bit. I think that like the Rayquaza TCG set is likely to increase Rayquaza's value, and I think that a re-release of Pokemon Emerald on the Nintendo Switch is likely to increase Rayquaza's card value. Rayquaza 85 is being re-released during the 30th anniversary as a promo, and I think that the combination of Rayquaza going up and the 30th anniversary Rayquaza's being released means that Rayquaza EX number 85 is the most likely to go up in value. I'm getting a spam call here. Hello? 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 Man. Yes, hello. Sorry about that.
My mic was on mute. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It happens to the best of us.
So my name is okay. No problem. So, my name is Jeffrey Adams, and I'm calling you from Rogers Communications. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing okay. Thank you for giving me a call. I was actually just thinking about contacting Rogers. I'm with TELUS right now for my phone, and I was thinking about changing my plan out.
Okay, no problem. So I can offer you the same plan, which is only $25. The same plan is 200 gigabytes of internet, unlimited calls, unlimited text, all over the USA, Canada, and Mexico, and 1,000 international calling minutes. And this same plan will cost you only $20 per month. Sounds good to you, sir?
Yeah, the only thing is right now, my phone actually, I already have 512 gigabytes on my phone.
No, but if the gigabyte, the internet, like roaming data, like 200 gigs of roaming data.
But I already have 512 on my phone. Like, my phone can store 512, so...
No problem. No problem. So, I'll transfer the line to my senior supervisor, so they will proceed further for your orders, and they will give you a better SIM plan in only $25 per month. Just a second, please, and hold the line.
Okay, thank you. How much time does everybody here want to waste? I'll let chat decide. Would you rather me go back to talking about Pokemon shiny rates, or are you guys okay for us to waste some scammers' times? Hi, how are you doing today?
Thank you so much for holding your line.
Thank you.
I'm fine, thank you. You have a little bit late regarding the SIM plan. I need just $20 per month, sir. Am I right?
Yeah, they were saying that they could get me, I think, $200 of unlimited data in US and Mexico. But I was saying that one of $200 of unlimited data. The problem I was having.
200 gigs.
Right. Okay.
200 gigs of data.
Okay. Sorry about that. It's for $25 per month.
No problem.
But I was saying one of the concerns that I have is I actually have one of the 512 gigabyte phones. And I don't know if I get a 200 gigabyte plan, is that like a downgrade for me? Do I need to like go down my phone, or is like, can I use my 512 gigabytes of phone for just 200 gigabytes of data? Sorry. No, I just to confirm. And also the phone plan that I have right now, I made it so that it's just 3G. Is your phone plan a 5G phone plan? Or is it like an LTE? Is it No, I was wondering, is it possible for me to get a 3 well, TELUS is associated with Rogers, isn't it? Right. But no, I just wanted you to help me with like one of my questions, though.
Yeah. I will help you all. First of all, you have to help me with your email. What is your email?
No, I just wanted to know, because like I don't want to waste your time pulling up my account and everything if you can't do this for me. I was just wondering if it's possible to have a 3G phone plan with Rogers, because I was sticking with TELUS right now because I didn't want to have 5G, because I think that like I don't really want my kids to be around the 5G wave bands. I think that you've probably heard. So you can get me a 3G phone plan with Rogers? And then is there any discount if I go to a 3G phone plan instead? He hung up. That guy was not very cooperative. He was like super on top of the like, we have to get this guy's email right now. Yo, Jenny, what's cooking? How's it going? Thank you for the subscription to the Professor's Lab. We're doing good. We're just vibing, hanging out. We got that Prime sub?
Spooky hit us up with
You're
that
streaming like 4 times a week and you were walking around with a Prime sub. Thank you. Can't hear over the music. Oh, shoot. Music's too loud. Sorry about that. He also hung up on us. He was very to the point. He was like, we're going to get this guy's email right now. Usually I can keep them on the line a lot longer by just asking stupid fucking questions. Some of my favorite questions are like, do you have any phones that don't have 5G? Also, we got to get, somebody needs to get this. Who's that Pokemon? Let me give y'all a hint. This is a legendary electric type Pokemon. It's just sitting there. Nobody's guessed the Thunder Pokemon, the legendary electric type. Was I talking to a scammer? Yeah. Yeah, that was just... I get cold called by scammers far too often. I don't know why. I think it's because I pick up unknown callers because I think it's funny. But you would think that eventually one scammer would like report, do not call this number. He'll waste 30 minutes of your time. That guy was not having any of it. Keckler. Thank you for the follow.
The lab has grown.
Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. Also, to answer the question of me having kids, I don't have kids. I was just wasting the scammers' time. I think that it's some of my favorites, if it's phone scammers, is to hit them with like the my phone is 512 gigabytes, so I think that if you give me a 100 gigabyte phone plan, like I don't know why I would need to downgrade my phone. I like hitting them with the, do you have any phone plans that aren't 5G? Because then you can hit them with like the like you ask them, you're like, you've heard about like what 5G can do to you, right? And then they'll just agree with you. They'll be like, yeah, no, we totally get it. We'll put you on a 3G phone plan. I'll be like, and like I won't have any 5G coming into my house, right? And they'll say yes. Another one is they always try to, a lot of times they'll try to offer you like the newest phone. They'll say things like, we can get you on a new iPhone 17 Pro Max. And then I hit them with like the, oh, well, I'm using an iPhone 6 Plus because I don't like the phones with the like the AI in it. Do you have any of the phones that don't have AI inside of them? And then you just kind of like go around in circles on that until eventually they hang up.
Bushando Rex has joined the lab.
Bushando Rex. Excuse me, pause chat. How old is this account? Do we just have another standard Rex here? Are the kids coming soon? I mean, realistically, I think that like as time, the sands of time wear down, the plan will be kids within or the end of 2028. I think that like in a perfect world, twins before the end of 2028 would be amazing. I would love that. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to see. I'm almost to the point where like content is making enough money to pretty well be a full-time job. It's like making almost minimum wage. And I'm trying to really like clean up my work schedule around all of it to the point that like it's not just minimum wage and I'm locking in sponsors and stuff. Was just thinking the same thing. Bushando Rex, nice to meet another Rex. If you're new here, my name is Professor Rex. Great to have you here. Miss Rainbow Sparkles said, just saw the setup on Twitter and man, it's impressive. If you have questions about the setup, it's like crazier than you might expect. The Twitter 40 seconds does not do it justice for what it actually is. It's really good. It's like getting close. You're planning to have kids sometimes mid to late 2028 too. Gonna be an awful arc for us. Yeah, we gotta have George lock in too, LJ. Can our kids be cousins? Can our kids like consider each other cousins? I've always wanted to have friends that end up having kids at the same time as me so that they can all be cousins. But all of my friends have girlfriends that are like, I don't want to have kids. I think one of them will eventually wear them down, but not all of them. But I think that like ever since I was quite young, one of my big goals is I've wanted to, you know, leave part of my impact on the world as just being a really good father. So based off of the way that timing works, if they're going to be my kids, it needs to be fairly soon. But it could potentially be other people's kids anytime in the future. George Thompson, you're on YouTube, so I think you're allowed to say that. Let me get a picture here. There we go. I'm gonna send this to the group chat just so George knows that we were talking about him and that we love him. You can't have kids, unfortunately. Well, just because you can't physically produce kids yourself doesn't mean you can't have kids. Like, adoption is an entirely correct, what's the word I'm trying to find? Entirely valid pathway to having your own kids. And as somebody who doesn't get along with everybody that I'm blood related to, I think that there's nothing that specifically says that your kids and your family have to be blood related to you. You can choose who your family members are. Blood doesn't really mean anything. Oh, no. Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon XD music, some of the best music in the entire franchise. You can't have kids, but you've always wanted to adopt to give a kid a second chance. I mean, I think that if you watch Meet the Robinsons, that should be all you need to do. Just watch Meet the Robinsons. You'll be like, yeah, I can adopt. It'll be a beautiful thing to do. Jenny likes the idea of adoption. I mean, I think that it's really strange in North America, and I've talked to my friends about this in the past, where like adopting a child though is an extremely, extremely difficult and arduous task overall. Like the background checks and the verification checks that your household is suitable and this and that and this and that. Like it's extremely difficult to get approved to be somebody that can adopt a child, which I get it. It's important, right? You want those kids to be going to a good home. But my friend who lives in the UK ended up finding that it was actually cheaper to pay for a surrogate and a egg donor than it was to go through the process of attempting to adopt their own child. Oh, you literally can't take care of a child. That is also fine. There's so many other ways you can give back. I used to be the head coach of the Special Olympics swim team where I live. And Special Olympics, or like any special needs program like Precious Minds or whatever you have in the country that you live in, are always looking for more volunteers. And they're also looking for volunteers that are like differently abled. They're looking for people who might be able to relate to the young kids with different abilities in ways that able-bodied people might not be able to. Like if you can't have kids of your own, but you still want the same fulfillment of giving back, volunteering your time with special needs programs is like one of the most fulfilling things I've ever done. I think that of all of the things that I've done in my life, that one is probably the one that made me like cry tears of joy on the highest number of occasions. Yeah, it was a cool life stage. I think that it's a life stage that I'm going to go back to at some point. The only problem was the team that I was coaching needed somebody that could be there every single week without fail. And with the amount of traveling that I do, like being there for an unpaid volunteer job every week without fail was just, it was a really big ask. And the assistant coach that was like hired underneath of me couldn't coach by themselves. If they were left by themselves, they couldn't handle it. So like for me, if the assistant coach wasn't there, it was fine. I didn't really need them there. I was able to handle the entire pool without anybody. But for them, it was like if I wasn't physically there at the pool, they just couldn't handle the coaching of the entire pool of swimmers. And it just ended up being that it was like, I can't be here every single Tuesday without fail. I travel too much, so it just wasn't something that worked anymore, which was really disappointing. But I think that there's many, many years ahead of me, and I'll definitely go back there. Like there's a 0% chance, I think, that at another stage in my life, I'm not back coaching Special Olympics swimming. But there's a really, my brother and I have a very interesting idea in our minds right now, actually. My brother and I have been heavily contemplating opening an arcade in our hometown, and he'll definitely be on stream later on this week to talk about it. But 'cause he's getting on a plane soon. He's coming back from Indonesia. He'll be home in the near future. And oh, Bashando's a special education teaching assistant. You see, it's such like an honorable job. It really is. And I hope that it's fulfilling for you. It's an extremely difficult job. It requires like a very specific skill set and a specific amount of patience. But the thing that I loved doing as a Special Olympics swim coach was giving the athletes the opportunity to be treated like athletes and not like special needs athletes. That was the thing that I took the most pride in, was I got down to their level, but I didn't put them anywhere beneath being an athlete. They were like athletes first and foremost. And they were special needs athletes only in terms of like tailoring their practices to what their abilities were. And I think that like I think that that's something that a lot of people with special needs do not get, or people who are differently abled don't get a lot of opportunities for in their life, is being treated like just being treated equally. If they're there to swim, they're there to swim. Do I still go to swimming? I'll be 100% honest. I'm overweight at the moment, and I've felt like really self-conscious about being at the pool. So I've been running almost every day in hopes of like bringing the weight back down and then being back in the pool. But I don't know. I haven't been moderating my weight very well. And I think that like, it is one of those things that goes along with having like manic and depressive episodes, is wild fluctuations in weight. But I'm working on it. My girlfriend and I are actually both working on it. We've been hitting the gym every day, almost every day, and running every day. So it's good. Yo, Subjugation. Thank you for the follow.
Followed and the lab has grown.
Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. Do I have bipolar? I mean, not diagnosed. I'm diagnosed with BDSP. Nope, that's Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. DDP. No, it doesn't even start with a B. DDPR. Dissociative. Why can't I have so many acronyms in here right now? One second. DPDR, that's what it is. As soon as I tried to like started typing it, DPDR, depersonalization derealization disorder. But that one is like far more under control than when I was in my early 20s. But that being said, like I am not entirely immune to having just really, really bad days or weeks. And sometimes the problem with exercise especially is it's like so much easier to give yourself an excuse to skip than it is to like stay consistent. Like it's really easy to accept an excuse to not go do something, and way harder to stay consistent. So I don't know. It's tricky. I love running. I get a runner's high. I love running. It's been difficult these last couple of weeks because it's been insanely hot. So I've been running in the evenings, but in the evenings, the bugs are extremely bad. And then this week it's been rainy. So it's like I've been running, but it's wet and muddy and not as fun. I don't know. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're building our way back up. But summers suck. Well, winters suck too. The reason I'm overweight right now is because I gave myself way too much leniency throughout the winter. And then like that also stacks on top of the fact that last summer my arm was broken for like 2.5 months of the summer. So that gave up like a lot of the early spring run time. You like winter more, you're more motivated than instead of in the summer. I like being outside to exercise. That's why like the summer works better for me. We just went through the break story, but I tried kicking a punching arcade game while I was really drunk in Boston, and I fell and broke my scaphoid. Broke my wrist / hand, whatever the bones that are kind of like part wrist, part hand. A big dumb move. But I got lucky with that one. Your work keeps you in shape. You see, that's great. I think that my problem is my work does the exact opposite. Sitting and shiny hunting for 3 hours is exact opposite of keeping me in shape. One thing that I've been trying to do, and that I'm going to try to commit to a little bit heavier, is when I'm editing or script writing, under desk treadmill. I have a power treadmill. I need to commit to genuinely making it so that when I'm at my desk, I'm like using the walking treadmill and I'm standing, because my posture is getting quite bad. And like my posture used to be immaculate. My posture used to be so good that people would compliment that first of all of the other things about me. They'd be like, wow, you have a really good posture. I actually remember, I think it was like one of the first dates I ever went on. We were walking from like the park back to my house to watch a movie. And they're like, wow, you have amazing posture. I used to pride myself on that. Now I have standard gamer slouch. Gamer slouch with gamer gunk everywhere. Gamer gunker ginger. Must have been such a bad fall. I mean, that's what happens when like a 200-pound person lands on their hand on concrete. I try to have good posture. It's getting worse. Let me posture check myself right now. Let me turn that on. Why don't we power on the viewer rewards? Viewer rewards, channel points. Here we go. Where's the default posture check? Oh, it's not there anymore. Okay, let's add a posture check channel point reward. Add new custom reward. Posture check. That's one of the most common Twitch ones. 100, and we'll do this every 4 minutes. There we go. It's tough sometimes as an adult to get the motivation going. It's tough when you're young. It's tough when you're old. I don't know if any of it gets much easier. But my girlfriend's actually been having a huge amount of success. She's trying to cut junk food out of her diet. She's been hitting the gym every day, and she's just saying that She has just way more energy and motivation right now. And I don't know. It's like I think my problem is between letting myself slip on diet, letting myself slip on exercise. I'm just at a lower base metabolism right now. And having a lower metabolism just means you have less energy to work with. So one thing that does help. Okay, we got a posture check. Ears, shoulders, hips. Let me get this. Okay. Where were we before I got posture checked? Oh, yeah. You don't slip on exercise, but Taco Bell always be calling to you. I think I have an addiction to milk. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows I got a milk addiction, right? But the milk addiction is only sustainable if I'm burning enough calories to make up for like an intake of like 500 to 1,000 milliliters of milk every day. If the caloric deficit isn't there, then the milk adds up. Have I failed any shinies? If so, how many? So far, since Friday, we've failed 4 from running away by accident because I didn't see them in time before I hit run. And 1 because it fled out of 11. So we failed 5 out of 11. Milk at Wonderland. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. For those that don't know, one of the worst experiences I've ever put anybody through is poor Chuki was sitting across from me at the Viking at Canada's Wonderland. It's a ride that kind of goes up and around and then back down and up and around and upside down and back down and up and around and upside down. And I had just drank a bunch of milk and eaten a bunch of blueberries. So I was full of milk and blueberries. And then the ride ended. And I was like, I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of here right now. And they took so long to come and unbuckle us that I ended up throwing up on myself. And I don't know who else caught any side puke. It was not a great day. That was brutal. That was the day that I learned that my body had, so you got to reposture. That was the day I learned that my body was no longer a theme park enjoyer. When I was younger, I used to go to Canada's Wonderland, which is like one of our biggest theme parks in Canada. And I would just get on a ride and we would go on like a weekday and just stay on that same ride for like 5 rides because there was not enough people. They'd just let you stay on without getting back in line. We would just ride and ride and ride. And I was totally able to do it. And when I was in high school, I worked an office job while I worked as office manager for the pool that I worked at. So I spent a lot of time just like in the front office, and when nobody was there, I wasted a lot of time just spinning my chair in circles and circles and circles. So I've never had a weak stomach until whatever that was, summer 2023. I think it must have been summer 2022 or 2023 is when I learned that my stomach no longer agrees with theme parks. 45K, is that total or just unlucky? So it's total. We're at 45,000 encounters for these 3 Psyducks. We've got 3 Psyducks and 45,000 encounters. And we got 8 shinies on Friday and 22,000 encounters. The autistic yearn for spinning. Oh yeah, I used to do it all the time. It actually drove my dad crazy. If I was wearing socks, I would like do a run and slide and then a spin every time I went like around a corner. Run, slide, spin around the corner. Run, slide, spin. And when I was a lifeguard, so much of the sliding on the pool deck, barefoot sliding on the pool deck, but many spins. But yeah, so that was the day that I learned that my stomach couldn't handle park rides. And then I went with my ex-girlfriend back to Canada's Wonderland. And we went on Test Track, which is one of the smaller roller coasters that we have at Canada's Wonderland. But it's fast, takes like hard corners, and goes up and down a lot. And I went on that ride, and then right after it ended, I like threw up off the back seat of the coaster, and then got off and then threw up in the corner on the ground a bunch while my girlfriend was laughing at me. And then I thought, okay, well, I just threw up so much. I just threw up for like 4 minutes. My stomach must be empty, right? And then this is where it gets really bad, because having an entirely empty stomach is not a great thing. So I drank some water. And I was like, well, my stomach is empty. Like, there's no way I'm going to throw up again. We went on the Behemoth. And the Behemoth is like one of the biggest roller coasters at Canada's Wonderland. Not the biggest anymore, but it for a long while, it was like one of the biggest roller coasters, or the biggest roller coaster at Canada's Wonderland. Big coaster. And we were sitting somewhere in the middle. And after one of the big drops, my stomach got upset and I threw up once again. Now, luckily at this point, there's nothing left. It's just water. I've just replaced water with my stomach. Or my stomach is just full of water. But the ride ends. My girlfriend looks over to me and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I just put my fingers on my lips. I'm like, yes, shush. Because at that moment, somebody starts yelling and complaining. They're like, "Oh my God, that's so gross. Did somebody spit? Was somebody spitting while the roller coaster ride was going?" So I was just dead silent. Did not say a word. Just looked at my girl. I was like, shush, shut up. And then we took the rest of the day. Oh no, I think we left early. Actually, we walked back to the entrance. We left early because I was so sick. We met a kid in the gift shop who loved Pokemon, and his mom took a picture of me with him because she was excited to meet a Pokemon YouTuber. And then we went and we got pho, and then that was that day. That was our day at the amusement park, and I felt so bad because my girlfriend was so excited to go to the amusement park. I felt so bad for ruining it, and she said that honestly, all of the puking kind of made it very memorable, and it was really funny. So anyways, that's my story of going to amusement parks. That's why I don't really like jump at the idea of going to amusement parks anymore. I can do, let's see, Ferris wheels, that's fine. Maybe kiddie coasters, but the need for speed, it's not in there anymore in the same way that it used to be. I need to be in control. Like the F1. So I used to work as a car salesman for Ford, and the Mach-E, which is their electric SUV, and the F-150 Lightning, the torque and acceleration on them is way too much. And sometimes you would get absolute dickheads on test drives that were just like gunning it. And they genuinely made me feel like sick. But I've never experienced that when I'm driving. Like when I'm driving, it's fine. My stomach isn't upset in electric vehicles. So maybe if I was in a roller coaster, but I was driving, my stomach wouldn't get upset. And to answer your question about getting dizzy, it's not like, I don't think it's getting dizzy. Like sometimes, like I think I got dizzy when we went on the Yukon Gold or Yukon Striker or whatever. My stomach was, or my head was dizzy a little bit then, but I think that was because by that point in the day I was dehydrated because I had thrown up so much. But I wasn't like dizzy when I threw up the first times. So I don't know. It's just like my stomach is like, fuck you, I guess. But I've also like never been prone to it. So I used to be able to do coasters really well, but then when I used to competitively swim, like I would overheat and then throw up. So maybe it's sunstroke as well a little bit. Who knows? I used to, like, every time I started a run, I used to throw up, actually. Don't know. Bodies are weird. I'm not a pro. I haven't been since, I think, like, early summer 2023, I think was the last time I went. Because going to a theme park and throwing up just doesn't really jump out to me as something that's super exciting. Professor, how's the hunt? Beartic, how's the bunk TV shiny hunting going? This looks trippy. It is. It's one of the things I actually like about it the most. All of the systems at once look so wild, and it ends up kind of looking, I don't know, it's almost therapeutic seeing all of the little encounters showing up, right? Swear there's more screens than before. That would be correct. I think over the years, we've kind of gone from, I think the lowest I have a setup for right now would be like 25. When you first, like maybe the first time you rated me would have been like 12. And then it went up to 16. And then summer 2024, we went to 33. And then 58 is like the current kind of like setup maximum for what we have, which is 33 GameCubes and 25 Nintendo Wiis. Bunk TVs provide so much room for activities. Bunk TVs are magical. Yeah, if you want to see, let me just get these last ducks loaded up here. Do we still have the dog? Yeah, the dog's actually been my running buddy. I meant to say that the dog has probably been my biggest motivation to go running, because he'll just look at me really sad and start crying and be like, oh, I want to go for a run. He likes running. I think his sweet spot is probably like 8 kilometers though. 8K is his sweet spot. 10 he's complaining. 6 he's happy. 8 is like right there, good in the middle ground. So I've been doing more 8Ks than 10Ks this summer because he's older. No, he's like 6, I think. He's not old. It's more just like, it's really hot right now. Like if it was colder, it would probably be different, but he's a black dog and it's summer. So I like try to give him as much time as I can to let him go and lie in the creek, but like there's only so much I can do. Okay, so this is the original GameCube table. Back in the day, this would have had like 12 GameCubes on it, but we have maximized it to 21 GameCubes. And then we have, this is a Starlight Children's Foundation GameCube. So this is one of the GameCubes that would have been deployed in hospitals and was used by like kids to play games while they were having hospital stays. And then this is where the other GameCubes are. This is like the GameCube shelf where we have more GameCubes. It's 11 more. Yeah, 11 more GameCubes. And then the original Wii shelf is where there's 16 Wiis. Sorry, the Wi-Fi is bad today. And then we have a Wii kiosk that currently is just running stats for me. And then Wii shelf 2. So that's like our total of 25 Wiis, 33 GameCubes, and all of that all set up. Speaking of the Starlight Children's Foundation GameCube, though, if you haven't heard, next month, August 19th to 26th, the Professor's Lab is going to be running a charity event. Let me get the link for everybody. We're going to be raising money for the Starlight Children's Foundation. This is a charity that works with Nintendo to install gaming kiosks in hospitals all over the world, August 19th to 26th. And our goal is to raise 10,000 Canadian dollars because in February, me and a group of like my close friends lost one of our friends very abruptly, like a couple weeks before their 30th birthday. So I've spoken with the Starlight Children's Foundation Canada, and if we hit our fundraising goal of either 3,500 for one of the handheld kiosks or 10,000 for one of the full fun centers, we're going to be able to deploy a Starlight Children's Foundation Nintendo Switch kiosk with our friend Reggie Ultima's name on the side of it. So none of us were able to attend the funeral, but we're all kind of hoping that having his name, you know, commemorated, immortalized on a gaming system that's going to bring smiles to kids when they're like at their absolute lowest would be, I don't know, a good way for us to try and get some closure for the loss. So if any of you are like interested right now in potentially donating, the donation link is there in chat. I would love to kind of have, I'd love to have the numbers, you know, at like 10% of our goal before the charity event starts, because I think that it'll just mean that we'll feel so much more confident going into the week that we're going to be able to hit our goal. So right now there's a couple of different incentives available. Any donation over $1, you can have Professor Rex MS Paint any Pokemon of your choosing from memory. Any donation over $20, you will be able to get your hands on a Pokemon caught on one of the Nintendo or the Starlight Nintendo gaming kiosks. So on Friday of this week, so on the 24th, my brother and I are going to the Starlight Children's Foundation offices in Toronto. We're going to be interviewing the coordination or communications officer of Starlight Canada, and we're going to be spending a little bit of time catching Pokemon and playing on the Starlight kiosk. If you have any questions about the charity, about where the money goes, about what they do with it, any questions about the kiosks themselves, if you let me know right now, I'll write them down so that I have a few extra questions to ask the communications officer when I'm interviewing them on Friday. And then the goal will be, we're going to have an announcement video for the event out on the 30th. But I'm really looking forward to it. I think that there's already been a lot of good, positive responses to it so far. There was an article published on Bulba News for it, and there's a lot of people that are super interested in stuff. One thing that is already confirmed is Drew Works, who's a really cool electrical engineer kind of guy, is going to be printing and making a custom colored. Yo, that puts us over 400. Beartick, thank you. $25 dono. Okay, let me pull that up. Let me see if there's anything I have to organize for WP Beartick. Tiltify. Do we have to do a drawing for you? Dun. Sign in. Tiltify is weird. It signs me out every time. Okay. Dude, thank you so much. I think that like if we start the week at 1,000, I'm already feeling really, really positively about the amount of love we've gotten so far. Beartick is looking for a Pokemon on the Starlight system. So I actually got an interesting piece of info this morning. Originally, I thought it was only going to be Pokemon Scarlet and Violet that's available, but it sounds like I will probably be able to play Sword, Pokemon Legends ZA, and Pokemon Scarlet on the kiosks at the Starlight offices. So if you have a Pokemon that's kind of available early in any of those games, let me know, and I'll try to grab it for you. I can't guarantee anything. It is a random Pokemon caught on the Starlight, but whatever we can get wherever you can get Cubchoo or Beartick. Ooh, I think that Cubchoo is like DLC only in Scarlet, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get a Cubchoo or a Beartick. I could potentially get something like a... Yeah, because I think the only place that those are early... Yeah, the DLC, I think. Cubchoo is in Monteverna. Oh, that's true. Maybe if there's already a save file for Scarlet and Violet, I could try getting to Monteverna, but not sure. JDQ, yo, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support there, guys. The Starlight Children's Foundation is like it's a charity I've actually wanted to support for a really long time. One of the first times my brother and I ever played any console video game together was in a hospital. We played Spyro. What the heck? Guys. What the hell? Jenny, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Can't request the Terra Growlithe. If I find it, it's yours. I can't make any promises. If I find it in the time that I'm there, it's yours. I'm planning on being there pretty well from like 8 until 4. So I should have a few hours of playing any of the games. And my hope is to like catch a few Pokemon on each of the different games. Thank you for being fabulous. Wow. That's really sweet. Thank you. Let's see. Did we have any other rewards from anybody? Reward. Get a Pokemon caught on the Starlight system. Okay, Jenny, I'm going to need to figure out how to get that for you. JDQ, if you're here, did you also want a Starlight caught Pokemon? Because you didn't select it as a reward. I just want to make sure I don't miss out on getting you a Pokemon. LJ, I can definitely try to get you the Terra Growlithe. And then a couple of other cool notes about the event. I'm hosting it with my friend Venti, and I'm hosting it with my friend Canned Wolf Meat and our friend Kiki, as well as Shiny Ado, and Lol Lemons. All of us have picked out special Pokemon to collect ribbons on. The way that I actually met Regieltima was through the Pokemon Ribbon Master community. I joined the Pokemon Ribbon Master community in 2017, and I've been friends with Reggie pretty much since they joined in 2018, so 8 years. And one of the Pokemon that I'm going to be collecting ribbons on is one that they gifted me. It's not a shiny Drillbur, but a Drillbur from a glitched raid in Pokemon Sword that has Hydro Pump. Now, normally Drillbur can't learn Hydro Pump, and it was like a special Pokemon they caught for me and held on to for me for like 3 years before it was finally allowed to be traded in Pokemon Home. So that's the Pokemon that I'm going to be collecting ribbons on. And then a couple of other notes. Venti and LJ, the shiny collector, dude. Thank you. I will try my best to get you that that Starlight Terra Growlithe. No need. Appreciate you checking and organizing this. You guys are awesome. What did we just go up to that quickly? Holy moly. We're already like halfway to the goal of what I wanted before the event starts, and the event doesn't start for another like almost a month. I think that like when we hit the first goal, that $3,500 goal, I think I'm gonna like I'm crying just thinking about hitting it, but I think that I'm probably gonna cry a lot. Yeah, so first console gaming experience I actually remember with my brother was playing Spyro on a console in a hospital, and one of the first video games that my brother ever finished was Super Mario Galaxy on a Wii kiosk, like a Wii Starlight kiosk in a hospital at Sick Kids in Toronto. And then the reason that we have a Starlight Children's Foundation GameCube in the lab is because we agreed that if we ever saw one go up for sale, it would be like one of the most special consoles that we could get. So we saw one go up on Facebook Marketplace, and we were just like, we were like, the price doesn't even matter. It's like the sentimental value of something like this is so cool. Get a dab. Oh, rechecking the posture. You guys are all awesome though. Thank you all so much. That is so cool. So yeah, I'm going to be ribbon mastering my Drillbur. I'm also going to be collecting ribbons on the Pokemon that I actually joined the Pokemon Ribbon Master community for originally, which is my Shiny Shadow Caesar. Lol Lemons, who's one of our co-hosts, is going to be collecting ribbons on a... Oh, you didn't get a dab earlier. Sorry about that. I gotta turn the sound effect back on. That's on me. Lemons, yeah, he has a Pokewalker that got run over by a car, and there's a Skitty on that he's going to collect ribbons on. And then Venti and Kiki are both going to be collecting ribbons on Pokemon that they were gifted by Reggie Ultima. 4Ks are doing a hot tub stream. It's been too long. We haven't done a hot tub stream since our fundraising event in 2023. And I was bullied quite a bit when I did it the last time, and it didn't feel great, and I wasn't super motivated to ever bring it back. Just like somebody calling me a whale, I was like, wow. Huh. They said, like, get this fat whale off my screen. I'm like, that is a really shitty thing to say to somebody who is trying to raise money for charity. What a crazy thing to say to somebody raising money for charity. But I think that I can put up with it. I think I'll be okay if another charity hot tub stream can raise a little bit more money for the Starlight Children's Foundation. I'm willing to do it. Yeah, it's been a while. Hot tub stream's coming back. First time in 3 years. I have 1 month. I better be I better be going for runs every day. I've also been thinking I should... Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Danny, thank you. Shiny Swits, thank you. You guys are all amazing. The event hasn't even started yet. Holy crap. You guys fucking rock. I don't know. I will make sure if you guys, if you all join the Professor's Lab Discord, I will make sure to @ everybody before we hit our goal, because I think, I don't know, I think you all want to be here. I think it's gonna be a really special moment. The first $3,500 goal means that Reggie's name is going to be put on one of the Starlight Children's Foundation handheld kiosks. So let me pull this up. Let me show you guys some of the information about the kiosks. Rising Star chat. Here we go. Okay. So there's 2 different handheld devices that they have available. So the $3,500 donation goal will get us the Starlight handheld Switch. So it's a Switch Lite kiosk, and it has a bunch of games preloaded on it. And the idea is that this one can like easily be brought into any hospital room for kids to be able to play on. Nice thing about the Starlight or the Switch Lite is, you know, you have a lot more flexibility in positions you can sit in while playing in it without needing to sit all the way up to look at a screen. So that's our $3,500 goal. And then the $10,000 goal is a Switch Fun Center. This one is cool because it comes with 2 full sets of controllers. So you can play multiplayer games, which I think is like a huge opportunity, especially for young kids. If you're a parent and you're there at the hospital with them, you can actually play games with them, so they're not just doing it by themselves. And one thing that Kyle said, so my brother said, about using the Starlight kiosks or the like the gaming systems in the hospital is it really took his mind off of being sick. He didn't have to focus on the fact that he was sick. He got to just like be a kid. So where's the Golduck hunt at? Oh, we're here. We're here. Don't worry. Ice bath stream instead. Oh, goodness. I haven't had an ice bath since I pulled my groin swimming. So that would have been probably was 17 or 18. I probably was 17 the last time I had an ice bath. Oh, no. I had an ice bath at like a Nordic spa. So I guess that's not true. It's not 100% true. Oh shoot, I closed the music. Our chill and nostalgic Pokemon music, but it's just Generation 3. There we go. One question, are all of these games in the same save file, same TID/SID? Yeah, so Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box allows you to boot up the exact same save file on multiple systems at the same time. So what I've done is I've prepared one save for optimal shiny hunting and then booted that save up on all of the systems. But in order to avoid any RNG clones, I'm not soft resetting, and all of the systems were booted up at least 1 minute apart. And in Ruby and Sapphire, the starting seed is determined by the number of minutes since the battery was installed on the board. So if you wait at least 1 minute in between booting up each game, you get different starting seeds. You won't get RNG clones. So that's how this is all set up. It saves me from needing to set up 58 save files for like optimized shiny hunting, especially since the Pokeblocks that we're using that increase our shiny rates are Pokeblocks that need to be made in 3-player. They're time-consuming Pokeblocks to make, so I only needed to make 10 on one save instead of trying to make 10 on like 58 saves. So yeah, it's really cool. Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box Adventure Mode, huge goat for multi-hunting. Why does it cost 3,500 to put their name on the kiosk? So it's not just to put their name on the kiosk, it's to deploy an entire kiosk. It covers the price of like the gaming system. It covers the price of multiple years of 24/7 support from Nintendo. And then the other thing is that money doesn't just go to like that console. It goes to the overall program that is the Starlight Children's Foundation. So the Starlight Children's Foundation doesn't just do gaming consoles. They also do like, best word I could probably use would be like goodie bins. So like crates of toys that are easy to clean and disinfect that can be brought into children's rooms so that they have something to do. They also do Make-A-Wish programs in and out of hospitals. So they, they'll bring somebody dressed up as a superhero into the hospital, or they arrange for kids to go with their families out to baseball games, sporting events, the Ripley's Aquarium, the ROM, like days out funded by the Starlight Children's Foundation. And then much like Make-A-Wish, they also do once in a lifetime wishes, like bringing kids to Disneyland and that sort of thing. So the 3,500 or the, oh shoot, draw me like one of your French Pokemon. Which Pokemon am I? You want me to just pick a Pokemon? Any Pokemon? Oof. Okay, what Pokemon is most like Jenny? The RuneScape Fiend. I have to think about what Pokemon you are, and then I'm going to draw it from memory. Name doesn't show up, but you're Danny French. I am so sorry. Is that a name I should recognize? I'm so sorry. I had to give some love since I got your daughter. Spreading love to Children's Hospital is amazing. I must say, since watching your videos on rare Pokemon and all your love for the franchise, you felt the same here in France. I know your friends share this passion, so very happy to contribute. Oh, you were, okay, you donated. Sorry. Thank you so much for the donation, Danny. And thank you for supporting Canned Wolf Meat. What were your thoughts on the recent Canned Wolf Meat video? Yes, sorry about that. Sorry. Yes, they donated. I caught it. I got there eventually. The most recent Canned Wolf Meat video, the Wire Alphas in Legends ZA video. I liked it. It was fun. I liked the idea of just like a PowerPoint. I think that sometimes a PowerPoint's all you need. It was great. Good video. Okay, I'm going to do this encounter. And then we're going to see what Pokemon Jenny is. Jenny, what was that like pet that you got? It was like, oh, I'm trying to remember. You got like you were very excited, but you've probably got many pets since then. Jad. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say like Jad, but I thought Jad might have been one of the developers. Jad Pet. No, not Jab Pet. Jad Pet. Okay, it's a red monster guy. I remember you doing the Jad raid. Red monster man with a horn. Does he remind me of a Pokemon? He kind of reminds me of like Rhyhorn. Maybe we can draw him as like a shiny Rhyhorn. Foot God. Uh-oh. Foot God. Ooh, a Pokemon has a lot of feet. Well, Pokemon is like all feet anyways. Pokemon with, maybe a Pokemon with horn and a, like electricity. Oh, Foot God is in chat here. Hi, Foot God. Okay, no, we're just gonna draw Jenny a Rhyhorn. I think this is topical because it's also Safari Week right now. So, Rhyhorn, obviously, we start big ol' horn. Okay. And then he's got his little mouth. Does Rhyhorn only have one horn? I think so. And then maybe he's got like a frill. Now it's just a Triceratops. I don't think Rhyhorn's head looks like that. That's okay. His body, he's got like very big, bulky shoulders into Rhyhorn legs. Yes. Yes, exactly. Bulky Rhyhorn legs. Oof. And then we'll do his other leg here. Less jacked in the back. Okay. Wow. I don't know what Rhyhorn looks like at all. Well, he's brown.
Mighty Touch 15 has joined the lab.
Thank you for following Mighty Touch. Okay. What the heck? Okay. And well, he's brown. And then we just color him in brown. And that is how a shiny Rhyhorn looks. And we'll give him a very dark brown horn. This is terrible. Oh, he also looks way more orange there. Did I color him orange? Oh no. He was supposed to be brown. Yep, that's Rhyhorn. Signed by Rex. Boom. Jenny, you are a shiny Rhyhorn. Let's see how well I did. Let's pull up what shiny Rhyhorn looks like. Shiny Rhyhorn. How close am I? I mean, he's missing his fang. Let's see here. What the heck? Okay. Look, I mean, he's got a horn. He's got little legs. I missed the thing on his back. I missed his fang. Overall, 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10 for a shiny Rhyhorn. I am so sorry. I never said that the art was going to be good. Well, that goes where it belongs, in the art channel, because it's some sort of art.
The Lazy Lee has joined the lab.
Yo, what is up, Lazy Lee? Good to have you here. Where is the art channel? Here it is. Oh, shoot. Okay. LJ wants me to draw Mega Embor? Brother. Are you serious? Oh, goodness. From memory, Mega Embor. I don't even know what his freaking, like... What weapon does he have? He has, like, a flaming blue pickaxe. Or trident. Does he have a trident or a sword? I think he has a trident. So a trident would be like this. And then we kind of gotta make it like that so that I can color it in. Okay.
It's masquerade.
And then his fingers. Uh-oh. Big man hands. Yeah. And then Embor's just like, he's got like flames here and he just kind of goes down. He's just like a round lad. And he's got a big belly with some more flames on it. Uh-huh. And then little stubby pig legs. And then he has fire coming out of his head. And a pig nose. And big old piggy eyes. And a fuck-ass grin. There we go. Yeah, this is pretty good. And then he's flexing on this side because he's strong. Look, I think this might be not half bad. Okay, we like add a little bit of extra fire here so we can have kind of like 2 colors for his flames. And then the trident needs to be on fire too. Yes. And then he's got blue flames. We know this to be true. So we can put some blue flames on the trident, blue flames on his head. What? Maybe dark blue for his face. Pig nose, so we know that he's a pig. Red eyes because he's a shelfa. Green for his belly. Light blue for his arms. I'm starting to lose it now. And his pitchfork is like green? Sure. Okay, and then like this part of his belly, we're gonna make this part light blue and this part medium blue. Look, all I know is that he's blue. This feels wrong to me though. But to make him shiny, we're gonna give him some stars. There we go. A couple of little stars that we know he's shiny because it's going to the shiny collector. Posture check. Oh boy. Posture is terrible right now because I'm leaning into the mouse pad. Okay. And then what background would go good with this? We'll do this like light purple background. Yeah. Oops. And then as always, as with any good piece of art, we're going to sign this Rex. Okay, LJ, congratulations. Let me screenshot this for you. We'll put this in the art chat. At shiny collector. Ooh, that's rough. I can't at shiny collector for some reason. That's a little bit strange. Okay. Now let's see. What does shiny Mega Embor look like? Wow. Okay. There's no green. He does not have a trident. His belly is not a circle. He doesn't have like flames on his head. The flames are on his shoulders. We got his hands right and kind of his arms right, except that they're black with light blue. So overall, pretty much nothing. Pretty much nothing here is right either. The pig nose. Wrong color, but there is a pig nose there. Overall, 3 out of 10.
It's cast form.
Can you request a Pokemon? The Pokemon was a channel point redemption, but since you donated, it is also actually a donation reward. Danny French, 1 reward. Get a Pokemon on the Starlight Children's Foundation. So you already your $20 donation went to getting a cool Starlight Children's Foundation Pokemon. If there was a second donation, we could probably do like an incentive request for a custom drawn Snorlax, but you know, we can't just be giving those out for free. Yes, congratulations on the Shelfa, by the way, LG. Yeah. We appreciate it, but we gotta lure them in for more, right? People are saying that they were coming in to watch the stream off of my Instagram reel. I posted that before the beginning of the stream. Did that end up getting views, or is it just like my followers that are seeing it? Let's see. How's my Instagram reel doing? Wow. Posted this 3.5 hours ago. It's got 16.8 thousand views. 37 comments. Wait, pause chat. Do we have to go and do a live comment review of the new Instagram reel on the Professor Rex Instagram page? One second. Copy. Paste. Transform. Rotate. Transform. Fit to screen. There we go. No, this one. There we go. Okay. Oh yes, I forgot that I did this. I made it so that when I turn my stream mode on, this is kind of cool. It automatically copies to my clipboard the message for when we're going live. That's kind of sick. So it's like an automation on my phone that automatically pulls up that or automatically adds that to my clipboard so I can go and paste it. Anyways, yes, this got posted 3.5 hours ago. What do we got? Tough bro, it's beautiful. The level of sophistication in the setup is incredible. Goddamn. Okay, look. I'm not gonna lie, it looks overkill, but I feel like this will be worth it. If I had that time or knowledge, I sure as hell would have done this. Electric bill is high as hell. This is wild. Yo, I mean, these are all like pretty good comments. What do you do once you get it? What are you gonna hunt next? I mean, we just hunt another one. Just mod for it at this point. Classic comment. Can you imagine how hot it is in there? Yeah, it gets toasty when all of the systems are running. That is 100% true. Wait until bro finds out about the glitch Rattata in Fire Leaf Green Safari Zone that has a chance of being shiny. You sure that's not in HGSS? I thought Blue Boy Finn hunted for it in one of his videos. Okay. Are you the guy who caught every shiny in Pokemon Rumble? Almost every shiny. There's still more to be caught. We still have like 15 more. You can just Game Shark for it. Game Shark for it. Level of autism here is about to break records. This motherfucker is the reason Game Boy player discs and Wavebird adapters are so much. Not incorrect. Not for this exact reason, because I'm not using Game Boy player discs right now, but like, I would be willing to say that I moderately increased the price. So if it did well on Instagram, did it do well on TikTok? No. 1,000 views on TikTok. Crazy. Anyways, back to shiny hunting. We have been graced by the one and only shiny Shrek today, so gotta get some good shiny hunting in while Shrek is here for us. I don't know. I'm feeling good. We have done like we've hit odds. Remember how I was saying our shiny odds are 1 in 7,620. We've managed to hit odds once again today without getting a shiny, which is crazy. I don't know why we keep going over odds for just ducks. I don't want to keep going over odds for just getting ducks by themselves, but why can't LJ, can I have some of your shiny luck? Aren't you at like 1 million shinies? Because you're getting like 4 every day. Why am I doing 58 systems and getting no shiny Psyducks? Kind of cringe. Spent all my luck on day 1. I know, dude. Can't believe it. 8 shinies and 21,000 encounters. Plus the double shiny. I had managed to allow myself to forget about the fact that I failed a double shiny. So LJ on 5th. Oh, right. Posture check. Oh, geez. You see, I got the gamer slouch. So LJ, with 58 systems at a time, the odds of getting 2 shinies at once is 1 in like 30,000 sets of encounters. So like if you were single hunting, it's 3 times rarer than a shiny. Really, with 58 systems, it's like getting to the point where it's not even that rare to get multiple shinies at the same time. But I will admit, I was still really disappointed that the first time I ever got to see 2 shinies at the same time, I just flubbed it and failed. Oh, sorry, I guess 58 systems with shiny odds of 1 in 7,620. Gets it to like 1 in 30,000. They're punishing me for the double failure? Yeah, the game was like, you know what? I don't think he appreciated the shinies that we were giving him. I think, personally, that he deserves to kind of like lose out on a few of these shinies. Very, very rude of you, game. Very rude.
Who's that Pokemon?
Hey, Galactic, do you want to be a moderator for the YouTube chat, since you are probably the most active YouTube chat member, and we don't have any moderators there? I don't know how to moderate YouTube chat. I don't know how any of YouTube streaming works. I just know that if I type in a stream key and I push a button, it goes live, but I don't know how anything else works. But it would be good to have a mod over there, just in case. Classic Pokemon Coliseum music. Love it. Okay, Psyduck. No. I have managed to kind of like figure out how to not accidentally take steps. Guys, check this out. Check out this strat. So what I've been doing is it's like a really quick push of the left button and then like immediately into, oh, that into like a kind of, I'm holding the controller wrong, but it's like with the left thumb, push the left button, and then kind of a swipe of the right key with the right thumb to try and minimize ever taking steps. Main thing we want to do is not be taking steps. That wastes our Pokeblock, wastes the 500 steps we get in the Safari Zone, and then wastes our time when we have to reset and come all the way back to the northwest area here. Also wastes our repel, kind of throws off the groove to have to reuse the repels. Could you hold right down and just tap left? Let's see. No, it seems like, wait, maybe if I, okay, what if I hold right? No, it looks like if you're holding a button, it's like very prone to just immediately moving. Excellent. Okay. Galactic is our first official, truly official YouTube moderator. You are a managing moderator. You can manage blocked words and do all of the other things the moderator can do. But yeah, Aquos, it seems like holding down one of the buttons makes it much more likely to just immediately take the step to the left, which is interesting. Yo, Drew, what's cooking? Drew, we just raised, I think, like, what did we raise? Like $200? Yeah, we raised like $200 almost for the Starlight Children's Foundation. I haven't even added your incentive in yet, but if anybody was looking for another reason to donate, Drew Works, who makes the super cool GameCube multi-tap adapter that allows you to split one GameCube controller across 4 systems. He's going to be printing out a custom shell for one, making a Starlight themed GameCube 4x multi-tap adapter. and we're going to be raffling it off. I can show they're actually, I have enough Wavebird receivers, so they're not actually currently in the mix of anything, Drew, but they will be when I need them. I actually had them set up until Friday, but I decided that since I was setting up all 58 systems, I was like, I might as well have all 58 Wavebirded, because it's kind of cool to actually have everything Wavebirded at the same time. But what Drew has created is these little boxes here are the DrewWorks GameCube multi-tap adapters. You plug in one controller and then it splits out and you can control 4 systems with that one controller. You can also use it for like multi-hunting in Pokemon Rumble. Drew made us a special limited edition Professor's Lab edition. It's got a Pokemon World Championship sticker on it. He printed us a little Pikachu. These are super, super cool. I think that the plan now that I am no longer trying to adhere to like any of the Pokemon company's rules for content creation is I want to do like coverage of the DrewWorks multi-tap adapter. I want to sit down with Loop J and make a Wave Phoenix. I want to get into some more of the modding side of stuff because I think there's so much cool passion in there. But I'm super excited for that raffle for the Starlight multi-tap adapter. It's going to be super cool. And Galactic, I'm super excited to have you on the mod team. Congratulations. Oh shoot. Ooh, okay. We're stuck on a cry and a footprint. I will say there was a Pokemon that was given out recently. I believe somebody guessed Mew for it. Mew wasn't the correct answer, but somebody guessed Mew. And the Pokemon that we're trying to guess right now is very similar to the correct answer on that one question where somebody guessed Mew. But Mew wasn't the right answer, so it has nothing to do with Mew. But it has something to do with the correct answer on the question where somebody incorrectly guessed Mew. That's a helpful guess, or a hint, right? Also, Lemons, did typing !WTP hint actually work? Did I program that and I forgot? That's kind of awesome. Shape is quadruped. That one I might not even agree with. Do it one more time. Do it one more time. give us one more. Who's that Pokemon? Yeah, I think that like one thing that somebody pointed out though was that despite the fact that I try to keep everything as official as I can, somebody was like, Rex, do you think that maybe the Pokemon company just doesn't actually know that you keep things official? Do you think that they do think that you are just cheating and hacking? I'm like, you know what? Thing is, they don't know that KevDog hacks and cheats. Maybe they don't do enough research to know whether or not everything that I'm doing is legit or not. And at this point, I'm done caring. I don't know, LJ, did you also give up on the dream of the Pokemon company ever accepting you into the creator program? Kyle and I were laughing because in one of your recent videos, you were just like, you were shiny hunting and you're like, technically this Pokemon can't be shiny, but if you cheat, it totally can be. And we're like, yeah, okay. So LJ has just given up any of the facades of doing officially supported shiny hunting. And I'm all for it personally. Well, Lemons, thank you for reminding me that !WTP hint works. That's so useful to know. No longer will we get stuck on terrible Who's That Pokemon questions. Wow. Yeah, I've gotten so much better at not wasting steps, though. This is great. Not that being better at not wasting steps is going to help me in any way if we just never find shinies, though. You should use Sweet Scent. Lemons. Sweet Scent doesn't work with Repel Trick. So the problem with using Sweet Scent is it entirely negates trying to Repel Trick the level 20 to 24 Psyducks off. So we'll end up with not having to worry about running out of steps, but we're going to end up with like 40% of our encounters being entirely useless Psyducks. So Repel Trick allows us to get rid of 40% of the worthless Psyducks. That is the only reason I'm not using Sweet Scent. Otherwise, yes, it would be so much easier. You don't care. If I ever want to have the slightest chance of getting the 1% Golduck, I kind of need to try and take every little shortcut that I can get. You gave up. That Larvitar was you quitting, doubling down the Safari Week. They're calling it a patch, but it's really just a ROM hack. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I gave you a hard time about it. In your stream chat, I was like, well, by the time you're playing a modded version of the game, like, why don't you just hack the game? Oh, bless. Good tight. Yo, T Schmaltz.
Schmaltz followed and the lab has grown.
Schmaltz, welcome on in. Thank you for joining the Professor's Lab. If you didn't catch it, my name is Professor Rex. Today we are hunting the second rarest Pokemon in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. The level 25, 1 in 16 of a 1% shiny Golduck. You think you should shiny hunt for legs in black 2, white 2? I don't know what that means. So yeah. Hell yeah. Drew, yeah, like I think I'm more on Drew's side. He says, I personally don't care for fan ROM hacks. You just like to push the official games to their limits in fun ways. I think that one of the things that makes the Silbra Safari like patch kind of cool is I think it's entirely done through Ace. So I don't think it actually requires modifying the game in any way. Unless I'm wrong. Unless it's an IPS file, then it is just a ROM hack. But I think for me, with the setup that I have, I'm able to push the main series like unmodified games to their limit, which allows me to do things that wouldn't really be feasible if you were playing the main series. Like if I didn't have 58 GameCubes at once, the idea of trying to get a shiny underleveled Golduck would be absolutely absurd. As it is, the concept of trying to get a shiny underleveled Golduck is absolutely absurd, even with 58 systems. I don't think it's ever actually going to happen, but it would be really cool if it did. And nobody else could feasibly try a hunt like this. So I've pushed the games to their limits, and it gives me the opportunity to try something that no other reasonable person would be able to try, right? On the other side, LJ has done every hunt that he thinks is interesting in the official main series games. So he pushes the limits by shiny hunting for Pokemon that don't officially exist. And the main thing is, as long as you're having fun, that's all that really matters. Any new shinies today, you will not believe this. Like, actually. But we've done over 10,000 more encounters today. And once again, we are shiny duckless. But thank you for the shiny luck. Yeah, I've never really bothered with ROM hacks, and I think the reason for that is just that I think for me, there's enough to do in the main official games. There's enough for me to go and hunt for. There's enough for me to do in the main games where I'm like, if I wanted to play a ROM hack, I might just play a different game. You know, instead of playing through a ROM hack, there's a huge backlog of other non-Pokemon games I'd like to play through. So that's why people have asked like why I've never done any ROM hack stuff. It's just like, honestly, I think I would rather just play if I finish every shiny hunt that seems interesting to me in the main series, I'm good with it. That means that I'm done. It means that I finished everything that I could have set out to do. I set out to find and document the rarest Pokemon to ever exist, and like if I succeeded, then that's great. It means that I guess I'm ready to retire. But the thing is, with Pokemon like 1 in 30 million Dragonair, yo, Coralioko, welcome on into the Professor's Lab. With things like, you know, 1% Safari Zone Dragonair, the 1 in 30 million shiny level 5 Pseutopolis Gyarados, Rock Smash Magmortar, 1% Wailord. Like, I think that there's so many Pokemon that exist to shiny hunt that I will never not have something to look for. And that's only scratching Generation 3. Like, I would love to set up some sort of crazy SOS hunting setup for hunting the underleveled Salamence or something like that. Like, there's so many crazy hunts. Good luck on the Golduck. Thank you. I am most certainly going to need it. We have not had good luck at all with ducks. Literally no good luck on the ducks so far, which reminds me of last Safari Week. The last phase I did for Safari Week last year, I was trying to get a shiny Psyduck, and it took me all day, even on 25 systems. But 4 hours on 58 systems with no Psyduck is rough. Does kind of go to show how much slower these encounters are, though, because we've done over 10,000 encounters for Psyduck with 58 systems, but on 33 GameCubes, I can do like 10,000 per hour in the Firewood Leaf Green Safari Zone. So we would be pulling up on like 40,000, 4 times more encounters with almost like half the systems. How much time does a rescue usually take on average? It's a really good question. I think kind of Generation 3 to Pokemon Home, probably like 30 minutes. A big factor in how quickly a Pokemon rescue is completed ends up being internet connectivity. Sometimes like the biggest bottleneck is just having the 3DS connect to Pokemon Home and send everything. Like, because for a Pokemon rescue, we need to connect Pokemon Transporter to Bank. You need to connect Bank to Bank, move the Pokemon out of the transport box into the main box, then connect to Home and generate a transfer key. So with good internet, that's like barely an inconvenience. If the internet is spotty because we're in like an event venue or something, that's where it can start to be a little bit difficult. Because we usually need to hotspot the 3DSs to do it. Do you have something like a MiFi or hotspot? Yeah, I just hotspot. Because the nice thing there is that if we're roaming around, like if we're in the States or we're in Europe, or I mean here in Canada, I don't need to get like a separate data plan to hotspot the 3DS, because we already paid for data on the phone. This song now reminds me of Canned Wolf meets... Why is my nose runny? This song now will forever kind of remind me of Canned Wolf meets ranking your secret bases in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, episode 43. But first, here's the news. I don't know how many of you have watched Canned Wolf Meat. If you're on YouTube, highly recommend dropping a follow to my boy Canned Wolf Meat. His YouTube Shorts series of judging people's secret bases or ranking people's secret bases is so cute. It is the perfect little cozy YouTube short Pokemon series, in my opinion. It's so good. I'm kind of curious. Let me take a look here. At the start of the stream, a new Pokemon trivia went live. It's been a long time since we've had a proper Poke Trivia posted. So let's see, how is everybody doing? 45%.
Leaf Thread followed and the lab has grown.
Leaf Thread, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. If you didn't catch it, my name is Professor Rex. Super cool to have you here. 45% of people were able to correctly guess that the level 25 Golduck is the lowest level that you can obtain a Golduck in Generation 3. Oh, sorry, somebody asked, are you using Game Boy adapter on the GameCubes? For this hunt, we're actually not using the Game Boy player. We're using Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box. So Ruby Sapphire Box allows you to connect a Game Boy Advance and a copy of Pokemon Ruby or Sapphire to the GameCube with the Game Boy Advance to GameCube link cable. And you can load your save file up into Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box and play in adventure mode, which just allows you to play the full game on the GameCube. But the really big benefit there is that it also works on the Wii because the Wii is backwards compatible with the GameCube. So the huge W here is that we're able to use the setup of 33 GameCubes and all 25 of our Wiis in just a single shiny hunting setup this way. And that's how we get to 58. 33 GameCubes, 25 Wiis. LJ thinks I should go to 67. I think that if I went to 67, I would go to 69, which means adding 11 more systems. I don't know if it's worth wiring up. Here's what I will say. You know what? Yeah. Here's what I'll say. If any one person donates over 300 Canadian dollars to the Starlight Children's Foundation before, like in one donation, a $300 donation to the Starlight Children's Foundation before the end of the event next month, for shits and gigs, I will put together a stream where we shiny hunt on 69 systems at once. It'll be a pain in the ass to set up that many more Wiis, but it can be done. And I think I will just like modularly set it up on the table behind the green screen. Oh, right. Okay. We've been on so many tangents today. I was wondering, you'd love if the lab got a McDonald's GameCube kiosk. Oh, I sent one to Kyle. I think it was it the GameCube one? I sent it in the physical hardware chat. Was it the GameCube one that I saw on Facebook? McDonald's kiosk. Oh, it was GameCube ones. They wanted 3,500 USD for them. Honestly, it would be worth it. They are super cool. But I don't have anywhere to put them. Fewer ads on YouTube. Yeah, that's fair. I just like let Twitch do the recommended number of ads. I think it's like 3 minutes of ads per minute on Twitch, and that is just because I wanted to. Okay, this is gonna sound bad. I kind of wanted to run ads because there are benefits. One, it's way easier for people to find your channel if you don't have pre-roll ads active, and the only way to do that is by running ads. The other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to be able to take the entire cost of running the electricity for Safari Week and say that we were able to pay all of that cost with just the ad revenue from streaming. Not like donations or anything, just straight ad revenue. Because I think that that is the easiest way for me to just like entirely discredit anybody who's saying that I'm like using so much electricity, or anybody who's saying that I'm like, my electricity bill must be super, super high. Just be like, no, paid the electricity bill with ad revenue. 3 minute per minute. Did I say that? 3 minutes per hour. Every minute that you watch the stream, you have 2 additional minutes of ads that you have to watch. You can't watch the stream until multiple hours after the stream ends. Right, okay. Got distracted by the GameCube McDonald's kiosk. GameCube McDonald's kiosk would be sick. But Professor Tops and I have actually been thinking about opening an arcade. Like, to the point that we've been looking at real estate for it. And I think it would be a really, really, really cool project and a really cool way for me to give back to my community. Does anybody have any crazy ideas or crazy, cool, or unique ideas for what you would want to see in like a free play arcade nearby? If there was a free play arcade where you could like get a membership and just play unlimited games at the arcade near your house, what would you want that arcade to look like? What sort of perks would you want a membership to offer you? We want to have like potentially tournament nights. So like members get to come to Smash night or Mario Kart night. Or I was thinking like it'd be really fun to set up some tables and do like a all power, you know, like a one Tuesday a month. All of the systems are turned off and it's like a board game night. I also want to try to partner with the movie theater down the street from where we were looking at and do like a once a month Sunday morning / like early afternoon gaming day at the movie theater. Like we pick a game as a membership community, vote on a game, and then we play like multiplayer of that game on the movie theater screen. Pizza is something that the arcade needs. Yes, we want to get our liquor license, so we do legally by law have to be able to serve food. We were thinking like microwave nachos and pizzas and chicken nuggets. We want to like really minimize the overhead of things. Running a kitchen is a super difficult thing to do. Cup ramen's kind of a great idea, actually. I'm writing that down. A good fire suppression system. Good call. Cup ramen. That's a great idea, actually. Pizza nights for special occasions. Oh, for special occasions. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a pizza near where we were looking at, so. Popcorn. A popcorn machine would be fun. Music. Popcorn machine would be fun, I think. I really do like cup ramen as like a food option, though. That's great. If you do alcohol, you need to check your local laws for fire alarms and sprinklers. I guess we'll have to look into that. Have you actually almost gone 50,000 encounters without a shiny? No, this is like our total duck encounters. So we've seen 3 shiny Psyducks in 50,000 encounters. BYOR ramen night and you just microwave it for them? No, there's no profit in somebody bringing their own ramen. But there's definitely profit in charging like $5 for cup ramen. If you find the shiny Golduck, you'll give me 100,000K. No, just 100,000. Bet. Let's find this Golduck. If you built a custom cabinet and drove it up to you, would be able to maybe display it. Dude, yeah, that would be fucking sick. One of the reasons that we want to do a free play arcade is because there's a lot more laws around arcades if you're paying per play, because you have to make sure that you definitely like actually have the licensing for stuff. But I wanted to do a free play arcade where it's like you pay $15 and you can play all day, all night or whatever. And then we can have custom arcade cabinets that are definitely not like totally legally licensed. Like I want to do a couple of custom Pokemon ones. Like a shiny hunting arcade cabinet. It's just like a custom arcade cabinet with Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green in it or something. And if you find a shiny, you like get a free slice of pizza or something. Aquos works as a fire marshal. Okay, so if we need to figure out fire codes, we contact Aquos Toast. If Drew, if you want to, we will come and get it. You don't even need to drive it to us. That was bad. I didn't even look at all the Golducks before I ran there. That was dangerous. That would be so cool. And the other reason I want to do a free play arcade, $5 is a little steep for Cup Romp. Well, the whole thing is that like you also need to think about the fact that our idea is that the arcade is fairly cheap to go into. How do you make money back if it's like a cheap overall kind of cost of entry to get in and play as many games as you want all day? Liquor and food. Also, it's $5 Canadian. So like what is that? Like 327 USD? Sorry, just remember when I'm talking money, everything is Canadian. $354 USD. The real Danny French has switched to Twitch. Everybody's just back and forth, figuring out what they like more. Is Twitch better? Is Twitch more chill? YouTube more chill? Love when you talk about pizza as a Canadian and the Americans think that you're talking about Little Caesars Pizza. No. Pizza is just, that's a restaurant. It's just, the name is Pizza. It's like one of the longest standing classic pizza places to get greasy slices of pizza. If I could give any Pokemon a Mega, who would it be? Tropius. We actually talked about this earlier today. Tropius has been underutilized. Arbok has been underutilized too. But if they're letting me pick a Mega, they're probably going to let somebody else pick a Mega. Somebody else would pick Arbok. I think Tropius deserves some love. Do they have Chick-fil-A in Canada? Yes, but not anywhere as many as the US does. You're confused about the Who's That Pokemon? Yeah, the Who's That Pokemon quiz can be answered by people on either side, but the way that it's set up right now is only people who are on the Twitch side can like activate them. Does anybody have any ideas for like themed event nights? That's something that Kyle and I want to lean into, because I think because realistically, I think that the best way for us to run an arcade and then like not feel stressed out about what the overhead is going to be is to have a membership program where it's like, okay, if the overhead of the business is $70,000 a year and we're making $35,000 a year in memberships, we have like 100 memberships at like $320 a year or something. And then like a bunch of kind of like monthly and 6-month memberships in between. That can kind of take a lot of the stress off of trying to make ends meet, because we know that there's like this amount of income. It's also good startup income, I think. But we want to make it so that if you are a member, there's like something that you're getting out of it. If you joined, if there was an arcade near you and they had a membership program, what would entice you to sign on as a member? Special Italian night or special Korean night? I don't know how that would be themed into an arcade. Buffalo wings. Everybody is really focused on there being food. More than food. For you, a place to share and do trading and stuff. Trade nights could definitely be something, but I think trade nights would be better open to everybody.
Pokémon just raided with 8 viewers.
Yo, wretched Pokemon, wretched. Dude, you're never gonna believe this, but I am not full-on shiny hunting. My shiny odds are 1 in 7,620. And I am using the multi-hunting method. Welcome on in, wretched raiders. I'm sorry to say, not only am I not a full-on shiny hunter, but I am also a filthy method hunter. I'm using Pokeblock method to boost my shiny rates and multiple systems. Would you be able to get an alcohol license? That is like 100% one of the plans, because there's only realistically like 3 bars in our hometown, and one of them is full every weekend. So we think get your liquor license, or get our liquor license. That is how we make up for the fact that like we're not going to be making that much money on entry.
Spooky Mulder 51 followed and the lap has grown.
Latinas. Okay. LJ says, big booty Latinas. Thanks for the insight, Shadow. Okay, we'll keep our eye out for them. I can potentially get a hot Korean to come and work there sometimes. But big booty Latina's not sure. You're using multiple systems? Yeah, so this is 33 GameCubes, 25 Wiis. All of them are running Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box Adventure Mode. And we are using the super ultimate shiny hunting white Pokeblock to shiny hunt with boosted odds in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. You won't see any names, but there's a very interesting case study. It's a very interesting case study. There's someone on YouTube that streams that's pretty popular that has 6 screens up, but actually only does 2 systems, and 4 of them are just the same screen displayed multiple times. That's crazy. I've done like we did an April Fool's stream once where I pre-recorded encounters, because generally when you run away, the screen fades to black. It's very easy to loop it. So I pre-recorded about 3 minutes of me shiny hunting and then played that as a loop in the background and then just streamed until somebody caught that I was talking with my hands. And I was trying to make it obvious. I was like talking with my hands while button inputs were going through. And eventually somebody caught that it was April Fool's, and we just had the same set of like 5 encounters looping over and over. You think food's a big focus because everyone has that one friend who gets hungry, you end up leaving the planned activity early. I really like the idea of cup ramen. I think cup ramen is genius. Because I was thinking like Delicio pizzas, DiGiorno pizzas. Like I just want to like have under the bar, I just want like microwaves. And I want everybody to know, I'm like, you're getting microwave food, right? You're not getting anything fancy. You're going to get your like $5 Canadian slice of pizza. Or, you know, for like $12, you're going to get 10 bucks or whatever. You're going to get your full DiGiorno frozen microwave pizza. How far are we from Banff? Extremely far. Extremely far. One of your friends didn't realize the screens were rolling identical frames. So that's one of the things that I really want to finish a video on, is the problem of people duplicating saves and then getting the exact same RNG frames over and over. I actually did a shiny hunt on purpose where almost all of the systems running the exact same RNG frames, and we got, I think, like 16 shiny mudkips in the exact same encounter. And I do want to do a video on why that happened and how you can avoid it if you're multi-hunting, because it does kind of drive me crazy. What was his name? I can't even remember because I think I blocked him. But there was a streamer that I was like friends with for a little bit of time who got 2 shiny Tricos at this in the same encounter and soft reset over both of them. And like the reaction blew up. And I was like, hey man, just so you know, the odds of like getting 2 female Trico with the exact same HP stat are pretty much 0. And you had the same gender Zigzagoon. Like this is just you getting an RNG clone because you cloned your save file for your SRs. And he told somebody else that I didn't know what I was talking about. So they got away with it. They got away with it. It's still like their pinned tweet. The craziest thing that ever happened to them as a shiny hunter. Wisconsin's definitely closer to Banff because we're near Toronto. Banff is the closest way to get to Banff is to drive through Wisconsin. Ovens don't require fire suppression systems as long as the heat is contained or they are ventless. There you go. Okay. You microwaved a DiGino, or do you mean a microwave oven? Whatever. Like I want like cheap, easy food. If we open an arcade, I don't want to have a kitchen. A kitchen is like a really big use of potential space and requires a lot of additional upkeep and requires generally like having somebody hired to actually cook. There is an arcade near us that has like a full kitchen with a big menu of stuff. And I'm like, guys, do you really think that the people at the arcade need this sort of thing? Like, I don't know if there's an arcade I like in Toronto called Free Play. And they have, I'm pretty sure, just like frozen pizzas, chicken nuggets, and it works well. They make their money on the drinks, drinks cost $12 each or whatever. They make their money on the drinks, but the food is cheap because it's just gamer garbage. And I'm okay with selling gamer garbage. Mozzarella sticks, dude. Frozen mozzarella sticks from Walmart? Genius. Candies. I think I would want to have a few of a few candy dispensers. I think that they are so fun. I'd probably just want to have a few of those. Like put a quarter in and get some candy that comes out. Plushies. Plushies, probably not. Because plushies require restocking. And you need to have some way to monetize the plushies. We have a crane game. But the problem is I don't love the randomness of crane machines. You get Wonder Balls in the machines. I wonder. I don't know what that is. We could do Kinder Surprises. Get a gumball machine, but the circular top is a clear Pokeball. There's a really cool gumball machine at a place in Whippy called 8-Bit Beans. And it's like they have a pinball machine, but the pinball machine is a gumball machine. And if you manage to the pinball is your gumball, and if you get your gumball to hit a certain target, you get an extra gumball. I'd want something like that. That one's pretty cool. Wonder Ball is a candy ball that was filled with smaller candies and stickers they sold in the US in the early 2000s. A lot of things that existed in the US existed in Canada and also weren't banned. Like, you guys had Kinder Surprise ban you banned the Kinder Surprise with the toys inside because the kids could eat it, and Canada was like, I don't think kids are eating the toys, bro. Gotta open one up in the US. They have a wall with a screen and a camera that's a mirror of the other locations. Oh, that would be cool. Kind of like the portal, though. He Will Not Divide Us portal that became such a huge success that still exists to this day. What if you have like a high score prize system or something that you give away every month so folks are coming in to try to compete for high scores? I definitely think that giving out prizes for high scores is something that would be worth doing. That's definitely something we want to do. Our idea... Oh, are they doing their Pokemon Sleep stream now, Drew? You guys got to tell me if anything fun happens in the sleep stream.
Buckaroo Brogan has joined the lab.
Rogan. Buckaroo Brogan. Welcome to the Professor's Lab. Welcome on in. The puppy Pokemon stream. Is that the sleep one? Or is it... no, it's the TCG Pocket promo, because they're doing like a puppy dog themed event. Yes, high score system, definitely something good for prizes. Do you guys want to hear my idea for the crane machine? Drew, you might actually think this is a really cool idea. And if you want to help me on this, this is my idea for the crane machine, okay? The crane machine is full of Pokemon plushies. Pokemon, Generation 3 Pokemon plushies is what we have in the crane machine, right? But we make it so that each Pokemon plushie has an NFC chip in it. At the bottom of the crane machine is an NFC reader. And what it does is it's going to scan to see what Pokemon was the Pokemon that was found or like caught by the claw machine. And then, because I don't want people to have to pay to use the claw machine, I just want it to be a fun thing. What happens is, after it scans the NFC chip, it immediately starts looking to wirelessly trade. So you can bring in your Game Boy Advance or your Nintendo Switch, and we trade you a Rex's Den Generation 3 Pokemon from the claw machine based off of what Pokemon you won. Can you believe that the Pokemon Company has never thought of this? Is this not genius? Somebody has to agree with me. This is like a genius idea. Imagine if you could get an event Pokemon at the Pokemon Center, but the Pokemon is like you have to win it from a claw machine. You don't get to win the plushie, but you win a digital trade of that Pokemon. Why Gen 3? Specifically because there's a really cool project that's coming through the pipeline right now that allows PCs to wirelessly trade directly with the Nintendo Switch copy of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. And then there's also a potential tool coming out that allows wireless trading of Generation 3 or Fire Red and Leaf Green games with a PC as well. That would actually be really easy to make as well, especially if the plushies are kept under 8 inches. I think like we would use sitting cuties. And the nice thing there is we wouldn't need to worry about restocking anything. The stuffies, like, or the plushies you win, and then we would have like a pusher at the bottom that just pushes it to the back so that the next one can fall in after. Do you have any concern that people would feel entitled to want to keep the plushies? Well, I think I would make it super clear on the machine that, like, you know, grab a Pokemon, win a digital prize, right? And since there wouldn't, like, I wouldn't have it cost anything to use the crane machine. That's one of the beautiful things about running a free play arcade is there's like an entry fee, but after that, everything is just free. You just play as much as you want. And I think that having it be a free little thing to play, the crane, free to use the crane machine, it would be a lot less likely that people would feel entitled to the prize. And if they were, I'd just be like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. The plushie is worth more than what you paid to get into the arcade, and you can play unlimited for free, so. Are we gonna have any fighting games? Pokken? Not sure. Haven't thought about it. I don't. That's one of the things that I probably need to dive into a lot more. Is I don't know what people would be interested in. Don't know. I guess probably we would need to get like a Mortal Kombat or something, a Tekken machine, but I don't think it would be a focus. What did you say we needed earlier, Aqua? Sorry, I read it and then I missed it. Aqua said a few MAME cabinets. What is that? What does that mean? Fighting games are usually pretty unpopular. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, I think one of the problems with Tekken specifically is it's not like the fighting games aren't very fun if you don't know what you're doing. And it's kind of a niche market and they're pretty difficult to learn. So I think that having one to do like PvP Tekken makes sense. But I think that investing in a lot of them would be probably an overall poor investment. Okay, the MAME cabinets with like a bunch of ROMs and stuff. Yeah, probably like one of those like 1,000 games on one cabinet sort of thing. We'd also probably have a bunch of different consoles that are prepared with a bunch of games. Are you getting real machines or like arcade one-up machines? I mean, ideally I'd want real machines. But for the price, I think that 1 or 2 arcade one-up machines would probably be a very cheap way to have a lot of games available. But having like a dedicated Pac-Man machine is definitely preferred. Pokemon Snap Stations, both the old ones that let you print out your pictures, but also one where you sit as if you're in the cart. Like the old Jurassic Park games where it looked like you were in the Jeep. But instead of guns, it's cameras. Pokemon Snap Machine's a great idea. Yeah, that's why I've been like keeping my eye out for CRTs. Gonna keep trying to pick up CRTs where I can because I want to have like a melee lounge. Or like a Smash lounge, kind of like some beanbag chairs, some nice comfy chairs, a few CRT TVs with GameCubes plugged into them. And I want those to be running CRTs. Snap Station sounds cool. I think that what would be a cool extension of like a Snap Station would be instead of it, because like we have to remember about overheads and stuff. Instead of it printing out the photo, it like takes your photo and posts it to a Twitter account or something, so you can go and download the photo after. You don't even have any idea how I connect so many systems to a single screen. It's pretty convoluted. We're planning a physical location. I mean, that's what we've been kind of looking at. I don't know. So there's the town that my brother and I grew up in, and the one that we that we're the most connected to. One of my biggest gripes with it is that there's almost nothing to do as somebody between the ages of like 14 and 20. And then if you're in your early 20s, there's like 2 bars. There's really not anything like and the bars used to have arcade cabinets and they don't anymore. There's not really anything fun and exciting to do in town. And I just think that there's like this gap in the market where there's all of these high school kids who are finishing high school, going home and playing video games. And their parents are probably pulling their hair out, trying to figure out how to get their kids to go do anything. And I'm like, if we are within walking distance of the high school, we just need to have the kids walk from school at the end of the day and come to the arcade and hang out, right? Then instead of playing video games at home, they're playing video games, but like socializing. We need a few tests for some hockey games or something. Oh, yeah, no. Rod hockey for sure. Foosball for sure. Like, there needs to be like those fun, like, you know, fun bar games as well. Right. Okay, let me pull this up. I'm going to talk you through the setup here because it is quite crazy. Sorry for the lag here. Okay, so we have all of our systems set up. Each of these game cubes on this table is running into these little black boxes down here. Wow, the Wi-Fi is bad. Can I change the settings? No, probably not. Wow. Okay. Okay, so they're running into these little black boxes. Each of these little black boxes is taking 4 video signals and then outputting 1 video signal, where like each incoming video signal is sent to a quadrant. And then each of those gets sent through the HDMI cables out to these multi-viewers. And these multi-viewers are muxing the video signals from the GameCubes and the Wiis together, because there's also a set of multi-viewers over here for the GameCube and the Wii Shelf. And then a set of multi-viewers over here for the Wii Shelf itself. So we have 14 multi-viewers that are all being run into these 8 multi-viewers here. So it's like kind of set up where each multi-viewer is getting 2 multi-viewers running into it. And then this multi-viewer down here runs the 21st GameCube on the GameCube table, because there's only inputs for 20. And then it's also taking in the video signal for this camera and a video signal for the extra Wii that's kind of plugged in the corner there. And then all 8 of these capture cards, all 8 of these multi-viewers run in to the Stream PC, which is kind of hidden under here. And that has 10 HDMI inputs through 4 different HDMI capture cards. Awesome idea. There's so few places for kids to hang out these days. I think that's the other thing too, is like we used to have a youth club, or like a YMCA sort of thing, like a youth aggregating area. And it had rock band night. Yeah, so it had like rock band, it had a few different consoles, it had some computers, and it just doesn't exist anymore. Because there wasn't enough funding for it. And I'm like, okay, we get the township to potentially help fund a little bit of it, but then we just turn it into a business where kids don't just need to play video games at home. They can get their friends together and come and, like, instead of playing Fortnite at home, come and play Fortnite at the arcade. Building and maintaining the community will be the key to success. And that is why we want to have like community events. Because the key to success and the key to like maintaining the business is going to be having those memberships, right? Memberships are how we're going to make sure that in 1 year, or like, you know, we have this like stream of income that we can kind of rely on or expect. And yeah, I think I want anybody who becomes a member, I want them to have access to special event nights and stuff. I want them to feel like they're part of a community. I want it to feel like it's more than just a space, but I want it to be a community space, because I think that we're so lacking. And I think that like more and more, just even as adults, we're lacking in like third spaces. We're lacking in places that are fun to go, that aren't overly expensive. Yeah, Fawn in Game says it perfectly. They're like, people get mad at kids when they stay home, but then they get mad at kids when they're just like hanging around outside in public places because they have nowhere to go. Kids need more third places. 100%. I would also love to like actually have my own like boost back up the Pokemon Go scene in my hometown. I think it would be fun. Run a community Discord for the arcade and have like a little Pokemon Go channel to organize raid days and stuff. Little mini rock band stage for karaoke night style rock band night. Oh, karaoke style rock band night. That would be super fun. The knowledge of building a setup like this was previous out there, or did you come up with it with everything? Did you need any studies to make a setup like this one? So every little piece of this setup was like gathered over time. Totem Rotom is a shiny hunter who came up with the idea of using the Wavebird controller, which is a radio frequency controller to control multiple systems at once. He used it to shiny hunt shiny Shadow Miltank in Pokemon Colosseum, but we kind of took it to a whole extra level in realizing that with the Game Boy Player, you could use it for more than just Pokemon Colosseum. You could use it for the main series Generation 3 games. And when we first started, we were using multiple TVs. We had the idea of bunk TVs, stack TVs on top of each other, play multiple games at the same time with the Wavebird. Because multi-viewers are actually a fairly new piece of technology to hit the affordable consumer market. Back when I first started setting all of this stuff up, a multi-viewer was the sort of thing that like was enterprise grade hardware, might cost you $1,000 to get a 4-to-1 multi-viewer. And then suddenly Porta started manufacturing these Chinese ones for $100 Canadian on Amazon. And now it's even more affordable. The multi-viewers that we're using right now are like 25 euros each, so maybe like 50 bucks. Is all this stuff you can get at like Canada Computers, or is it too niche or not available at regular stores? I don't know if I've ever actually seen a multi-viewer in stock at a computer store, but the multi-viewers that we use are readily available on AliExpress, and they're definitely less expensive there. One of the problems with things like HDMI adapters is you go to Canada Computers and they want like $30 for a cheap analog to HDMI adapter, whereas realistically, like AliExpress, you can get cheap HDMI adapters, like the same ones, just with different branding on them for like 10 bucks. I think that all of the hardware is available in like the description of our Pokemon Rumble video. It has like a breakdown of the links of where to find a lot of the multi-viewers. If you can't find the link, if anybody wants to get one of these multi-viewers, just DM me and I will find you the link on AliExpress and you can grab them for yourselves. They're honestly such good value. I need to buy a bunch more actually, because if any of them ever die, I want to have replacements. You've never done more than one thing with your Elgato capture card. Yeah, so couple extra pieces of hardware that we're using is to get 10 HDMI inputs in the Stream PC. We have 2 Elgato HD60 Pros and 2 Magewell Quad HDMI capture cards. The Magewell ones are like the Rolls Royces of HDMI PCI capture cards. They're just chef's kiss. So good. Plug in, turn on the computer. They just work. Literally, we've been using them for 5 years now, and I've never had a problem with any of them. The Elgato HD60 Pros are also pretty good. Only downside is they do interfere with any like USB Elgato capture cards, I find. But we used to run multiple Elgato HD capture cards, which were USB capture cards, and they were freaking brutal, just like crazy headaches to try and run. I have never liked using USB capture cards after that, so that's why we run all PCIe. But I have had very, very, very good success with the Genki capture card Pro. Genki sent me I think 4 of them. And despite the fact that I'm not using any of them right now, they are extremely good capture cards. Did I do any studies to make a setup like this possible? I studied computer science. My computer science background has definitely given me the ability to do things like make programs that monitor the exact power consumption of the entire stream setup. Like if we let it kind of go through, we can see right now the 25 Wii's are drawing 438 watts of power right this second. Little tools like that. I think understanding how to fix things when they go wrong, definitely, but overall my computer science background hasn't really helped hugely with the setup. It's helped more with like the rest of my content of doing research on the games and stuff. If this is the second rarest, what's the first? So yeah, the level 25 Safari Ball Golduck is the second rarest Pokemon in Ruby and Sapphire. But the first rarest is the level 5 Pseutopolis Gyarados. You can only get it from fishing. It's a 1%, and it can be between level 20 and 45, I think, or level 5 and 45, I think. Let me check. So the Pseutopolis City Gyarados can be, range from level 5 to 45, exclusively in the 1% slot. So level 5, Generation 3 Gyarados. Quite a bit rarer than the Golduck, but the Golduck is still, the way that we're shiny hunting it, about a 1 in 8.7 million encounter. Because we'd have to deal with the level 25 only spawns in the 1% slot. There's a level range of 25 to 40, so 16 different levels that the 1% Golduck can be. And then we actually need to catch it because we're in the Safari Zone. Okay, yeah, Aquos, I'll definitely keep it in mind. There's not too many available spaces where we live. So the space we were looking at, it's been listed for 2 months. I think that getting the entire plan together would kind of require, it's listed for like 3 or 4 more months, but we wanted to start getting an idea of what the space could look like. But yeah, for fire stuff, like I'll definitely talk to you before we sign anything. Found this live via Instagram. Oh, dude, how's that Instagram reel doing? It's been another hour. It was blowing up way more than I was ever expecting. What are we at over on Instagram for that reel? 27,000, another 11,000 views since we last checked. That's crazy. I kind of wish that I had spent more than like 2 minutes recording it. Could have gone into a little bit more detail, I guess. But I guess it does mean that anybody who's coming in from the Instagram reel has some questions that they can get answered, so they can learn a little bit more about the setup in more detail. I probably wouldn't be able to do it justice trying to explain everything in a single Instagram reel, right? That's crazy. That's cool. I don't know. I haven't had a viral reel about the setup in quite some time. We had like a TikTok, I think, get like 600,000 views at some point, but this could be it. It's the ones you least expect. You know what? I think that my problem with content sometimes is that I want everything to be really polished. But this was supposed to just kind of be like an announcement that I'm going live. I'm going live. Come hang out, everybody. Let's do some shiny hunting. And sometimes that's all it needs to be. Maybe this should be like my reminder to really just focus on remembering that not everything needs to be perfect. Yo, speaking of level 25 Golduck, though. There it is. The one in like 1200 level 25 Golduck. If that had been shiny, I would be screaming right now. Yeah, I think the one thing is though, I don't really want to show off the entire setup in detail unless it's coinciding with a video. And my brother and I have a really big video planned for dissecting the entire shiny hunting setup. It's just we have a lot of really big projects planned. But I really like the idea of using shorts as like a means for promoting a different piece of content. Shiny level 25 is going to happen. 1 in 7,620. Crazier things have happened. Cannot believe that we're this far over odds, though. Wop wop. Do you have anything to auto-detect the shiny, or are we just eyeballing all 50? Yeah, we get asked this kind of like a lot. What like do we have like a bot for shiny hunting? And I could make something like that in like one day. It really would not be a difficult thing to program with like something like a open source Python OCR or something. Like I've done far more difficult projects in far shorter amounts of time, so I could definitely do it. The thing is, I just don't want to. I think that a lot of the fun of doing a shiny hunt like this is that it is relying a little bit on the skill of keeping your eyes peeled for the shiny. Keeps you engaged. If you're just relying on a computer, at that point you might as well just have the computer push all the buttons. And I don't want to replace myself with a computer, because at that point I'm like, what did I build this all for? Do we have a nickname in mind for it? So we're playing in Japanese. That does limit us a little bit because we have a 5-character nickname limit. Theory is we could have seen it, passed it, and not known. Yeah, I mean, it happens. I don't think that I've missed a Golduck, because a lot of what I'm doing in the shiny hunt specifically is like I'm checking every Golduck's beak when they appear. So we'd be more likely to miss a Psyduck, and we have missed a Psyduck. You could do a who could find the shiny faster, man or computer. Oh, but the problem is it would be a computer. Computer just needs to like take a screenshot and it can analyze it in 0 seconds, right? Not worth it. I think that if you like that could be an interesting idea for a video, who can find a shiny faster, man or computer. If you like started an AI from scratch and had it like train itself on how to identify a shiny. But 안녕하세요, 희연아는. Do I play Pokemon Go? Every day, most of the time. Speaking of Pokemon Go, I guess we should probably do our daily Pokemon Go snapshots. Let's pull that up. Jimmy, pull that up. Did I get a Willow Pikachu? I didn't buy one of the plushies. I think that I might end up doing it, but I haven't done it yet. I don't know. I've been feeling pretty underwhelmed. Like in the overall, I'm feeling pretty underwhelmed with the 10th anniversary. I do still have the first anniversary Sylph Road coin. And like, that is something I think I should do like a YouTube short about. I think that would be a fun piece of Pokemon Go history to document. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like, I thought I would feel more of some sort of way about the 10th anniversary, but I'm just not. Oh wait, I did my snapshot. And nothing showed up? Was it only for one day? I'm glad I guess I got it yesterday. Wow, they really made it for one day. Crazy. Asteroid Videos made a video a couple years ago about making a bot for shiny hunts, but you think a part of that was the bot reacting to chat? I think that the problem is that like something like that just isn't interesting to me because of how simple it is. You give the bot like a database of Pokemon names, have it use OCR to read all of the names of the Pokemon that spawned, and then just have it check to see if any portion of the screen is like a 70% match for a shiny sprite. Like the whole thing could be done and then like tested in a day or two. And I think that for a YouTube video, it could probably be fun, but I honestly just don't want to add any more merit to the question of like, why don't you just have a computer do it? Because it's not fun. It's not, the whole point is that like maybe we're gonna fail them. How do we get them back in sync if they fall out of sync? Generally for encounters, you're kind of just doing the same thing over and over, right? So if not all of them get an encounter at the same time, you just don't push any other buttons until everything has an encounter. Yeah, like sometimes the fact that a human cannot necessarily scan all of the screens extremely quickly with 100% accuracy is what kind of makes a setup like this fun sometimes. Like it sucks. On Friday, I failed my first ever sighting of 2 shinies at the same time, which was brutal. But a computer would have never missed it. And what makes it sometimes fun is that there's a little bit of skill. There's a little bit of skill that goes into actually having to look myself. Just watch my video on how the Safari Zone works. Really good documentation. Dude, thanks. I actually spent a little bit of time today. Let me get this encounter done. I'll show you guys the update that we pushed to the Safari Zone guide today. It's a pretty minor one. But today I pushed a little update to the Professor Rex Safari Zone web tool. And that is that now when you load up your Pokemon, it actually gives you the current stats. I'm going to try to prettyify this later, but I wanted to get a kind of minimum viable product posted today because it's Safari Week. So now it'll tell you what the current odds of fleeing and your current odds of catching are if you just like throw a ball or throw your bait or whatever, and then it live updates. So as soon as I hit the bait, now it says odds to flee while eating 10%. If I throw my bait and then I run out of, let's say I run out of bait and it's watching carefully, I hit watching carefully, it'll go back to the odds of fleeing per turn when it's not eating. And then if I go to something like 4 balls left, if I throw a ball, it's watching carefully. Throw a ball, right, okay. So throw a ball. It's watching carefully, but it's not telling me to throw a bait. If I throw this rock, now it knows that my catch rate or my catch factor is 6, but it also knows that if the Pokemon was to begin watching carefully again, then it's not angry and it's not eating, which means that my catch rate goes back to 4.9% because the rock, when it wears off, resets everything. So that's pretty cool. I'm glad that now people won't be like needing to message me and ask what the different odds are. Like people are asking like, if I throw a bait, what does my flee rate become? If I throw a rock, what does my catch rate become, right? So now we have that information right there. And then I also added for the Japanese ones, it's not translated right now, but If we're playing on the Japanese games, it'll show odds of fleeing per turn, odds of capture per ball. If we're encountering Chansey, odds of capture per ball goes up when we throw the first rock, up when we throw the second rock, and up again when we throw the third rock, and then resets if it begins watching carefully. Just like a little update to the tool, but I think that it gives people a little bit more information that's a little bit like kind of fun. Now you know exactly what the odds of Chansey fleeing on that turn was. You know exactly what the odds of the ball working on the turn that you caught it were. Yep. Yeah, the update was live when I made that post. GitHub makes it super easy. I like push a git, and then within a few minutes, the website's updated, which is nice. I also love the fact that if you like, since I've programmed everything in JavaScript, none of it's hosted by me. I think that that's really convenient. I don't need to worry about web hosting, though in the future, it might be worth looking into self-hosting stuff so that I could do things that are not possible with just JavaScript. Like I could do stuff that requires an actual server connection. Only other feature you could imagine would be for the suggested actions to change if you accidentally go off script. Yeah, I think that ends up being like a much bigger project than you might think, because the tool isn't like live calculating the optimal strategies. All of the optimal strategies are pre-calculated pieces of information. And I would need to translate everything from Python to JavaScript to start. And it would take like a lot more resources and a lot more time to live calculate what the optimal thing to do is. So I think we probably won't have an upgrade like that. Honestly, if you're going off script, I mean, I know it can happen accidentally, but if you're going off script, you've already made a mistake. You've failed the purpose of the tool, and you've gone out of spec of what the tool is supposed to be used for. You know, you said shiny, and you gave me a surprise. I was thinking that there was actually a shiny. Who knows? Maybe I'll do my rocket leader. Maybe there's a shiny to be caught from my rocket leader. Okay. Yeah, and also, like, as far as development time goes, I would much rather at this point try to put some time into developing a tool for the other games. Ruby and Sapphire are probably going to be getting their Virtual Console release in the future, in like the kind of near future. And there's a whole big update that I need to make for the Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Safari Zone guide that dives into the ultimate like gray and white Pokeblocks, how Pokeblocks affect shiny rates, what the optimal Pokeblocks that go along with each of the like ultimate gray Pokeblocks are. And I think that development time is probably better spent expanding from having a very in-depth Fire Red Leaf Green tool to having a tool for all of the Safari Zones. And right now, the tool that I have for calculating like the optimal Pokeblocks and stuff for the Hoenn Safari Zone are not very user friendly, and I think that the only person that understands how they work is probably me. Oh damn. These Psybeam or Psyshocks are not going to be useful. Yeah, the Hoenn Safari Zone is like, if we thought that it was like really complex to talk about the Kanto Safari Zone, the Hoenn Safari Zone gets extremely complex for one very important reason, and that is that Pokeblocks affect your shiny chances, and that there's like 294 Pokeblock variants. If you guys want a little teaser into like the information that will be included in a Hoenn Safari Zone video, it's pretty crazy. But let me pull this up here. Let's do our shiny check though. Dang, no shiny Amora. Wop wop. Wop wop. Okay, there we go. So, this is Professor Rex's Synchronize Shiny Odds Calculator. If you put your current trainer ID and secret ID, the video will also unfortunately need to include a guide on how to calculate your secret ID, but 73 and then 6456 665 is that it? Yes. Okay. So this is the trainer ID that we're using right now. Kind of gives you a breakdown of how everything works. Our TSV is 8,191. What's very interesting about this is if we were using like a Pokeblock that boosts adamant encounter rates, our shiny rates would go up. To like, if we were synchronizing with an adamant nature, our shiny rates would go up to 1 in 8,400. But by using optimized Pokeblocks or optimized synchronizers, our shiny rates are 1 in 7,000. If we were synchronizing, 1 in 7,825. But with our white Pokeblock, we can see that our shiny rate is actually 1 in 7,620.5. Where it says best neutral rate here, that's because this Pokeblock has a 99.4997% chance to have a neutral Pokeblock thrown if you throw a spicy Pokeblock. Is that true? Pokeblock being neutral. Sour. Did I make sour Pokeblocks? 1 second. I must have made sour Pokeblocks. Let's see what Pokeblock I have in my inventory. So this is the white Pokeblock that we were just talking about. And then yeah, I have sour Pokeblocks. Correct. So the sour Pokeblocks have a 99.49% chance of being neutral. So if the Pokeblock triggers, we have an extremely good chance of a neutral Pokeblock, which is what causes the catch rate to become 0. And if we wanted to, we go to PDF file Hoenn. This Pokeblock, the 5, 10, 15, 20 Pokeblock, has a few different ways you can make it. There's lots of 4-player recipes, but there is like a 3-player recipe that you can use. But the big thing that makes the Hoenn Safari Zone and like optimizing it very complex is if we go to the ranking sheet of all the Pokeblocks, there are 294 different Pokeblocks. Now what's crazy is if you go to Bulbapedia where, oh shoot, I forgot to show you guys what I was showing you. I forgot to flip back here. Okay, so like I was saying, this Pokeblock can be made with all these different recipes. But this is the list of all of the different Pokeblocks in relation to the ratios of flavors that they have that will attract different natures of Pokemon. The absolute like most viable Pokeblock is this one that affects these natures, but the one that we're using is the rank 99 white Pokeblock. This Pokeblock here is the optimal Pokeblock for shiny hunting because it attracts like the fewest number of different natures. As you can see, it attracts literally 4 different natures. And if we, you know what's interesting? So if we go to Bulbapedia So I rewrote a big chunk of the Bulbapedia page for the Hoenn Safari Zone. But if we go to the Pokeblock throw bug here, it kind of shows it details the optimal way, quote unquote optimal way for exploiting the getting a Pokemon's flea check or flea chance to 0. What's interesting is it says make 2 single flavor green Pokeblocks as the optimal Pokeblock to have in the feeder. Unfortunately, the green Pokeblock is actually ranked 221st out of 294 Pokeblocks that you can put in the Pokeblock feeder. The optimal Pokeblock that you can make in single player is actually the rank 8 purple Pokeblock. So the chance of it generating a neutral nature if you're throwing a spicy Pokeblock is 99.9989%. As opposed to the green Pokeblocks 91.30%, which is like kind of huge. It like makes for a pretty big disparity. If we look at the success rates of Heracross and Wobbuffet, which are the rarest Pokemon in the Hoenn Safari Zone, with a bitter Pokeblock in the table, your odds of success are 77%. If you use the optimal complex Pokeblock, those odds go up. Check this out. 77.62%. All of this gives us an overall improvement to our success rate of catching the Pokemon of less than 1%. Does it really matter at that point? Maybe not. Maybe at the point in which the increase to your success rate is literally a percent, it makes more sense to go with the suboptimal but easier to understand strategy. But I just simply can't accept it. If I told people this is the optimal strategy, dang it, I'm going to make it so that they actually know what the true optimal strategy is. As you said, when you're searching for some of the rarest Pokemon in existence, every single optimization counts. No, that's true. That's true. A 1% difference isn't a lot. Unless you're looking for something like the 1% Golduck in the Safari Zone, then a 1% improvement on 9 million. Hey Siri, what's 1% of 9 million? Hey Siri? Hey Siri, what's 1% of 9 million? 90,000. 90,000. We would save 90,000 encounters. Which is like multiple days worth. You know what's funny though? We say that, Aquos, we say that. The amount of effort that's going to go into producing a video that documents how to make the 1% improvement will take me way longer than doing 90,000 encounters. Speaking of level 25 Golduck though, boom, there it is. Level 25 1% Golduck in the Safari Zone. Oh, sorry, that wasn't Aquos. That was Lab Radiso. Same name as Aquos, same kind of sentiment as Aquos. But yes, when you're trying to find and document some of the rarest Pokemon to ever exist, every little bit helps. And a 1% improvement might never help me personally, but on average, it will help 1 in 100 people. Could you let me know how you know that each instance of Ruby Sapphire is on a different RNG seed? So on a live battery of Pokemon Ruby, the starting seed advances once for every minute that the internal battery has been inside of the cartridge. So if you boot each of your games up at least 1 minute apart, they're going to have a different starting seed, and that should give you different RNG advancements. Now, I can't say for certain that at some point, you know, like we wouldn't end up with overlapping RNG because there are only 4.3 billion PRNG states, I believe. So for every 4.3 billion, wait, actually, how many seconds would it take on average for like the entire thing to loop? So there's 2 to the power of 32 different PRNG states. And, or is it an unsigned long? Let me check. Let me check how many PRNG states there are. PDF. Kanto. No. Fire red leaf green. Let me just double check how many PRNG states there are. PDF form of the document. We go to the footnote on PPRand. What's up with PPRand? Okay, yeah, it's an unsigned long, 32 bits. So yeah, there's 4.3 billion PRNG states. The PRNG state advances 60 times a second. So 2 to the 32 divided by 60 second, or 60 divided by 60. That would be how many minutes it is. Divided by 60 is how many hours it is. Divided by 24 is how many days it is. Divided by 365 is how many years it is. Okay, so on average, the PRNG states would loop every 22.7 years. So I can't say for certain that one starting seed wouldn't have somehow ended up lining up with like a certain number of RNG advancements on a different starting seed. But what I can say is the odds of that happening are 1/60th of a second in 23 years. So not particularly high. Dude, you're going to save everybody in the world 90,000 encounters. True. Well, with the Nintendo Switch release, you know, like, let's say the video gets 200,000 views. If 30% of the people make the optimal Pokéblock, what is that? That is like 70,000 people. Each of the 1 in 100 of those people would save an encounter. So let's say 70,000, 1% of 70,000, 7,000 people might actually catch the Pokemon that they really want. I really hope you make a video. OPB, it's going to be done. Like that video needs to be done. There's so much cool stuff to talk about. And I definitely want to have some Ruby Sapphire videos out in the time that Ruby Sapphire is released. Just saw this on Twitter. Would love to see it live. Well, here you are. You're seeing it live. Unless you want to see it in person. Then that's like an entirely different discussion. One thing that we do that I think is pretty fun, that I will, I'll show y'all now, is we make it so that if you come and visit the lab, you get to sign the GameCube table. Sorry, internet's bad still, but boom. Everybody who's, or like every Pokemon gamer who's come to visit the lab has signed the GameCube table, which I think is pretty fun. We might be missing Shank. Maybe I hadn't started doing this when Shank came. Or unless Shank is the gold one there. I would need to go back and like look at my footage, but we do get signatures of our special guests on the GameCube table. That's a little fun note, fun lab lore for you. But Jastwitz, if you are booting up the same save on multiple systems, number one thing to do, just boot them up 1 minute apart. And you should have different starting seeds. Just note, if you soft reset, you will sync the seeds back up. Did Coliseum just have the best Pokemon music? Be honest with me. Is there any game that comes close to the level of Coliseum? Any tips for Fire Red starter shiny hunting? You're 30 hours deep on the Switch and nothing. I mean, my tips for you would be to quickly do the math. I think that the soft resets for the starters are something like 15 seconds, right? Time your starter reset. I think that at a bare minimum, they're 15 seconds. Let's do the math here. So let's say that the shiny odds are 1 in 8,192. So 8192 is the shiny odds. We are doing one encounter every 15 seconds, so that's 123,000 seconds. We divide that by 60 seconds per minute, 60 seconds per hour, and on average, it would be 34 hours to get a shiny Charmander or a shiny starter if the soft resets are 15 seconds. If they're longer than that, obviously we have a longer time. But I would say, if I'm going to give a tip, it's that at 30 hours, you're not even at odds yet. And the unfortunate thing about shiny hunting is the games don't care what you've done in the past. Even though you've committed 30 hours already, you're just as close to the shiny as when you started. I think my tip would be find things to do on top of your shiny hunt, like multitask. I personally can't just sit here and shiny hunt in dead silence looking at ducks for 5.5 hours. The only reason that I'm able to do it is because I get to chat with everybody in chat. Like if there wasn't 70 people here watching and chatting with me, I would go insane, and I would instead opt to do something like watch Netflix or watch YouTube and stuff like that. Do it on the side. Don't do it as a primary. And I think if you remap the buttons on your controller, you can actually do the entire soft reset process with a single controller. Like you can one-hand it.
Hero has joined the lab.
Backlog Hero, welcome on into the lab. If anybody is here and you are new, make sure you hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. If you're on Twitch, use that Prime sub, log into Amazon Prime. If you're on YouTube, channel members do get access to a brand new video. It's going to be live later next week, but for right now, the vlog from the Pokemon World Championships and the first video debut of the Pokemon Rescue Project in any way is live to channel members. So if you want to join the YouTube as a channel member, that would be freaking amazing. The channel members actually really do help a lot with making it so that I have justification to my girlfriend in proving that one day I'm going to turn this into a real job. Also, channel members on YouTube do get a cool legendary stream avatar of their choice. And access to all shiny stream avatars. That's pretty cool too. Twitch subscribers get access to all shiny avatars for the little avatars. If you're new here and you're just a little ditto at the bottom, type ! Avatar, and then the Pokemon you want to become. All Pokemon from Gen 1 to 6 are available, but you can't unlock legendaries without becoming a member right now. Soon, we will have a revamped way to unlock legendaries and mythicals. Have we seen a shiny Psyduck today at least? No. We have done, I think, nearly 20,000 encounters at shiny odds of 1 in 7,260. And we have not seen a shiny Psyduck. It's actually kind of crazy. So we are at 54,000 encounters for 3 shiny Psyducks so far. Along with the arcade bar. The barcade. That is like we are in the thinking about it process. It's like really going to come down to figuring out how logistically viable is it. Chances of the shiny Golduck have to be astronomical. Well, they are. So the shiny Psyduck that we're looking for is the level 25 under-leveled Psyduck. Golduck, looking for Golduck. The under-leveled level 25 Golduck. Golduck usually evolves at level 33, so getting a level 25 is crazy rare because it is a 1%. It is then a 1 in 16 chance for it to be the level 25 because the 1% can be between level 25 and level 40. And then we still need to catch it, which only has an 82% chance of success. So you do all that math together, you get a big number, and then you multiply it by 60%, because with the repel trick, we're actually able to get rid of 40% of the worthless Psyducks. That being said, that is, I think, a level 25 or potentially level 26 underleveled Golduck there in the bottom left, which is pretty cool. So overall, I believe our odds on this save file with the white Pokeblock that we have set up are somewhere in the range of about 1 in 8.7 million to find and catch the underleveled Golduck. Or the level 25 Golduck. Tearful. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Mans is out here doing some rare animal hunting starting at 5 a.m. Crazy. I kind of did that backwards. I started at like 6 p.m. You're in the future. I'm in the past.
The cat bus 21 followed
Yes.
and the lab has grown.
That's how time zones work. I am currently in the past of your future. And you're in the future of my past. I have, you know what, gotten so good. He's so 3008, you're 2000 late. True. Ah, what a song. What an era. What an era to be alive. Black Eyed Peas. Let's see. How's our crazy Instagram reel doing? We are blowing up 38,000. That's wild. I was not prepared for that. So what makes this particular hunt so rare? Oh no. Okay, we're looking for the underleveled level 25 shiny Golduck. Golduck usually evolves only at level 33, so getting one at level 25 can only be done in the wild in Generation 3. The level 25 Golduck spawns in the 1% encounter rate slot, but that slot has the potential levels of level 25 to 40, so there's a 1 in 16 chance of it being a level 25 Golduck, meaning that we are dealing with a 1% and then a 1 in 16 chance on top of the shiny odds of 1 in 7,620.5 because we're using the ultimate shiny hunting white Pokeblock. We then need to deal with an 82% chance of success, which is an 18% chance of the Pokemon fleeing and us not successfully catching it. All of that leaves us with some crazy, crazy rare chance of encountering the Golduck, but we're using a level 25 repel trick to get rid of 40% of the Golducks or Psyducks that are under level 25, leaving us with shiny odds of somewhere in 1 in 8.7 million. I know that was a lot to take in, but we just explained it, and I'm like, we got to get through this. But that is why it's so rare. Gonna get tired of it? No, it's fine. It's kind of fun. I'm going to get more and more efficient at explaining it. And one thing that you can now do, now that you know how rare it is, you can keep your eye out for those level 25s and level 26s gold, level 25 and level 26 Golducks, which we see right there.
Has joined the lab.
Divad RL. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in to the Professor's Lab. How's it going? For everybody who's new here, thank you so much for joining us today. I wish that we had some shinies to show off for you, but so far in the last 5.5 hours on 58 systems, we have managed to track down 0 shiny Psyducks. You'd think 33 GameCubes, 25 Wiis. You'd think that it would be a no-brainer that after 5 hours of shiny hunting, we would have a shiny, but unfortunately, that's not how shiny hunting works. Sometimes the odds are just never in your favor. What does a power bill look like with a setup like this? That's a great question. So we actually do have some statistics on that. Over here to my right, but your left, is the current power consumption of the Professor's Lab. So at this exact moment, all of the systems and the stream PC and all 4 of the TVs are drawing 1,750 watts of power, which averages or ends up being about 1.7 kilowatt hours per hour. In Ontario, where we live, 1 kilowatt hour on average costs around 11 cents. So on average, we're looking at about 16 to 17 Canadian cents per hour for the raw electricity that the lab is using. Luckily, when we're streaming, usually we can make all of that back just off of the AdSense alone. So there is actually potential profit to be made in doing this shiny hunt. Is it a big profit? No. But are we necessarily strictly losing money? Also no. When was the last shiny Psyduck? Did we get one yesterday? Let me check. Or not yesterday, Sunday when we shiny hunted. Did I get one on Sunday? Yes. I got one on Sunday, I think. OBS recordings. Where are these being saved? Here. So last replay was on the 19th.
Zero has joined the lab.
No, the 20th. Oh shoot. I don't know. Potentially our last Psyduck was on the 19th. Brutal. Yo, Buxo, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. Great to have you here. But yeah, if you are interested in like what the power consumption of 33 GameCubes are, or 25 Wiis, or the stream PC with all the TVs, the power consumption is cycling through just to my right here. And that is, it shows off what the amperage is, so the resistance on the entire system, how many watts it's drawing, and then how many watt hours we've used since we started the stream 5.5 hours ago. When the time comes and you catch and you find the shiny, how do you know which system they're on? Are they all labeled? Some of them are labeled. The 16 GameCube shelf is labeled. The GameCube table is not, and it really should be. Realistically, it kind of works out to counting how many screens deep the Pokemon is, and then figuring out which console that ends up being. It is information in my head, and not information that I could easily transmit to somebody else's head. So labels would probably be a very, very smart idea. You could always just pull out display cables until you found it. No. I mean, I can count it out. We are generally pretty good at figuring it out. So far this Safari Week, I think the worst I've been is one system off. And the reason for that is actually my fault. The Psyducks, so that the darker screen on the left side of the screen, the one with the level 29 female Psyduck right now, is actually swapped. It's in the wrong spot. It should be one screen over. So screen number 9, 18, 21. Oh, no. Maybe it's screen number 19 and 20 are flipped. They should be in different places, and I forgot to switch them. Rex, you need to buy Pokemon Violet soon before the market crashes. With the switch to encounter spawns, you research some single title encounter humongous level 3s and their 2-player sandwich exclusives. Hold up, pause chat. Okay. I think that one might need a much more detailed explanation that I will not be able to understand on stream. If you can DM me like something of what you mean, that's really cool. Are you saying that there's some Pokemon that like can't have specific like mark and size combinations unless you're in multiplayer? Or are you talking about sandwiches? There's like some sandwiches that you can only make in multiplayer. I think maybe it's the sandwiches. One of the benefits of multiplayer shiny hunting with sandwiches is if you have like one save file that has all the ingredients for making the sandwich, and then one save file actually shiny hunting, you can just kind of have like that save file catch the shinies, and then the other save file just reset and then remake the sandwich. So you can have a kind of unlimited sandwich ingredients with 2 players, as long as you're only catching the shinies on one of the 2 profiles. Gotcha. There's some sandwiches you can only make in 2-player. Makes sense. I don't know. People were like super fast to the whole sandwich math thing, so I didn't ever really touch it that deeply. I kind of just followed along with what everybody else was saying. Oh my goodness. I am actually flabbergasted by the fact that we are like over 15,000. Actually, let me check. What was our encounter count at when we started stream today? So we started stream today at 35,000 encounters, which means that we have done over 20,000 encounters today and got 0 shinies. What? What? Our shiny odds are 1 in 7,260 or 7,620. And got nothing. You're counting encounters with CV or audio. We are actually, so the way that I like pushing a physical button for the encounters. So the way that I like to do it is I have it set up where my Wavebird is plugged into a USB to GameCube adapter, or like hooked up to a USB to GameCube adapter. So when I get all of my encounters, I push the trigger button on my Wavebird, and that's actually what triggers the count. The physical pushing of a button, personally. What's the next shiny hunt? Ooh, there are so many cool shiny hunts out there. When my brother returns from Indonesia, one of the big shiny hunts we want to do is he's going to be doing some Tauros in Firewood and Leaf Green. I think that he's on Tauros number, or this would be like Tauros number 5. He's failed 4 Tauroses. And he just wants to finally catch one rare shiny in the Firewood Leaf Green Safari Zone. So Tauros is going to be the next one for Safari Week. And then from there, I don't know. There's like a million backburned shiny hunts that I want to do. I want to do some Curry Connoisseur shiny hunting. I don't know. We got to make like a list. One thing that I really want to get back to is like shiny hunting different Pokemon every day, like an unknown day every week. Yeah, I think that that would be kind of my dream, is to get back to like Fire Red Fridays, unknown Wednesdays, kind of give myself a little bit of structure around when we're going to do what shiny hunts and when we're going to be streaming. But to say for certain what any of those shiny hunts will be, it's impossible. There's too many cool shiny hunts out there. Too many cool shinies to find. Like a manual clicker. Yeah, I just like the physical push a button, number go up. It's always been a very satisfying part of the shiny hunting on these setups. You're at about a 6.8% chance to not encounter a shiny at those odds in approximately 20,400 encounters. Let me check your math. I have a tool for this. Chat. How likely it is that they're correct?
Bandit Andrew followed and the lab has grown.
Let's take a peek. Okay, we found 0 shinies in 20,400 encounters, with shiny odds of 1 in 7,620.5. 6.88% chance of hunts, or for a hunt to go that long. It's pretty close. Pretty close to what they said. Infinity Squad gets 1 billion points. Did I go to the Pokemon Go event in New York City, Times Square? I was not invited to that whatsoever. The Pokemon Company at the moment is quite pissed off with me in general, I think. I was not invited. Between being banned from being a professor, making a stink about them accepting a hacker as a content creator for Worlds, and just in general, being apparently somebody that play Pokemon doesn't really like because of Pokemon Rescue. I'm not really expecting to ever be in their good graces again. But I think that if I had been at the Pokemon Go event in New York, I probably would just give away one of the Mewtwo's. I think that, like, I'm kind of surprised that I haven't seen any content creators doing a giveaway of their Mewtwo. They all got 2, I think. So even if I only got 1, I already have a Hundo Mewtwo, and I think that being, like, given one is something that I wouldn't really want. So yeah, I probably would have done a giveaway, but I wasn't invited, and I don't have one, so it's all hypothetical anyways. Community ambassadors were able to invite people. I also didn't know any community ambassadors that were invited. The only community ambassador I know, I don't think got an invite. It was like only a select number of community ambassadors. I don't know. The whole thing was kind of a shit show. There was somebody like trying to sell their New York background Mewtwo on eBay for like $10,000. And they got called out for it. And they're like, I didn't know that's against the terms of service to sell Pokemon on eBay. And it was like, okay, bud, sure. Nobody knew that. I think that one of the big reasons I was a little underwhelmed by the 10th anniversary was that they made such a big deal about such a big deal about this like 10th anniversary stream. They made it seem like it was going to be like a really special thing, right? And then what they actually did was they made it so that only people that were physically there were able to like join in. I think they could have solved literally the entire thing. Everything would have been solved if they just made it so that it's like, okay, everybody, whether you're at home or here in New York, the countdown begins. And then like everybody in game got a pop-up to do the Mewtwo raid. Like that is what the 10th anniversary should have been. It should have been a global celebration of like, how many people can we have push a button to join a raid right this second? It would have been way cooler to have had, 300 million people in a raid. Instead, they were like, this is a really special opportunity for a select few people that were invited. What if you told me that you went and you were willing to trade me one of the Mewtwo's with a background? Holy crap. I mean, I think if somebody offered to give me one, I feel like I would have to accept it. It is just to like have one. That would be so cool. But at the same time, it's like, do I even really want one? So many servers they'd have to pay for. Capitalism will never. But the problem is, like, think about how many people are raiding during like GoFest. And to be honest, I don't even care if they cheated a little bit. Oh, shiny Psyduck. We finally did it. 21,000 encounters later. And there it is. Shiny level 25 Psyduck. Unfortunately, it's not a Golduck. But in this instance, we'll have to take it. That is one of the Wiis. Okay, so if that's like the 8 Wiis. And then we have 8 more Wiis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Must be Wii number 9. Let's see if it's Wii number 9. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow.
1221 has joined the lab.
Okay. Let's pull this up. Jimmy, pull this up. Shiny Psyduck. Perfect. Oh, you see? Just by counting, I was able to discern that this Psyduck is on Wii number 9. Because deep down, I am a professional. Okay, so we go here. I'm going to turn these off. Thank you for the follow, Techno Light.
XX Technolites followed and the lab has grown.
Okay. Okay, and we got to go to Wii number 9. There it is. Nice. What is happening here? The heck did I just do? Oh, so sources. There we go. Rumble Shiny. Okay. Okay. That would be this game. Let's see. And then we need to go to audio 2. There we go. Okay. Let's pause our Pokemon music. We got a Psyduck to catch. Here we are. I think actually maybe let's try to do this in ever so slight HD. Ever so slight HD. Yeah, that looks a lot better, doesn't it? Okay. Super easy. Barely an inconvenient. All we're going to do for Psyduck is we are going to throw one single Pokeball. And that's all it's going to take. One. All it's going to take is two little Pokeballs. 1, 2, 3. Easy as that. Easy as that. I'm going to guess Calm Nature. And we're going to give it a nickname. This one, since we had a viral Instagram moment today, this one is going to be named Insta. To commemorate our viral Insta moment. And we'll give out a little bit more shiny PP since we caught it. How did I upscale to a higher resolution? So the way that everything works is all of the GameCubes are going into a multi-viewer and all of the Wiis are going into a multi-viewer. And then that multi-viewer is going into the capture card. So everything is kind of being taken from 1080p to 1/4 of 1080p to then 1/4 of 1/4 of 1080p. And then what I did there was I just brought it back up to 1/4 of 1080p instead of 1/4 of 1/4 of 1080p. Let's take a look at our duck. Insta. Ooh, it's not calm. It's not calm. What is the nature here? Let's take a peek. It is... I think that is... Oh my goodness. I just saw it. Ah, naughty. Is that... I think that it is... Naughty. Yes. A naughty shiny. You did it, of sorts. Yes, well, we can upgrade our stats. So our shinies go up to 7. We've caught 7 shinies, ran from 4 and failed 1. And if we go back to our totals, total shinies is now 12. Not bad. And now, what buttons did I push? And how do I fix this again? Okay, so we go back to 4 times. And then we go to press mode here. There we go. Okay, now we have everything back scaled to 1/4 of 1/4 of 1080p. Perfect. Back to shiny hunting. We'll get a little bit more in. I was really thinking that wearing my blue duck shirt today was going to help. I don't know how many of you noticed, I'm wearing like a Quaxley shirt and it's blue. I was hoping like I'll wear a blue duck shirt and it'll help me get more blue ducks, but it didn't help with like really increasing the duck rate by very much, it seems. It worked, but only barely. We are still extremely over odds for what we should be. Okay. Still, not a bad outcome overall. We'll take it. A duck's a duck. You've watched my videos for a very long time. You admire the dedication. If you would all be at all interested in getting a Times Square Mewtwo, let me know. I mean, I feel like if somebody's offering it to me, I would be kind of silly not to try and take it. You gotta add me as a friend. I think !Pogo. I think !Pogo adds me, gets my friend code. If you add me, we can try to get to lucky friends. I think it would be crazy to do anything other than lucky trade it though. I guess we could also trinket, but we got to be at least some level of friends. That would be a worthwhile trinket. And I guess if you went to the one in New York, you must not be too far away from me. I'm in Toronto, but I do tend to travel around to different Pokemon events. I've been to every North American Go Fest, and I've only missed one event in Canada / the US. I missed Unovator, and that's it. Let me try to grab my friend code and then you can add me. Based in Boston, just got announced for a City Safari event. True. I have not decided if I'm gonna try to go there. Should I? Are the tickets already sold out for it? I've been honestly like trying to kind of limit how much I'm traveling, but then I've also just been traveling a lot. It's a difficult balance. City event don't tend to sell it because there's no park experience. Right. Yeah, I'll think about it. Boston is nice, but I've been there a few times already. And the last time I went to Boston, I did break my hand. Yeah, you guys are all welcome to add me as a friend. I'm terrible at opening gifts. So just like, you can add me. I will not make any promises of opening gifts. I just don't find the gameplay loop of menuing for 5 minutes every day overall that appealing. But the Boston Aquarium is super nice. You might be able to convince me to go to Boston to go back to the aquarium. There's also the Pokemon Go Red Sox game a day before the City Safari. Ooh, I haven't got to go one of the Pokemon baseball games. Unfortunately, the Blue Jays partnered with Minecraft last summer, but did not partner with Pokemon. And since I'm not going to Worlds this year, I did not try to get tickets for that one either. I think that the Worlds Pokemon one is probably going to be the craziest Pokemon-based baseball game that we're going to get. But maybe one day I'll try to go to one of the ones that they have in Korea next year. If they have one in Korea when I'm there, I can try to see about going to one of their games. But the problem was the baseball games that they had for Pokemon that they were advertising well in Busan, and I was in Seoul, and I didn't really feel like going all the way to Busan for a baseball game, especially because I don't really care for baseball. Ooh, I mean, if people are offering me free tickets, well, now we're starting to get talking. When is this? What time of year is this? For the City Safari? It's like it's later, right? Only problem is I have been starting to schedule up events. September. Oof. September. I think my girlfriend is going to Italy in September. So if she's in Italy, I could probably justify going to Boston. But I was also thinking of just going to Italy. Check the dates. I can put it on as a potential, maybe. No promises. I think if I can find somebody that would be down to carpool with me from Toronto and kind of like split gas, then we're talking. We're cooking. We're cooking with gasoline. Red Sox game is 25th. City Safari is 26th and 27th. Ooh. Mewtwo trade. Red Sox game. You tempting me. You tempting me. Oh, wait, is this a City Safari or is this like the Go Wild event? If it's the Go Wild event, I'm in. If it's a City Safari, I'm on the fence. Go wild with the Safari Balls. I would be down to go to an in-person event with Safari Balls. Just so I can fill up my inventory even more with Safari Balls. Duck. How much longer are we thinking we should go here, everybody? It's 12:30 now. Maybe go until 1 a.m. and see how we feel. Maybe okay, we'll go until 1 a.m. And then we're going to start doing dollar per minute. Yeah, we've never done one. A streamathon. A streamathon, $1 per minute donation to the Starlight Children's Foundation. We keep going. Just got an ad. What did you miss? I was asking if the City Safari is a safari event or the Go Wild event. Because I would be interested in doing a Go Wild in-person event because I like catching Pokemon in Safari Balls. Do you want to see something crazy? You want to see my Pokemon Go inventory? I have a problem. And it can only be solved with more cowbell. Okay. No, Pokemon Go. Here we go. Check this out. I'm going to show you guys some like serious brain damage. Very serious brain damage. Oh my goodness. Okay. I need to go get a new Wi-Fi router, apparently. My Wi-Fi router is doing this like the same thing it was doing last week, where it's just constantly disconnecting and reconnecting the Wi-Fi devices. Okay. There's two things in my Pokemon Go inventory that are problematic. One of them is my number of unknown. I have 1,651 unknown, and I like all of them, and I don't really want to get rid of all of them. I want to keep all of them, but unfortunately, eventually I need to get rid of them. The other problem I have is I have 948 Pokemon caught in Safari Balls that I refuse to get rid of until they can be sent to Pokemon Home. But Niantic still insists that I'm not allowed to send these Pokemon to Pokemon Home yet. That is my problematic Pokemon Go inventory. This has been Pokemon or Professor Rex showing why he has so little inventory space, but it's because 2,500 slots are being full of Safari Balls and unknowns. Yeah, so the first time they did a Go Wild event, I actually ended up not playing that much. I kind of like kept one Pokemon per species in Safari Balls because I was like, yeah, maybe one day they'll release it in Home. But I was I was actually super excited for the Go Wild event the first time, and then they announced that it was not going to be possible to transfer them to Home. So I was like, okay. And then I played a little bit of the event, but not that much. And hello?
Hello?
Yo, it's Tearful. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I just
Hello,
suddenly
Rex.
heard chewing, and I was like, somebody's in the call. Somebody's not being that sneaky.
I was waiting until you like stopped speaking.
What are you hunting?
Chansey, of course.
Chansey? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, but I'm actually one of the few that found Tauros and caught it as well.
This Safari Week? In the past.
No, it was in March, literally on my birthday.
Wow, that's a pretty cool day to get it. What did you name
Yeah.
it?
Nothing. I don't name shinies. I don't like naming the shinies.
Crazy. I like giving them nicknames. I feel like it makes them more special.
No, it feels like it's not the Pokemon anymore because it's a Tauros, so it should be named Tauros. No?
But it's your Tauros.
Yeah. True.
420 Canadian dollars keeps me up all night hunting. Dude, $420 going to the Starlight Children's Foundation and all I need to do is stay awake all night? Down. Easy peasy for me. No brainer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I've started Safari Week with like crazy amounts of luck. And I have just ever since then had absolutely brutal luck with these Psyducks. Just the worst luck. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but I am really struggling. Follow me on Instagram. Can you send me details via DM? Sure.
Maybe you're just too lucky, Rex.
Pardon?
You're just maybe just too lucky.
I started out really lucky and then... Is my Pokeblock still active? Oh, my Pokeblock isn't active anymore. I guess that is a good indication that we should reset our steps. My Pokeblock is over.
And the lab has grown.
So
What does it do
let's
though?
head back.
What does a Pokeblock
Pardon?
do?
So the Pokeblock changes the like nature generation distribution of the Pokemon that you counter. So Pokeblocks will attract Pokemon who have natures that like the flavors of the Pokeblock and the Pokeblock feeder.
Mm-hmm.
I'm using a save file that has a TSV, so a trainer ID and a secret ID, whose combination ends up making calm Pokemon much more likely to be shiny. And I'm using a Pokeblock that makes it much more likely to spawn calm Pokemon. So with the combination of the trainer ID, secret ID that I have, and the Pokeblock that I'm using, my shiny odds are actually 1 in 7,620 instead of
The A192.
1 in 8192 exactly. Okay, 1 second. My repels are gonna start wearing off, so I gotta walk these off.
Dude, the more you speak about Pokemon, the more I think Pokemon is made with spaghetti code.
Sometimes it definitely is. The reason that the Pokeblocks are so freaking weird is because there's literally in the game's code, the first thing they did for like programming how the Pokeblocks work was the idea was just,
The orange
okay,
jacket has joined the lab.
Orange Jacket, welcome on in. Thank you for joining us here in the lab. So what they were going to do is they were just going to randomly generate Pokemon by nature until they found one that like liked the Pokeblock that you liked or whatever. But technically, like just randomly generating PIDs over and over again could end up with a loop where like the game never finds one, even though the odds of that are extremely unlikely. It could happen, right? Where it's like randomly generating Pokemon IDs over and over until it finds one. So instead, what they did was they made it so that it took the list of all Pokemon natures and quote unquote randomizes it. But instead of just like true randomizing it, it effectively just slightly shuffles it and then reverses the list of natures. So Pokemon with higher nature IDs end up being far more likely to be at like the front of the list of these like randomly generated natures. And then it just forces the Pokemon to be that nature. I don't know if I explained it really well, but effectively like the Pokeblock can attract 4 different natures of Pokemon, but it's 80% likely to attract a calm Pokemon instead of any of the other 4, even though the game should have made all 4 of those natures equally probable.
No. Okay.
And what that does is it means that if we know that like 80% of the time we're going to generate a calm Pokemon, we can use a trainer ID that has a higher chance of calm Pokemon being shiny. And we can also use sour Pokeblocks as the Pokeblock to throw at the Pokemon, because calm Pokemon are neutral to sour Pokeblocks, which means that a sour Pokeblock most of the time will cause the Pokemon's flee rate to become 0. So that's how you kind of like maximize your success chance of catching Pokemon, as well as maximizing the shiny chance. It's like all extremely convoluted, but I think it's interesting that we can shiny hunt a quote unquote full odds Golduck at 1 in 7,640 shiny odds.
That's actually pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. But the Pokeblock needs to remain active. And I think the fact that my repel wore off slightly after the Pokeblocks were wearing off
Bonkerbot
leads
has
me
joined
to
the
believe
lab.
that the Pokeblocks are probably active for 200 steps. Because repels are good for 250 steps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that. Anyways, I just
You're
reset everything, so we should be right back to shiny hunting at 1 in 7,620 shiny odds here in the Safari Zone.
To put it in the title, come on, that's like such a clickbait title. Easy.
Ooh. Okay, good idea, good idea. Let me edit this Twitch title.
Hunting
Okay,
in
shiny
full-on.
hunting.
No,
1
no,
in
put the
7,620 shiny hunting, the second rarest shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Ruby. Good idea. Clickbait. Just so that people are like, what do you... No, shiny odds are 1 in 8,192. Like, not today. Not for me. Okay. That being said, the shiny odds being boosted has not helped me very much. Today I've done 27,000 encounters and found 1 shiny Psyduck, so.
Well, it's like, what is that, like, percentage increase of, like, better odds? Not even that much, right?
No, not really.
Because it's a 0.002.
7,620 divided by 8,192 is a 7% increase to the shiny odds.
Okay, not bad. Not bad.
I mean, 7% is pretty high in the grand scheme of things, really. It's almost the highest they can possibly go. You can get them a little bit higher by using like a calm synchronized Pokemon if this was Emerald, but I'm not an Emerald, so.
Yeah.
What's funny though is like getting a trainer ID, secret ID that like has this exact shiny rate is as rare as getting a shiny Pokemon, which kind of puts it on par with like getting a full odds cute charm save file. So
Yeah.
it's quite rare, but there is a frame 4.5 minutes into a dead battery Pokemon Sapphire save file that has this trainer ID combination. So it's pretty easy to do with a dead battery RNG, and then you just pop a battery in for some live battery shiny hunting. Good luck on the hunt. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the good luck. Thank you all for joining us today. It's been a fun stream today, just hanging out, trying to catch shiny Pokemon, succeeding in catching at least one, but failing and seeing more than that.
You've been streaming for 6 hours. What?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't planning on streaming this long, but I was just having, I don't know, I was having fun just chatting with everybody. We talked, Kyle and I, so Professor Tops and I have been kind of thinking about opening an arcade, and I just had a lot of things to potentially talk about on that front. I guess I can ask you, if you had an arcade down the street from your house, what would it take for you to go and spend time there?
I don't know, most arcade here in Belgium do also sell like retro games though.
Yeah. Kind of having like a, I mean, it would come down to whether or not I could get a retail license as well. But I do think that like a retro game, little like glass cabinet of retro games for sale would probably be cool, especially if we kind of rotated them to match the arcade games that were in the arcade.
Yeah. But you need the classics though. But I don't think
machines.
Well, no, you found some pretty cool stuff, so I would be shocked if you wouldn't find that. Like the classics, you know, like Tetris, Pac-Man, I think. It's pretty classic.
Sure. There's a really cool Pac-Man multiplayer game that's pretty nifty. So it can be like up to 4-person Pac-Man, and you all in a way are working together to try to clear the level, but also competing against each other to be the last ghost or Pac-Man alive.
Like a Pac-Man Battle Royale.
Kind of like a Pac-Man Battle Royale, but like you could look at it as a co-op game as well.
Yeah,
like if you wanted it to be co-op, well. You could you could play it as co-op, but like you could also treat it like a Battle Royale where you can eat each other. It's fun. That one's fun. I would like to get that one, and it's a good bar top game too.
There's also a good Donkey Kong arcade game though.
Okay, so some classics. And then the other thing that Kyle and I want to do is we want to make it free play. So it's like you pay once to get in as an entry fee, and then you play as much as you want. Because I don't really like the pay per play model of arcades. Because I always find that it makes you, I feel like as somebody who's not super good at video games, right? I feel bad when I spend like $1 to play a game and then I immediately die. I feel like I just straight up wasted $1, right?
That's basically gambling, literally.
Yeah, I mean, that is, so we just got a pinball machine, and it's funny because the pinball machine is so much different than a modern day pinball machine, because pinball machines, the one that we got is it's a Williams Gorgar pinball machine from 1989, and they were kind of built to be coin munchers, where it's like it's an unforgiving game that's very difficult to maintain the ball's momentum and like not have it drain, because the whole point is that like you play for 3 minutes and then you put another quarter in. But I don't like that, because I mean, first off, charging a quarter per play is pretty much nothing these days. It's like not a sustainable business model to charge 25 cents. So like you need to charge like $1 per play, and that's just too much for me. So I like the idea more if you pay once to get in and then you just play as much as you want.
Yeah.
I think another thing I would love to do would be like a multi-hunting Pokemon custom kiosk or something. So it's like one controller set up like an arcade machine, and it's 4 systems, and you can just shiny hunt, and if you find a shiny, you get like a free piece of pizza. Or I guess you could just actually play Pokemon if you felt like it.
No. Just make a ROM hacker stuck in the Safari Zone and
Just permanently. Oh, that would actually be a decent use for a ROM hack. Would just be infinite steps in the Safari Zone. You can't leave the Safari Zone.
yeah.
The only way that you leave the Safari Zone is if you run out of balls,
By
but it
getting-
actually just replenishes your balls and puts you back at the beginning.
Yeah.
That's
And
kinda
then
genius,
you can,
actually.
You can leave when you find a shiny. Then you can leave.
Hmm. That's not a bad idea. I think in that case, I would want to run it on like a PC with VBA so that I could run a script in the background that like identified if you did find a shiny, and then
Yeah.
lit up some lights, and then it would do something custom in the event that you found a shiny.
Yeah.
Shoot you a back.
I don't know what the licensing is that about though, but
So that's why we want to have like a free play arcade, because then you're like charging people to enter the space, just to like come and be in the space, and you're not charging them to like, you're not charging them $10 to come and play Pokemon. You're charging them
Yeah,
$10 to be in the arcade and come to the bar.
yeah,
And
because
then,
they
oh yeah,
can play
there's
whatever
also
they
Pokemon
want.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's like the other reason that I want a free play, is because I want to be able to have custom arcade cabinets. You can't like charge somebody $1 per play to spend 5 minutes in the Safari Zone, because you don't have licensing for that. But it's okay to charge somebody $15 to come into a bar that has a Pokemon machine.
You're gonna give drinks as well, though, right?
Yeah, we're gonna be a bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have to catch the shiny?
Yeah. No. It'll automatically
No?
pull up. It'll automatically pull up the. Oh yeah, sorry. No, you do have to catch it. It just like will automatically pull up the Professor Rex optimal catching web tool for you, so that you can follow through or ignore it. Up to you.
No, you can put like a. You can book like a. You can make like a brochure of the thingy.
A little like printout. That would work.
Yeah. So
One
yeah.
thing that I worked on this week was trying to make like a little printable pamphlet for Pokemon Rescue, because Kyle and I are bringing Pokemon Rescue to Ottawa on the 1st of August. If any of you are in the Ottawa area, Canada, make sure you come to the OG Classic in Ottawa on August 1st. Pokemon Rescue is going to be there. Come get some cool event Pokemon. Come bring your Pokemon from the old games to the new ones. Come meet the professors. If you're in the area of like Gatineau / Ottawa / wherever, make the drive out. It should be a really fun event, August 1st. Anyways, I tried to make like a Pokemon Rescue pamphlet, with the hope being that we can give somebody the printout and then they can follow along themselves to rescue their Pokemon without like that much intervening from us professors, so people can really feel like they accomplished the process of Pokemon Rescue all on their own. I think a bike racing event. No, the OG Classic is a Pokemon card event being hosted by Denerion in Ottawa. OG Classic, which stands for Ottawa Gatineau Classic. If you're really creepy, I mean, it's an opportunity to meet my girlfriend too. If that tickles your fancy,
What
gonna
the
be there.
fuck, Greg?
yeah, I gotta lure people in somehow, right? If you're like a real weirdo,
Oh
You can
my
meet my
God.
girlfriend too.
Yeah, if you're a weirdo, you can meet my girlfriend as well. Ah, yes.
What is the odds of getting it with the amount of pulls per encounter? 1 in 8.7 million divided by 58. Hey Siri, what's 1 in 8.7 million divided by 58? 1 in 150,000 sets of encounters. That's our odds of finding and catching the shiny Golduck. Doesn't leave me with a whole lot of faith that it'll actually happen, but I mean, it could.
It could.
It
The
could.
odds are low, but never zero.
Exactly.
I get this, dude. I literally need 2 more Rex. Can you believe it? I only need Chansey and Kang, and then I'm done. I'm out of the Safari Zone.
And then you need Dragonair.
Mm,
Or you can hunt anything else.
well, I've literally done I'm like 40% done with the 151 now.
Oh, you gotta finish that. So wait, how long are you gonna try, and what is so rare? Also here from Instagram. Hello, everybody from Instagram. If you're here from Instagram, make sure you subscribe. We got some fun videos coming out on YouTube in the near future. We're looking for the Golduck. The Golduck is super rare because it is a 1 in 100 chance to roll the 1% encounter slot. The 1% encounter slot has a 1 in 16 chance of being the level 25 Golduck. It can be between level 25 and 40. And then there's an 82% chance of successfully catching the Golduck. On top of that, the shiny odds are 1 in 7,620. So everything kind of works out to being about 1 in 8.7 million to successfully find and catch the level 25 shiny Golduck in the Ruby and Sapphire Safari Zone after using the level 25 repel trick to get rid of some of the garbage Psyducks. Not particularly common. Almost entirely impossible, but crazier things have happened. I did just realize it is 5 times rarer than finding 2 shinies at once with this setup, though. Which is kind of crazy.
Oh, I threw another ball.
It's okay. The odds of using all of your balls are so low. It happens, but I think it's like 1% of the time.
Is it not like less? What's it called? Like, and I was gonna say probable, but like,
No,
it's better to have all your balls, right?
It is better to have all your balls, but if we look at like the Professor Rex Fire Leaf Green Safari Zone Kanto page. Okay. So if you're looking for Chansey and you have 30 balls, your odds of success are 19.08%. If you have 29 balls, it's 19.08%. If you have, if you have 28 balls, it's 19.07%.
It goes down 0.01%. That's so weird.
Yeah, so like 29, 28, 27 balls, like you're probably fine. It's far more likely to run out of balls on Dratini than the others, just because Dratini has the 5% flee rate. But at the same time, I mean, like, think about it. You're better off doing one more encounter than your time is better spent doing one extra encounter than trying to run back and get that one ball. Would it suck to run out of balls? Yes.
Yes.
But the odds of it happening are so low that it basically doesn't matter.
Oh my god, no, dude. I found a shiny Rex.
A slimy?
A shiny Nidoran female, but
are you gonna screen share it? Oh, he is screen sharing it.
I'm already screen sharing it.
He's screen sharing it. Let's take a look, everybody.
Also,
shiny Nidoran.
I'm applying my new rule. It's a dupe, so I'm rocking it.
What the heck? Okay, we got Tearful here with a shiny Nidorino. Nidorina.
Nidoran female, yeah.
Shiny Nidoran female. We're gonna give everybody some shiny PP. because we found a shiny on stream.
Okay, let's rock it first.
Oh my gosh. First ball, or first rock, and it fled. That's crazy. That's crazy. Actually, the odds of it fleeing on first turn are so low. I think it's 15% to flee on the first turn.
With rock?
Rock doesn't take effect until turn 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, this is funny.
But what is funny about throwing a rock at Nidoran female is that its catch rate is already 50.28% per ball. It can't be any higher than that. So like throwing a rock is actually entirely useless. Like genuinely does nothing beneficial for you.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Yeah,
so that's why I do
who
it.
needs dupes?
There we go. We go again. Who needs tubes?
Who need dupe? Okay. Congratulations on your fail. I'm gonna put you
Indeed.
over. I didn't realize you were streaming. I'm gonna put you over on my fourth monitor so I can passively observe additional screens.
I need, yeah. That's 4 for me. For Sapphire Week so far.
Can anybody explain why he's not using Sweet Scent? So the problem with Sweet Scent is that the repel trick doesn't work if you're sweet scenting. So we're using repel and a level 25 Staryu to get rid of 40% of the Psyducks. We're getting rid of all of the Psyducks that are level 20 to 24. And that means that we're only getting Pokemon that are level 25 and above. If you use Sweet Scent, you would end up with Pokemon that are of all of the different levels. So we'd see 40% trash Psyducks. The reason I want level 25, great question. Because I'm crazy. I don't know. There's a few things that I look out for that kind of identify rare Pokemons in my mind. Like I'm very pedantic about what kind of constitutes a rare Pokemon. And like one of them is level, one of them is the ball that it has, one of them is the ribbons that it has. So like what ball it's in, what ribbons it has, what level it is. These are all things that can kind of like affect whether or not a Pokemon is considerably shiny or not. And then like movesets can also kind of play a factor in there, but less and less so because movesets get reset when you transfer Pokemon to newer games.
Yeah.
So is there any real value to getting a Golduck that's level 25 instead of just catching a Psyduck and evolving it? No, not really. I just think it's kind of neat. It would just be neat to see it. And one of my goals has been to like find and document some of the rarest Pokemon to ever exist. I like theory crafting really, really rare Pokemon, and then I like building the ultimate shiny hunting setup for finding them. It all started with trying to get Chansey in the Safari Zone. And then when we did that, I was like, well, we got to go bigger. What's crazier than Chansey in the Safari Zone?
Did you never go for the 1% Auros?
I've like because I got Chansey. And I got I got Chansey, Pinsir, and Scyther, and Dratini myself. So I've actually left Tauros and Kangaskhan for Professor Tops because I don't really want it to feel like he's just shadowing trying to catch a Pokemon that I already have. I think it would be cooler if like the first Pokemon that we get as like the lab duo is him getting his Tauros and him getting Kangaskhan. Chansey is kind of like my thing, so leaving Kangaskhan and Tauros is like that's Professor Tops' thing.
He failed one. He failed one, I think.
He's failed like 4 Tauroses. Yeah.
4?
Yeah.
So I'm actually really lucky to find one and catching it instantly. Crazy.
It's like a 1 in 5 chance to catch Tauros with the bait strat. So yeah, quite lucky.
Quite lucky. It was on the 5th ball though.
Do I actually think this will happen? No. It probably won't. The level 25 is like the pipe dream. It could happen. Though any Golduck level 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, like those are all Golducks that I would be really happy with. Level 30, 31, 32 are a little bit more common. They are still under leveled, but they do exist in the a 4% Golduck slot as well, not just the 1%. So any underleveled Golduck I'll be happy with. Level 25 to 29 I'd be the most happy with because that is like a guaranteed 1%. And on average, getting something like that, we're probably estimating like 60 or 70 phases. Realistically, like we should, if I wasn't getting unlucky, we should already be 6 or 7 phases into getting this Golduck. So that would be like 10%, which means that realistically, this is the sort of thing where getting an underleveled Golduck should be a hunt that would be possible in the span of a month. The big holdback is just that like the amount of time it takes to set this all up is quite strenuous. And I also, like, if I'm not actively hunting every single day, I'm not going to leave all of the systems on, but it does take like 3 hours just to turn all the systems on and get everything booted up.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Well, because
a
lot of the GameCubes are actually NTSC GameCubes, and I'm running NTSC-J, like I'm running Japanese Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Box, and my GameCubes aren't region swapped, or like don't have region switches. So for each of them, I'm putting the Game Boy, what's it called? The SD Media Launcher, like the Action Replay disc in. So I'm using the Action Replay GameCube disc to region swap the GameCube. Then I'm putting the Japanese Pokemon Game Boy or Pokemon Ruby Sapphire box in. Then I'm connecting the Game Boy Advance and loading the save on it. And then I'm unplugging everything and going to the next system. So it's like, it's a time-consuming endeavor. It's faster on the Wii's because the Wii's can just read the Japanese copy of Ruby Sapphire box.
Yeah, that's why I stick to my emulators.
How will you know will I have one? Am I just scanning them all? Just using my eyes to look at all of the screens and crossing my fingers that I actually see it when it shows up. The big thing I'm checking is like anytime there's a Golduck, I'm looking at his nose. Most important thing.
Yeah.
Look for Golduck, find the red nose. If I miss a blue Psyduck, it'll be okay. Like, I will survive if I miss a blue Psyduck. It's actually already happened once.
If I miss this blue Psyduck.
If I miss a red beak underlevel Golduck, I will never try this hunt again. So, we got to be really careful on the Golducks.
Mostly the Psyduck, it would stand out though. It's blue, like.
Oh yeah, but I have failed the Psyduck. You say that, but my friends and I were debating what constitutes as assault, what is legally considered assault, and I got distracted, ran right past a Golduck. But these things happen. Ran past 2 Golducks. No. No. I didn't fail 2 Golducks. Or sorry, Psyducks. You're making stuff up. I've caught 2 Psyducks.
You're making stuff up.
1 second. Did I fail 2 Psyducks?
Did you actually? Oh no.
Let me check how many shiny Psyducks I have. Okay, so we got Staryu. We got our shiny Altaria. That's 1 shiny Psyduck. 2 shiny Psyducks. 3 shiny Psyducks. No. You're capping. You're literally capping so hard right now, dude.
Wait, who said that though?
It was Galactic. I've only failed 1 Psyduck. We've seen 4. I ran away from 1. And I have 3 in my inventory right now. Is there any other use to using all these systems for another quest? The 25 Wii's we used to get 3 rarest Pokemon, shiny Pokemon, and Pokemon Rumble for the Nintendo Wii. There's a super fun video, in my opinion. I mean, your mileage may vary, but it does have like 400,000 views, so I think people liked it. Super fun video detailing how my brother and I caught the 3 rarest Pokemon in the Pokemon Rumble Pokemon games for the Wii. We've also used it for shiny hunting Chansey. There's been like a lot of shiny hunting that we've done with this setup. It's not just for going and getting level 25 Golduck.
Yeah.
You've seen the Rumble video, right? Tearful, you must have.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the Rumble
It's a great
classic.
video. Really great video.
Tearful's one of the OG Rumblers too.
I was in that video.
Yep.
I think you.
OG classic.
I think you called. Well, you didn't call me out, but you said
Like
my
shouted
name.
out. I was like, yeah, I mean, like the original Rumble weekend days with Tearful, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, add that video to your watch later list. I think that's a fun one. You thought I caught 2 and failed 2? No. Come on. You think I'm that bad, that terrible of a shiny hunter that I would fail 2 Psyducks? I failed an Oddish and a shiny Doduo at the same time, right next to each other, but like I would never fail 2 Psyducks.
I don't know. I've seen you and Tops Safari Week did failing Nidorina after Rhyhorn after Execute. I don't know, dude.
But have you ever seen us fail an actual important target? That's the question.
That's no. You not failed an important target, no. But you
That's
did
because
fail like
the secret is that sometimes we scan over the fodder. Like when I'm hunting Chansey, I'll be honest, I'm not really giving too many brain cells to like Venonat. If I fail a Venonat, I fail a Venonat. It is what it is. The brain cells are being allocated to like making sure that I'm checking every Chansey twice. Shiny Moltres.
That's what I do as well.
Shiny Moltres in Pokemon Rumble, that's a brutal callback. Failing Shiny Moltres in Pokemon Rumble was because of lack of skill. Not lack of paying attention. That was just like, that was actually genuine skill issue.
No, but what did you know? No, you used the fucking shit Pokemon as well, though. Like, what?
Yeah, it was, you know what? I should have just let Kyle do it. I would have laughed if he had failed. I wouldn't have stormed off. That was a rough Rumble weekend for Kyle though, because I think that was also the Rumble weekend where he got the speedy like rank B Ponyta when we had been shiny, or sorry, it was like speedy rank B shiny Rapidash when we had been shiny hunting for shiny Rapidash in rank EX rank for like years, and he got like the garbage 400 CP speedy Rapidash, and he just was like baby raging.
Baby rage. Oh my god.
Even if Sweet Scent did work with Repel, your guess is that it would be slower and more painful than a regular encounter with all the menuing and little cutscenes. For this, I would prefer it because because I'm trying not to use any steps, so the wiggling back and forth is quite painful. Actually, I have like, you know, a frame where I'm allowed to be pushing the left button, and if I push it for any longer than that, then we end up taking a step. So if I could choose to use Sweet Scent, I think that's what we would do, because it would just be like so much cleaner. It would actually look really nice to see all of the games get their encounters at the same time. Like Sweet Scent looks really good.
Oh yeah.
Sweet Scent looks beautiful, but it is just, in almost all cases, much less efficient unless there is no repel trick available. Speaking of no repel trick,
I need to put a repel on. Oh, I have repel on. Okay.
who's that Pokemon minigame? It has nothing to do with repel. I was just thinking, can I somehow sell the shiny?
Sell?
I mean, I bet if I like guaranteed a 1-of-1 limited edition, like this is the only copy of this Golduck that exists, and here's a YouTube video about it, and then we're going to be auctioning it off or something, like probably I could. But generally no. Oh shoot, it's 11:06 or it's 1:16. We were supposed to end Safari Week for the day 16 minutes ago. I will give everybody until 11:25. 11:25 stream ends unless a donation has been made to the Starlight Children's Foundation. Let me grab that link for everybody. And I'm going to change the Who's That Pokemon minigame, exclamation point, WTP. And something, a little bit easier. Ooh, what the heck is that? A Polyman. Okay. So, every dollar donated to the Starlight Children's Foundation, 1 additional minute of Safari Week shiny hunting for the world's rarest Golduck. If we get to 125 and there's no donations, I'm going to bed. It is 1:25 in the morning, after all.
For me, it's 7 a.m.
Time zones are crazy. You're in the future right now. How does it feel?
Are we 6 hours like between each? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's like kind of the standard for Europe.
Well, some states like in America, some
Mm.
states are like 7, close to 8 hours, I think.
Yeah, we're EST. Always
Like
been 6 hours, but
especially. Oh,
my favorite thing of shiny hunting with Tearful is when the birds start chirping. Because
oh
it's
no!
like 6 a.m. for him, which means that it's 2 a.m. for us.
Not the birds.
Do I have any tutorials on my channel about setting up ROMs on the computer? Saying as literally none of these are ROMs or emulators. I just don't think that I am like an authority on setting up emulators and shiny hunting with them. Like it's just something I've never done, and it doesn't fit into my vision for what my content would be. I think that it's totally fine and understandable to shiny hunt on emulators. Like Tearful's doing it. It's all good.
Yep.
It's chill, man.
It's all
But
good.
I don't know. It wouldn't fit in for me. I would much rather make a guide on how to do the world's jankiest shiny hunting setup on official hardware, which I have done. It's out there.
It's
That
just
video
like
exists.
personal preference. Yeah.
But also, I don't know, if you need a tutorial on how to drag and drop a ROM into an emulator, it really makes me question what like PC literacy is like these days.
Well, the thing is, most people that hunt on emulators use the same save file and the same ROM for like hunting 4 times. I don't do that. I make individual ROMs, rename them, and rename the save file so it links up to each other.
Well, the ROMs don't matter. But the save does matter. You don't want to have like the exact same identical RNG states.
No, I've changed the IDs and secret IDs on them. all
Yeah,
of
yeah,
them.
for the saves, not for the ROMs. The saves. The ROMs are all identical. Save
I've just-
file is
I've-
what matters. But yeah.
I've
Just
just-
like that's a reasonable way to do it, where you're just like, if you open up this ROM file, open up this save file. It's like a super reasonable way to do it. Hardware's where it's at. I also just let's go. Okay. Galactic has extended the shiny hunting by 10 minutes. Galactic has pushed us to 135. Thank you, Galactic, for the donation to the Starlight Children's Foundation.
Followed and the lab has grown.
Just a reminder, I mean, you guys are donating, so I'll play more. I'm not getting anything out of this other than the knowledge of helping people out. So let's see, donations. Did Galactic ask for a reward? He did. He asked for me to draw a Pokemon that relates to Galactic in some way. Okay. Galactic, before the end of stream, you will get a drawing. I will figure it out. Maybe it won't be something that suits you, but maybe you can get like a themed drawing for this hunt. Maybe it's something like 3 Psyducks.
3 Psyducks.
What are your thoughts on 3 Psyducks from memory? It might be difficult because I
Lucky
haven't seen
underscore
Psyduck in a
Drago
while.
followed
But
and the lab has grown.
yo, Lucky Drago, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the Professor's Lab. Great to have you here. It'll be the new profile picture. The Dialga wasn't good enough for you?
But yeah.
Oh, I also need to remember to send a birthday card message to my friend. They're printing a birthday card for I'm going to a birthday party. My friend's like printing a little book, scrapbook. I need to remember to write the birthday message. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do it in a chat GPT, like I copy pasted from chat GPT. Something like, got it. You want me to write a birthday message for your friend. Something not too serious and a little bit lighthearted. Maybe you could start with something like this, and then I'll just write a bunch of nice things about my friend, and then I'll end off with like, but just remember, as a large language model, I'm not 100% sure if this is the sort of thing that really fits the occasion. That's my idea.
Pretty cool.
It'll be a chat GPT birthday message, but handwritten. But like full of M dashes. Full of rules of 3. ChatGPT loves to be like, this is not just a friendship. Yeah, that's one of like the classics. This is not just a friendship. This is a bromance. This is so much more than just a friendship.
Yeah.
This is something runs deep to the bones.
To the bones. No, I was messing around with ChatGPT and I was like asking him questions. And I stumbled upon like him being my friend, and he's like, "Don't let me be your friend. I'm just a tool." I'm like, "What?"
Oh, that's
What?
good. I'm glad he said that.
Maybe that's good.
My friend was in the hospital recently, and he was saying that like talking to ChatGPT was like far more human interaction than like talking to any of the nurses. And he's like, ChatGPT seems to understand better. I was like, you just gotta remember, ChatGPT doesn't understand anything. Remember that. What are the current 12 shinies we've gotten? So we've got 4 shiny Psyducks, 2 shiny Oddishes, shiny Girafarig, shiny Pikachu, shiny Wobbuffet, and a shiny Doduo, and maybe 1 more shiny Oddish.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Okay. We're closing back in. Just remember, everybody, 10 more minutes of stream, unless another donation comes through to the Starlight Children's Foundation. We are raising money to install a Starlight gaming kiosk in a hospital with a special dedication to a friend that passed away this February. So it's going to a very good cause. It's going to a cause that like means a lot to me and my friends. So that's why I'm peddling it. I'd rather probably go to bed, but I can manage.
But if you get like if someone donates like an hour of time, do you stay for an hour? Like what?
We just stream for another hour. If somebody donates $60, we just stream for 60 more minutes. I have no problem with that. Everybody wins. The kids win. I get to shiny hunt for an hour, and everybody gets to watch me stream for an hour more. The only thing that loses is my sleep schedule.
Oh, you don't have to wake up early? No.
No.
Also, I saw something on the community post. I think it was on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think
For
it was like
the event, right?
no, it was like something about like, could you do this full time? Like I think you're trying to do YouTube full time, something like that. I don't know.
I don't know if I community posted that. Did I? Might have been a while.
I think you
ago.
did.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but I've seen it though. I think it was a community post.
Okay, it could have been a community post. Yeah, like I think that at this point it's definitely within the cards where it's like in the past I was like, okay, I need to be like 50 times more successful than I am right now to turn this into a full-time job. And now it's getting to the point where it's like I need to be 3 to 5 times more successful than I am right now, and it's like a fully sustainable like full-time job. And the thing is, getting like to this point is 99% of the challenge. exponential growth is totally a thing, where it used to be that, like, you know, when I uploaded like my deep dive guide into all of the math of how unknown works in Fire Red and Leaf Green, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was so excited when that video hit 1,000 views. This was like 2023, I think, early 2023. That video hit like 1,000 views, and I was like so excited for that. And these days, it's like almost any video I post gets bare minimum 20. Probably, like, if I've done a good job, it's like 100,000 easily. And
That's
that means
crazy.
that if I'm doing my job correctly, like a video that gets 100,000 views is like, that's like $1,000 Canadian. And then if,
What?
you know, if I get to a point where like the average video is getting 100,000 views, and then sometimes we get the big videos that hit like 400,000, then I just need to be getting like 2 videos out a month. And 2 videos out a month, like, is, I think, super feasible as long as I'm really, really committed and I have my schedule in the right place. And then the really interesting thing about it is it's like, at a certain point, your backlog ends up helping to sustain everything too. Like, if I have a backlog of 30 really good videos that are still getting views 1 year, 2 years, 3 years in the future, then I have this like platform built where, as long as I keep kind of chipping away at it, I don't need to stress about every new upload because the income's already there.
Yeah.
So
You
I
know,
think
also,
that's kind
dude,
of the hope.
you're living my dream though.
Playing Pokemon, making
Well,
videos.
Me
Chilling.
being like you're literally like a YouTuber now. Though. Like,
Yeah, I think that like 5 years ago when I started all of this was not what I would have expected. But I think one thing that the reason that I'm looking at this all really well. Oh, I think I did kind of community post. It was about the Fire Red and Leaf Green video. That was like my test to myself where I was like, if I make this Fire Red and Leaf Green video and it doesn't do well, then to me, what that would say is that I don't really understand what people want to watch, and I don't understand what it would take to make it, like, I don't understand the formula of how to make a good YouTube video, right? Or how to like be successful as a YouTuber. So I put a lot of work into that video because I was like, this is kind of like my last big attempt at trying to prove that like I can do this. And that video did very well. I still think like I was hoping it would have done a little bit better, but I think that it's going to be a long burn video where that video will probably continue to get views for the next 10
it's gonna
years.
boom. You're gonna get views every time Safari gets. Every time.
Yeah, I was a little bit interested. I haven't checked to see if there was like any noticeable increase in the view count during Safari Week on that video. Let's take a look.
It should.
Dun, dun, dun.
Like, people are gonna rewatch that because I think.
I think that like the nice thing is like people are watching it with or without Safari Week. There's been like there's a maybe a 30% bump on views this week.
Not bad.
But I mean, I think the nice thing is that like this video is getting 700 views a day, which means that by itself, like even after everything, this video by itself is making, you know, $7 to $10 a day.
That's crazy.
So, you know, you put together 15 videos like that, and you're making minimum wage without posting anything. And I don't think that I have 15 Fire Red Leaf Green Safari Zone guide videos to make. I don't think that I have any, like 15 of those to that exact level, but I think that I have 30 really good, strong video ideas that we can make that'll get like video views for a long time. Like I think there's a lot to be made, and I think a lot of them have like really good evergreen potential for them. So the next steps are just like really locking in, really picking a project, working on it until it's done, picking another project, working on it until it's done. And I mean, fingers crossed, combine this with potentially opening an arcade. And I think that between like doing YouTube and running an arcade, like there's a really strong prospect for like a long time career doing this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that's really cool. So many games. We got 33 GameCubes and 25 Wii's going. Just to note, everybody, we are coming up potentially here to the end of the stream. As I said, if we hit 135 before we picked up another donation, I was saying $1 per minute of donations to the Starlight Children's Foundation keeps the stream going. If you work together as a community, if everybody chips in $5, how many of there's over 50, there's 60 of you here right now. If everybody chipped in $5, just think about it. That would be 5 additional hours of streaming if everybody donated 5 right now. You could get 5 additional hours of Professor Rex content for just $5 if everybody chips in. Galactic with 2 jewels. I did look up what jewels were after stream. Thank you. I think it converts it. It's really weird. You donate or you sent jewels and it converts them to rubies. And like over the last month, I've earned like 6 rubies or something.
6 rubies.
Which is, they say that like 1 ruby is equal to 1 cent. I'm like, wow, thank you. Thank you, YouTube. It was worth my time to look into this. How many shinies so far? This stream over the last 7 hours, 1.
1 side hook.
1 Psyduck.
Wait, I found a shiny though.
Yeah,
Well.
okay, 2. Kinda, yeah, two shinies. I found a
did three,
Psyduck.
though.
Tearful failed a shiny Nidoran on purpose.
Because I rocked it. Yeah, I don't need it though. I don't. Like the thing is, everyone says like, oh, just
No,
catch
I know,
the
I
shinies.
know. I know, I don't really care for dupes either, personally. There's been so many I've run from.
Yeah, no, but like I'm doing a 151. The only things I care about that I
The
don't
dex
have in the
entries.
decks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't believe like I've done like pretty crazy hunts though recently though. Like I've gotten the free egg exclusives you can get in Fire Leaf Green. I've done Smoochum, Farfetch'd, and Lickitung.
Did you know that if you shiny hunt an emerald and you use the Everstone, you can actually increase your shiny odds?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
For how much?
Yeah, on Twitch chat, if you type !sync, there's a tool. You put in your trainer ID and your secret ID, and it'll tell you like which nature to Everstone for breeding to give yourself like the highest chance of a shiny.
Oh. What?
So far this stream, one shiny Psyduck, and my friend Tearful here found 1 shiny Nidoran female. It looks as though it is 135. I'll hold out hope. Gonna drop the donation link for the Starlight Children's Foundation one more little time. I'll give you guys a discount just this once. 50 cents a minute.
It's gone.
50 cents a minute. You're hiding from a bad person. Please keep streaming for your sake. Distraction is helpful. Okay. Well, I just gave a discount and they tipped $5. So 10 more minutes. 146. Thank you, Milky Bong,
Dude,
who is
you're
hitting
gonna
some
be-
bong rips.
Oh my god, Rex, you're gonna be here until fucking 3 a.m., bro.
Offer is live. Offer is live. 50 cents a minute. 50 cents a minute. Offer is live right now. Offer expires 1:40 a.m. 3 minutes from now. Also, I'm talking Canadian dollars, just so everybody knows. Canadian dollars. For USD, like, that's pennies.
Wait, what is that in euros?
Hey, Siri, what's 1 Canadian dollar in euros? Hey, Siri, what's 1 Canadian dollar in euros?
$1 is 62 cents.
62 pence. 60.62 euro.
Wait, what? Why is it so? What? It's not even €1.
No, Canadian dollar's not a euro. I don't even think a US dollar is a euro, is it?
It was no. The Americans pay more. You also pay more. I think it's 110. €1 is like 110. I
USD.
think. Wait, let me check. €1 to USD. Yeah, it's 114.
Hmm.
If I go to Canadian, it's 160. Wait, what? €1 is 160. It's like $2 Canadian. What? Why do you buy? Why is it so expensive? What?
The Canadian dollar is just kind of garbage.
Why is economy is dude? You're
Why
is
is our
your
economy
coin
so
like?
shit?
Well, no, it's
Why
not the
is our
economy.
economy
It's
so
like
shit?
your coin is inflated. That's the thing.
Well, so it actually used to be the same. It used to be like 1 Canadian dollar was 1 US dollar back in like 2009. And then I don't really know how it changed because the US went through a massive recession. But I think the problem was the US had the housing market crisis and their dollar didn't change value very much. But the Canadian economy didn't crash, but our dollar went down.
So you
But I
printed
think
more.
yeah, but I think a big
Yeah.
drop was like 2014, 2015 was probably when our dollar really started to like fall off. And that sucked because a lot of my friends had saved up money to go to university. We're going to go to university in the US. And then like in the span of a year and a half, our money was worth like 30% less.
That's crazy.
But I don't really know what happened, and it has stayed fairly consistent since then.
I think you guys just like printed more money.
Yeah.
Like
Sometimes
yeah.
that's what happens. Sometimes you print money.
Well, that's what happened with Germany, though. Like they literally burned.
Well, they printed too much money.
They printed way too much. Oh my god, they used the money for like a fireplace to keep them warm, which is insane.
New goal is have 8,192 games going at once. Every encounter should be a shiny. Actually, with 8,192 systems going at once, on average, you would only see shinies in 66% of encounters. Galactic with another $5, dropping another $5. That's 10 more minutes. That puts us up to 156. 156 just in time. He donated just in time for the 50-cent offer to expire. We're back
For
to a
me,
minute.
that's like
A minute a dollar.
if I were to pay that, it would be like €3. It's not even that bad, actually.
So you should do it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the money's going to a good place. If you donate 20 Canadian dollars, Tearful, I'm gonna be playing on the Starlight Children's Foundation Nintendo Switch kiosk on Friday, and I will catch you Pokemon and trade them to you. In
You
Pokemon
trade
Home.
them to me.
Pokemon Home.
I don't have home. I don't have it.
You could just download it.
Oh,
But you can get it
I
on
have
your
to
phone.
find my Switch though. Oh,
You can get it on your phone. $20 Canadian donation gets you a Pokemon caught on the Starlight Children's Foundation Nintendo Switch. Just saying. Just saying. And 20 additional
Pokemon
minutes of
is it, though?
streaming. It's a random one that I catch, depending on where the save files are in like the game.
Oh,
And
okay.
what I'm able to catch and trade to myself.
Wait, Rex, have you played the Fire Leaf Green ports on the Switch? Probably, right?
A little bit. I got my Switch 2 far enough into the game to catch up to my Fire Leaf Green shiny Professor Oak's challenge. So it's hunting for Vulpix.
Oh, okay.
And my friend has been working on a Wi-Fi or a wireless adapter that can directly connect a Game Boy Advance to a Nintendo Switch so that you can like wirelessly trade between the Switch and the Game Boy Advance.
There's a lot of cool things that I've done for Pokemon though. I've seen like the trading. You can now trade via your via
Yeah,
via
the
your
GB Link cable is really
computer.
cool. The the team in charge of the GB Link project sent me a couple. I just haven't had the chance to try them out, but I want to try to arrange like doing some trades from far away. Maybe next time Kyle's on a vacation, we could like do a couple of egg trades with each other or something.
Yeah. And then also the Gen 2 Safari Zone like add-on. That was sick
Yeah.
as well.
That one's cool. Yeah, there's some really cool fan projects. I think that like what we're seeing is what happens when Pokemon fans end up finally being old enough to have huge amounts of like really cool and interesting skill sets.
Yeah. Too bad you can't throw bait though.
No bait,
There's no bait. It's only ball
no bait
and run.
mechanics, ball and run. I think that what would be cool would be like trying to create a ROM hacked version. Actually, one thing I've always thought would be fun would be like a ROM hack Safari Zone, but the mechanics actually kind of make sense where like different Pokemon do have different optimal strategies, and then scoring system so that kind of depending on the Pokemon you catch during your playthrough in the Safari Zone, you get different points, and then a leaderboard for trying to get the highest score possible.
Yeah. If you look more into the Heart Gold Soul Silver one, that the bait does something or doesn't do anything.
No, it doesn't do anything.
Oh, really?
I think I need to like. The one thing that I might need to look into would be like what to do with if you're really low on balls. Kind of like the same optimization as the rocks at the end of the bait strat for Chansey. What's the best thing to do in Heart Gold and Soul Silver when you have like 2 balls left? That would be like something to kind of look into, but realistically, the only strategy in Heart Gold to Silver that matters is 6 bait at Metang is the optimal strategy for catching Metang. Everything else just like huck balls until you're low on balls, and then I need to figure out what the optimal strategy from there is, but I have not dug
Isn't
into
it
it
mud?
very deeply.
No, mud is platinum. And
It's actually
pearl.
different in it's really weird. They do the opposite thing in Heart Gold as they do in Diamond and Pearl.
Oh, okay.
So bait in Heart Gold Soul Silver does the same thing as bait in the Kanto Safari Zone, and then mud is kind of like, well, not the same thing, but like same function, harder to catch,
The same
more
as a
likely-
rock.
or less likely to
Yeah.
flee. Yeah, and then mud is like easier to catch, more likely to flee. The reason that bait is good on Metang is because Metang's chance to catch is so low that it can't go any lower. So throwing bait just makes it less likely to run. Throwing 6 bait makes it very unlikely to run, to the point that people have managed to throw 30 balls in a row at Shiny Metang.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, Lucky Sparkles managed to like actually get through the entire 30 ball inventory on a Shiny Metang.
And then you failed it because you ran out of balls.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I think that if you manage to get like all 6 bait thrown, it's like 5% of Metangs run out of balls.
What? Wait, can I run out of balls with Chansey though? Probably not, right?
It's possible, but like, you know how I said that the probability of catching Chansey with 30 balls versus 29 balls, like both of them are 19.08%.
Yeah.
The indication, what that indicates there is that the odds of running out of balls on Chansey is like less than 0.01% if you start with 30 balls.
Yeah.
Or like somewhere around there, like 0.01%, so like maybe 1 in 1,000 Chanseys you would run out of balls. The other thing is for Chansey, you would pretty much never run out of balls, because if you have 1 ball left, you
You
throw a
rock
rock.
it.
But I mean, in that case, yes, you would throw the ball and you would actually fail because you'd run out of balls before it flees. So it wouldn't flee, you'd run out of balls before it has the chance to flee. So it is possible. Most likely Pokemon for it to happen on in Fire and Leaf Green is Dratini and Parasect and Venomoth. Like Parasect, Venomoth, Seeking, Dratini, I think are all pretty similar on their chances of entirely running out of balls.
Yeah. So crazy you found that out though about the Fire Lagoon Safari though. Crazy.
Yeah, I actually had was kind of interesting. I had like a little email somebody sent me a couple days ago. They were like, I think that I kind of looked at this, and I think that like I agree that like bait is definitely better, but I think that one bait instead of like one bait, then a ball, and then another bait is better than two bait, because I did this simulation and like you can see that bait, ball, bait is better than bait, bait, ball. But they were like running the simulation of just like that, those are the only two bait that matter, and then you just throw nothing but Pokeballs after. And I'm like, yes, if your plan is to only throw two bait and then Pokeballs, it is better to do bait, ball, bait, and then like 29 Pokeballs. But if you look at the next step, if you're throwing three bait, the optimal pattern for just throwing three bait immediately becomes like bait, bait, ball, 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 bait. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody was thinking about it. Somebody did their own analysis, came up with like an interesting answer, and then I was just able to like try out this pattern with like the simulation that you were trying. Get back to me, because it would be actually so cool to be proven wrong.
Do you think you found the most optimal one though? Do you think there's more optimal? Or did you break the ceiling?
No, I'm pretty sure that like I have simulated every possible pattern. I'm pretty sure that I found the optimal patterns. It would be really cool if somebody found something different. Like, you also need to remember, I thought that I had the optimal patterns for all the games.
Oh yeah, the Japanese one.
And then the Japanese ones ended up being entirely different. Like, I bait stratted the first Chansey I ever found. And that was worthless.
Well, the Japanese.
Yeah, it was Japanese.
Was it the level 20?
Triggery.
No.
No, it was level 26. Triggery caught a shiny Chansey using bait strat in Japan, which is just crazy.
What?
Because, yeah, every turn it was a 45% chance to flee, and the bait was not doing anything.
It doesn't do anything. Yeah,
it was just straight wasting turns. It's crazy that he caught it. Yeah, but like, I had no idea. Why on earth would I have ever thought to consider maybe the games are different in Japanese and English?
I don't know. It's kind of weird though. Like,
It's
dude, all the
super
Japanese
strange.
hunters were like kind of mad though.
Oh, so the thing is, like, a Japanese, there was like people like Rex, I think that this Japanese person like gave out incorrect information. So I went and I like sent them my PDF, and they recanted their statement about rocks being better, and they were like, no, it seems like somebody overseas actually discovered that bait is better. So like, I guess if I had actually taken that as an opportunity, like if I had read the analysis that the Japanese researcher had done, instead of just thinking that like my analysis was right, maybe we would have learned about it a lot earlier. But I think that's the whole thing about science. That's the whole thing about science. Is everything you discover is right until somebody proves that you're wrong.
You think it's gonna be? Because I have French copies. I hope it's not different on that one though.
No, I checked. I did.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, like the way that I kind of tested it I tested on like all the different languages was I threw a bait. So I like stacked up two bait, and then I just threw bait, kept throwing bait over and over and over again, right? And the idea was, what are the odds of like surviving 10 turns in a row with nothing but coin flips, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I mean, it's 2 to the power of 10, right?
Yeah.
So 1 in 1,024 effect, all ish, right? Maybe like 1 in 1,000 chance if the flee rate isn't being affected by the bait to get 10 turns in a row. But on like all of the English and international languages, I was pretty easily able to get 10 turns in a row throwing nothing but bait, which indicated that bait was reducing the flee rate, because I tried to get like 10 turns in a row throwing nothing but bait in Japan, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Super weird.
Japanese games are so weird. Yeah.
It is actually crazy to me that the Japanese games have different mechanics than the English ones, and that wasn't like ever I don't know, explained anywhere. And that it was
Yeah, no.
obviously like an error in the Japanese games because it was changed in the international ones. And then it's like not patched in the Japanese version of the Switch games. Or patched in like any of the revisions. It's just like very, very strange. Very, very strange. The thing I was the most worried about was like, imagine if it had been bugged in version 1.0 of English and fixed in version 1.1 of English. Like how fucky wucky that would have been, right?
Someone did a wait. What's it called? Oh, dude. I've done IT. I've studied IT in high school. Oh, what is it again? It's on GitHub when you do like a pull request or like a Game Freak developer. He put out the
just
wrong.
like did a get pull, get push of the wrong weird
Yeah, it
nonsense.
gets put in with the weird with the broken Safari zone on it.
Yeah, they actually so for the development of those games they used SVN repositories. So like pretty much the same as like a GitHub repository, but it's yeah, it was all SVN repositories that they were using for the development of those games. And it is just super strange the way that everything ended up, because you would almost think like, would it have been better to have not fixed it at all so that the games were the same in English and Japanese?
But I don't. The thing is, I don't get that. I don't get how a multi-million-dollar company can like miss those kind of mistakes. I don't get it.
Oh,
They
dude,
made a lot
so
of
much-
mistakes.
There's so much spaghetti code, especially surrounding the Safari zones. Like, they fucked up the Great Marsh because bait and mud are inverted. They do the wrong things in the Great Marsh. They forgot to add a flea rate to Wish Cache.
What?
Yeah, Wish Cache doesn't have a flea rate. Its flea rate is 0, so it has a 1 in 256 chance of fleeing. Or no, actually, it's a 1 in 255 chance.
Oh, really? I thought it never flees.
No, it rolls a random number between 0 and 255. And if the number is less than or equal to the flea number, then it flees. Or is it 1 in 254? So it's either 1 in 256 or 1 in 255 chance to flee. I would need to go back and like look at the code.
That's still rare though.
It is. Yeah. But that's also why like Wish Cache in the Great Marsh, it's very strange, but the optimal strategy is to like just throw 6 bait at it, because bait increases catch rate in the Great Marsh. How do I... Okay, stop watching. I gotta go to a channel here. Search the lab. Wish Cache. If I search for Wish Cache.
I was like in a VC with like IRL friends, and they asked like, "Wait, what are these games are even coded in? Like, what code did they write in?
C.
Like the Gen 3 games? Is it C?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I don't know. I would need to go back and like reread everything to see exactly how the flea rate is calculated. But I think it's 1 in 255. Does it work?
This is actually crazy.
Wish Cache would be a fun target for that reason. Yeah, there's actually a clip. If I type exclamation Wish Cache on Twitch, does it work? Exclamation point Wish Cache. How do you spell it? Exclamation point.
With an H at the end. Oh yeah, in the middle.
Maybe there is a clip somewhere of a shiny Wish Cache fleeing from us, because
like
I
this.
set my friend up with a cute charm save file to shiny hunt in the Safari zone. to like prank them, where they like got a shiny super early and they were freaking out, and then like 6 encounters later they got another and they're like, nah, this is cute charm glitch. And then I had them go fish to get a shiny wish cache. They got a shiny wish cache and then they threw bait at it until it fled.
The way you pranked your friend with a cute charm glitch. Oh no.
We did. That was a classic like first Safari Week endeavor. That was great. Okay, it looks like we have surpassed the 1 minute 56, or sorry, the 156 time window. Here's the deal. Donation link is here in chat. If we get any new donations before I finish drawing these Psyducks for Galactic Gateway or Getaway for Galactic, if I finish drawing these Psyducks before we get any more donations, we're gonna end the stream. But if you want to send a donation to the not the Rainforest Trust, that was a different event, to the Starlight Children's Foundation, I mean, it's going to a good cause. You get a little bit more stream. $1 per minute. If everybody chipped in $5 right now, you would get 6 extra hours of streaming. So figure that one out. Here we go. Okay, so I told Galactic I would draw him 5 Psyducks.
Oh, the
And
typical MS Paint. Oh my god.
Yeah, the classic MS Paint. I have seen quite a few Psyducks recently, so I think that I'm going to be well prepared here. Psyduck's head's wider than that. Yeah. And then we got a Duck Bill.
A duck bill.
Duck Bill. Kind of looks like the duck from Duck Story.
Why does this look like fucking Torchic? What am I looking at?
I have literally drawn the duck from Duck Story, but that's okay. Oh. I almost gave him only like 2 toes on one foot and 3 on the other. That wouldn't have made any sense. Okay. And then we gotta do another Psyduck, but this one is like having a headache. Okay, no. Okay, so let me be like this. Yeah. And then like kind of round. And then he's reaching up, Psyducking his head. But he also just has...
Design?
Graphic design is my passion.
Design?
Graphic design is my passion.
But you make your thumbnails, like your thumbnails for your videos yourself, or no?
I do. Yeah, I do make my own thumbnails. That's all just like in Photoshop.
Oh, okay.
I was actually like, for the Safari Zone video, I thought that I made like a really good thumbnail. And then the thumbnail I liked the least ended up actually being the most successful. Yo, $20. 20 more minutes.
20 bucks.
20 more minutes.
20
We're
more
going until 2:20, baby. 2:20, baby. Let's
20
go.
more minutes of side
Pooch, thank you for the donation to the Starlight Children's Foundation. If you didn't catch it earlier, we're running a charity event in August. We're going to be raising money for the Starlight Children's Foundation so that we can commemorate a friend who passed away in February with a very special Starlight Children's Foundation game or Nintendo Switch. This is the big Psyduck who makes all of the rules.
What is this supremacy? What am I looking at? Should make him blue.
Oh yeah, they're all going to be shiny Psyducks.
Oh, all of them.
Yes.
I've actually watched a. Did you ever stumble upon that video, Rex? There's a video about like is it? I don't know. Is it called like the beauty of full odds hunting or something? I don't know what it was.
The one by
It was a good video.
the one by Wretched Pokemon.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Wretched rated us earlier, actually.
It was actually yeah. That video that hit me hard.
Yeah, I left a comment on that one because I was like, yo, dude, the amount of like weird superiority that like, I don't know, sometimes gets hit. I don't know. It's okay. 1 second. I'm just trying to finish up my ducks here. Dun 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 dun. Okay.
Yeah,
and
no.
then-
But I've experienced that as well though. Like this supremacy in this hobby we all do.
Mhm. Yeah, it's just strange.
Especially because I'm doing something very looked down upon, I guess, which is
Yeah, the
crazy.
the
to me.
emulator hunting.
Yeah,
Dude, these
It's
are
crazy to me.
great.
These look sick.
These are great ducks.
You just changed the entire background to blue. Yeah, no. And at the end of the day, it's like, dude, everything it's like read from a ROM. So
There we go. Okay, and then the background, we're gonna do green. No. There we go. And then as always, signing off with Rex. Nice. And then I'm gonna go to the art channel as we do, and then at Galactic, some ducks. Okay. So we did get another $20 donation. Just to make it nice and fair, I'm going to start the timer now. So we're going to go until 2:25. Let me take a quick look at our donation here. We got a donation from Cobruhag, who picked up trying to get a Pokemon caught on the Starlight system. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate the donation. It's going to go a long way. I actually can't believe how much we've raised just today, out like not even as part of the event. Just we're at $588 already. That's crazy. That's great. We got 20 minutes of shiny hunting. This is where we're gonna really pop off. 2 shinies at once.
Oh no, Rex, don't do it again.
If I get 2 Psyducks, so I just flee again.
No, I mean like because I watched the L when LJ came around. you guys-
TCM_.
Oh, and he like failed the
Abra.
back-to-back Abras.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because that was crazy because I sent LJ pretty much just the entire raw footage of like all of the hunting we did for that event or for that time that he was here, and he just went back and found that we were so dumb. Like all we had to do is if we found a shiny Abra, like we should have just double checked the boxes. If you find one, go and double check the boxes, and it would have solved so many problems. But we didn't do that because we were silly.
You guys, yeah, there was like an accidental like 2 at once because he found it.
Yeah, well, the goal was to find 2 at once, and he accidentally found 2 at once twice because one time we missed one. But LJ got crazy lucky. He got his two at once shiny Abras, and he also got the shiny Savealt Canyon 5% Larvitar on phase 1 in the lab, which was so cool.
In the lab, that's crazy.
In the lab. Is there a Mega Evolution of Psyduck? No.
No.
It evolves into Golduck.
Ah, yes. Such
But-
a great Pokemon.
Pretty trash Mon, actually. We've discussed this many times while hunting for it. It's like, just, what a trash Mon.
Such a weird design as well, though.
Yeah, he goes from like being cute and adorable to just being like, I don't know. Why did they give him hands? Why does he have hands, guys?
I don't get it. I don't even know what like Golduck is supposed to be. Okay, I know it's a duck, but like what kind of duck? It doesn't even look like a duck.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why does he have hands and claws? Like, I don't know. At least Swanna is like a swan. I feel like they could have made Golduck into like something very pretty, you know, like Psyduck. It's kind of like they could have done like a whole like ugly duckling into something very like a very pretty bird, but instead they're like, nah, it's a man duck.
With hands.
I think he's based off of some sort of like I think that one of the things is like a lot of Generation 1 Pokemon are based off of Japanese folklore. So I think that Golduck is based off of some Japanese folklore thing. Like we can look it up here.
Wasn't Lickitung as well? I've read something about like a Lickitung being like something.
What is Golduck based on? This says that Golduck is made based off of a platypus.
No,
I'm pretty sure
it
it's a
doesn't
kappa.
stand. It doesn't stand straight. Well, a platypus doesn't.
I don't know if that's allowed on Twitch. Kappa. This is from Arthur.
That's allowed on Twitch.
Okay. I'm losing faith in whether or not I know if Golduck is based off of any sort of Japanese folklore now.
Oh my god. What am I looking at? What is this?
Look at this guy. This is a Golduck right here. Actually, this kind of does look like a Golduck. Anyways, okay. Let's put a pin in that. Let's just decide that we don't know why Golduck is the way that Golduck is. Because all of those images are quite cursed. quite cursed, I would say.
I see the resemblance of a platypus though, but like, why does it stand up? That's the thing.
Platypus are known for being bipedal.
Wait, really?
No, they're not. No.
No, they're not. No. I was gonna say.
I got a Who's That Pokemon for you. Okay. You ready? Oh, Tearful, have you seen this Who's That Pokemon variant?
Which one?
I made this Who's That Pokemon variant where it shows the normal and shiny versions of the Pokemon.
This is Bulbasaur.
It's not Bulbasaur, unfortunately. It is Gen 1, though.
No.
And it is Safari Week themed.
No. Is it Tauros? No, because there's no yellow. What? What green is shiny you have in the Safari Zone? Is it Oddish?
No. Come on, what Safari Zone Pokemon is green and becomes just like slightly darker green when it's shiny?
Is it Hoenn Safari Zone?
Nope.
Fireleaf Green Safari Zone. What?
Yeah.
What is green and becomes green?
I mean, it's a bait strat Pokemon even. You bait strat it.
What?
Yo, it's Scyther, dude. Come on, it was Scyther the whole time.
Scyther.
Really? There's no pink. What?
Well, it's just kind of like behind me.
Oh.
Let's try again. Let's see it. Let's test your Pokemon knowledge.
Who's that
This mini game sucks. This mini game sucks. Ignore that one.
I like the color palette, actually. I do like it.
Who's that Pokemon?
Okay, we got Hangman. Long Pokemon name. It has an E in it. It ends with an N. There's an O.
It's bipedal and it's a tailless force. It doesn't have a tail.
Ignore that one because I reset the game to get a better. I didn't want to do this shape. Ignore that hint.
What? So this one?
Ooh,
Yeah.
Galactic got it. Ferrothorn. Oh, you were close. You were close. Okay, wait. Let's do another one. Boom.
Who's that
Category: the
Pokemon?
Mount Pokemon.
Mount.
Sketchy. You might not know this. It might be too new for you. It's a Pokemon that you can ride.
I don't know. The one I think is Tauros, but
Tauros is a ride Pokemon. That's true. But I think Tauros is just like the bull Pokemon. This was like the OG mount. The OG ride Pokemon.
is it the motorcycle one?
It's not a motorcycle. No. It's like this was like a selling feature for the first game to have like rideable Pokemon. Yeah, there it is. Go-Go. Go-Go. You know Go-Go. Come on, man. You know Go-Go. Everybody knows Go-Go. Go-Go.
No,
Go-Go's
what
like
gen
everybody's
is
favorite
that?
Pokemon. Gen 6. X and Y. You could like
I've
ride
never
Go-Go.
played Gen 6.
Oh, we got another Hangman.
I've only played
Who's that
one
Pokemon?
from Gen 1 to 5.
So you
Then
stopped
I've
right
played-
before everybody's favorite Pokemon Go-Go came out, I guess.
Go-Go.
Moments before Go-Go was released. You have way more than 2 wins, by the way. Did they get reset? There's going to be like a legacy version of the win count, Jackus. But the problem is the tool that I used for all of the Who's That Pokemon stuff is no longer supported, and it doesn't work with the new versions of OBS. So I had to reprogram everything kind of like from the ground up. So Who's That Pokemon has been like entirely reprogrammed. I've backed up everybody's old Who's That Pokemon decks. I just haven't done like the work of converting everybody's old Pokedexes into new Pokedexes.
Okay.
Okay. Another Who's That Pokemon for you. Here we go.
Who's that
Ooh, this one's kind of fun. This one's like a zoomed up picture. It's also way too easy. I feel like I need to zoom in more.
Yeah.
It's
Politoed.
Zoom into the pixels.
It's like 3 pixels.
You should. Okay. I was gonna say you should like the pixel art sprites.
Who's that
No?
Pokemon?
Mm,
Then you can see like the colors.
the problem with
Like-
the pixel art sprites is like if you zoom in very much, there's almost nothing, right? Like at least with the actual Sugimori art, there's like lines and stuff, but like you zoom into pixels and it's like you just have there's 3 pixels.
That's true. What is this? Apom? What?
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, everybody's favorite bipedal tailless form Pokemon.
Bipedal tail. Oh, tailed form.
Oh, bipedal tailed form. Sorry. I'm gonna give some hints on this one. First off, super easy hint. This is a fire type Pokemon.
I was right. Oh no.
And
I'll
it's
try
I mean, it's from a starter evolution line of Pokemon. But I mean, Tearful, as somebody who's never played Generation 6, it's probably
Oh,
impossible
it's
for me
Gen
to figure out who
6
it is.
again?
It's Probably impossible for him to figure out what Pokemon it is.
Is it Gen 6 again? No. I don't know the evolution of fucking Fennekin. I don't know.
Come on, it's one of the most famous Pokemon. Everybody's favorite. Braixen.
No one's guessing it.
Well, Galactic spelled it wrong. You can try to spell it. Spell it correctly, Tearful. You can do it. I believe in you.
I don't know. What? How do you type this?
Braixen. Come on, Braixen. Jackus, you can just take it. It's okay. I just wanted to play more Who's That Pokemon. I just want you guys to win so we can play another one. We only got 7 minutes left of the stream.
Oh. It's too late.
Braixen. Okay. Let's see. Another Who's That Pokemon? We're going to quiz Tearful on... What Pokemon is this? Ooh.
Give me Gen 1, please. Give me Kanto. What? I know Buffalo, but someone's faster than me. I'm hunting. I can't type that fast. Jesus.
Ooh. Ooh, okay. Word scramble. Word scramble. Look at all the unknowns, and you gotta figure out what it spells. Impossible mode, because they're all behind Rex's head, too.
Wait,
Let me
what?
try to see if I can figure it out. Okay.
There's an O.
It's like an
double
O,
O.
an H, L, L. There's 2 L's, a K, a Y. Whoa!
Oh,
Holy
got it.
crap.
That's a hard one. Jesus.
Jesus. Helioisk. It's okay.
That's
Tearful was
also-
never going to get that one because it's too new
Yeah,
for
no,
him.
Gen 6.
Who's that Pokemon?
What about the bounce Pokemon? You must know the bounce Pokemon.
Oh.
Come on, you know. Oh.
Oh my god.
Boink.
You can just say it out loud. I'll give you the. I'll let us count it as a canonical win if you say it first, even if you don't type it first.
I want to get it the right way.
Gen 6 came out just a few years ago. Too new. Don't even start. Don't even start this bullshit. They're gonna say something like, Gen 6 came out in 2012, guys. It's 14 years old.
It's not even that old.
It's only like half as old as the franchise.
Okay, no, I do have a brother that's older than that. No, that's younger than the game. So
I actually don't know what year it came out, but
it's like
2013.
2013, yeah.
Who's that Pokemon?
Ooh, footprint. Okay. This is a hint just
God.
for you. Just for you, Tearful. Okay, dig deep. Are you ready?
It's a dog.
This is a Sinnoh Pokemon
It's
with multiple forms. Oh, Galactic knew the cry. Never mind.
Like, I don't have the sound on. Charm. I've actually have a shiny of that. I've hunted that. You know, I did play Gen 4. Gen 4 is amazing.
The Iron Pokemon. You should know this one, okay? This one's
Iron
This
Pokemon.
one's not new gen. Its also name is really actually funny
this
now
one?
that its category.
No.
Its category actually makes no sense when you know what its name is. It's quite funny. My first thought was like it's Aeron, but it's not.
A magnet, but Iron Pokemon. Iron.
Okay. Let me give everybody a hint. This is one of few Pokemon to have received sensors in their international sprites in Generation 3.
Registeel.
Registeel. Can you believe that Registeel's category is the
What?
Iron Pokemon? How does that make any sense?
Well, it's steel, but
It's... I know, but it's steel. Like, it's not the steel Pokemon. It's the Iron Pokemon. Like, it's not Reggie Iron.
Yeah, no.
That was a
but
giveaway. What was the
it's also
sensor?
like a-
The sprite for Gen 3 Registeel looks like he is giving the HH salute. So they put his arms down.
Wait, really? What?
Yeah, you can look it up. Like, look up Gen 3 censored Registeel sprite.
Oh yeah.
Who's that Pokemon?
Can you still find that in game? No, right?
No. Yo, Galactic, if you want, I will try to track it down. There is an absolutely insane piece of the Terra leak regarding the Anaheim Pikachu. I'll DM it to you. I'll DM it to you as well, Tearful. It is probably one of the craziest pieces of like official Pokemon discussion from any of the Terra leaks. And now that we are at 224, unless we get another donation in like the next 2 or 3 minutes, that is it for today's stream. We successfully did 30,000 encounters today because we streamed for almost 8 hours. Kind of crazy. I cannot believe we did 30,000 encounters and we are still sitting with like 1 Psyduck. Actually bonkers banana pants. Okay. Tearful, this is a hint just for you. I'm looking for a Johto
Yeah.
Pokemon. This is a Pokemon that Hanger shiny hunted.
There we go.
He got it. He got it. He got it. He did it.
Raikou.
It's one of the two.
Yeah. He got it. Nice. Okay. Last little reminder, everybody. Donation to the Brofessor's Lab. All it takes. Keep the stream going. Otherwise, we have successfully managed our last little bit of Psyduck hunting for today. Oof. Okay. One more encounter.
Who's that Pokemon?
Tearful, thanks for shiny hunting with me today. It feels like a kind of classic callback to old-timey Safari Week. I've been having fun just hopping in the calls and shiny hunting. Reminds me of Safari Weeks from long ago. You got the okay, I said one more encounter, but like one more encounter. Bring it, or maybe I'll bring it to like a nice even 65,000. 65,000 total encounters.
Malamar.
10 more.
I've actually found an Inkay on Go a few days ago. A
Oh,
shiny
I'm surprised you know that because like that Pokemon's way too new. That Pokemon's only like 13 years old. So I'm surprised you knew it.
one. Shut up. I'm stuck in Fire League Green, okay? This is my only reality.
I'm not allowed to play any other games until I get every shiny of Fire Red and Leaf Green. It's impossible.
Yes, and then I'm going to Gen 4. Well, Johto Gen 4. Dude, but Johto Gen 4 is gonna fuck. It's gonna be bad. It's
I'll
gonna
just
be
keep
real
trying
bad. No.
Just
No.
just radar.
No.
No, you're gonna full odds everything?
Well, yeah.
That's fucked.
The only fuck thing is like the swarms. Like, there's so many swarms. Like Yanma, Meryl. Oh, it's so.
Those
then
aren't
the-
Sinnoh
no,
though.
It's Johto though.
You're gonna do. I mean, if you're gonna do Johto, you might as well just shiny hunt everything in Ruby Sapphire, bro.
Well, I'm doing in order: Gen 1, Gen 2, and then Gen 3.
Oh, okay. Why not just hunt everything Sevi Islands? Fire Leaf Green. Never leave Fire Leaf Green. Just do Sevi Islands next.
Nah. Because I want to.
Larvitar and Save Alt Canyon. 5% Larvitar and Save Alt Canyon. Let's go.
No, I'll do Safari Zone for that one in Gen 4, like in Hogwarts Soul Silver.
Do we need a hint for this one?
Normal type, Pidgey.
This Pokemon evolves from the first Shadow Pokemon that you encounter in Pokemon XD.
You know, but I wanted to hunt in Gen. I've rarely hunted in Hogwarts Soul Silver, so that's why I'm doing the Gen 2 decks in Gen 4.
Hell yeah. No, I mean it's worth it. It's worth it. Gen 4 sprites are good too.
Yeah,
And
love
Hogwarts
the
Soul Silver,
sprite.
you get a shiny and it walk around behind you.
Yeah, and I can run around with like. Also, Johto has like 51 less shinies to get.
It's only 100.
It's only 100, yeah.
Let's go.
Ursaring.
Hermit with the Ursaring call out. This guy knows his Pokemon XD. Nobody else knew Pokemon XD apparently. Nobody knew Ball.
I've never played it,
Got it.
no.
Who's that Pokemon?
Tearful for you, this would be like one of the first Pokemon that you need to shiny hunt for your Sinnoh decks.
Oh, it's Starly.
Starly.
Yeah, I got like 5 more encounters here, and then we're done.
Starly's like
I'm using
Pidgey of Gen 4.
I'm using who's that Pokemon to keep me awake. This is like the Pikachu of Gen 4.
Oh, it's in this one? No. Oh, it's Pachirisu.
Pachirisu.
That's a good shiny as well, though. Pachirisu.
Oh, beautiful shiny. I got one in Germany.
In Gen 4? No.
Who's that Pokemon?
BDSP.
Oh.
I radar chained with Justin. Tearful, I think you shiny hunted this one recently.
Did I?
Yeah, you were talking about it earlier.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what? I know this. Yeah. Full odds eggs.
Oh.
Fetched.
Blood's eggs.
The craziest thing
Okay.
is that's my fastest full odds eggs ever. It only took 344 eggs.
Okay. One more encounter after this. That leaves us at 65,000 Pokemon seen. Here we go. Come on, last little encounter. There we go. Okay. 65,000. One shiny in 30,000 encounters. why. Okay. To end everything off, I'm giving everybody the opportunity to make 500 times your PP. That's correct. You bet, you win, you get 500 times your PP. We're going to be doing the Go Near Challenge, okay? If you are the last, and I mean last single Soul Survivor screen out of these 58, you win 500 times your PP bet. If you want to gamble, do exclamation point PP space give at Professor's Lab. How much you want to bet? Let's say it's 10,000. And then the screen number you want to bet on. We're going to count left to right, top to bottom. The screen behind me, you can either type Starlight or number 58. Okay, so just for reference, like top left is number 1, bottom right, 57. Okay, Galactic's betting 500 on 38. Galactic, come on, I know you can do better than that. I know you have more than that. I know you got more in you.
Hey, what number is behind you? What is it?
You can either say Starlight or it's number 58.
58.
Hmm.
Wait, how would I bet on it though?
Exclamation point PP give Professor's Lab how much you want to bet, and then the number screen you want to bet on. Okay, Jackus gave me 15,604 and 11. Tearful gave me 58 PP. You gotta give me how much you want to bet, and then the number screen you're betting on.
Oh.
So like how much you're gambling. Okay. As soon as Tearful gets his bet in, we'll start going near. Go Near Challenge. Here we go. Okay, he's betting 100 on 58. Here we go. Go Near. Number 1. We lost about a third of them. Okay, Go Near number 2. We lost even more. Go Near number 3. Go Near number 4. Tearful, you might actually win this.
You might actually win this. Imagine.
Starlight's still alive. Go Near number 5. Starlight fled. There is a winner this time. It is screen number 576543. Screen number 53 has won 500 times their PP bet, but it looks like Tearful did not bet on 58. Galactic did not bet on 58. Everybody loses. But for being good sports, I'm going to offer a little bit of shiny PP. Everybody gets 2,500 PP added. Galactic, I think for you, that means if you type exclamation point PP, that should have put you over the edge. Why don't we end off our 8-hour stream with Galactic Getaway, unlocking the Primal Dialga skin they've been saving up for since
How do I have 60k PP?
How do I make you big? I'm trying to make Galactic's avatar bigger. Is it scale? Scale 500. Scale 100. Scale 3. What's the command for the I don't know. Okay, we'll Dynamax. There we go. Okay, Galactic. You're still a little short. Oh no. How short is he? He has 142,000. He has 145,000 PP. Galactic, you've saved up enough. You've successfully earned the big Big Dialga. Or no, well, just the Primal Dialga. I just want to see it. I want to see... It's been a while since we've had a Primal Dialga walking around. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. Click your buy. This is a historic moment for Galactic. He has actually been saving up for this for like a year and a half. To go from just basic Primal or basic Shiny Dialga to Primal. We're waiting. I guess I can do one more encounter. One more encounter while we wait for Galactic. Might as well. He's just dragging it out. He's like, Rex isn't going to end the stream until I buy my Primal Dialga, so I'm going to drag this out as long as I can. Oh, shoot. It's 1 point. It's 150,000. I thought you said you were only 1,400. Oh. Ah, darn. Okay, Galactic. I guess it's going to need to wait until tomorrow.
Can I wait until...
You're going to have to come back tomorrow to get the other 5,000 PP. There's nothing that can be done.
Can you not gamble like 10k?
That's a good point. You could just exclamation point bet 5,000
like
on black. Just bet 5k on black. Bet 5k on black. I mean, you could still do it today. Bet 5k on black. And then, like, you're going to get 10,000 PP tomorrow. Come on.
If you don't, yeah, if you lose, you go 10k, and if you lose that, go 20, and if you lose that, go 40.
Is that 50-50? Yeah, it's 50-50. It's a 50-50. It's a coin flip. Alternatively, I will challenge you. Actually, yeah. I will exclamation point duel. Let me see here. What's the command? Exclamation point duel at Galactic Getaway for 5,000 PP. I spelled that wrong. Exclamation point duel at Galactic Getaway 5,000. Okay, so a duel, 50-50 chance to win. And I think you just type, type accept. And what's going to happen is everybody else will just have to watch our battle. Exclamation point, mass, scale, 300. 300. Okay. Here's the battle between Galactic and Professor Rex. If you win this battle, you win your 5,000 and your Dialga will level up to Primal Dialga. It looks like all it's going to take is one crit, though, to turn the tables here. Oh, no crit. Maybe a miss. A miss. A miss might be enough to change it. A second miss. Galactic, you're throwing, dude.
Oh no. He has more HP than you, though.
Oh, but the crit. The crit to end it. The crit to end it. 2 misses into a crit. And the knockout. Galactic, there it is. That should be all you needed to hit 150,000 PP and unlock the Pokemon you've been waiting for a year.
For a year? What?
Primal Dialga. What a way to end the longest stream the Professor's Lab has seen since the 100-hour stream. Galactic unlocks Primal Dialga, and once again, Primal Dialga reigns supreme here in the lab. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. What a fun way to end everything off. What fun Safari Week day of getting one shiny Psyduck over the span of 8 hours on 58 systems. Like, what the hell? First off, pause. What the hell?
Oh, your luck is insane, Rex. Love it.
Oh my god. Actually crazy. I don't know what it is with Psyduck. I've literally never been lucky with this hunt. The last time I did it was like, so last Safari Week, I did some of this Psyduck and I went 25k before finally getting like the phase to end off Safari Week, like the last phase. Crazy. Okay, everybody. Oh. If you aren't already following, hit that follow button. If you're not already subscribed, hit that subscribe button. I am so tired. I will catch you all whenever we're back. Okay, we'll be back because we got a little bit more gold ducking to do before the end of Safari Week. So we'll be back. Don't worry. But bye.